Story 1. My mouth tasted like stale coffee and regret. Regret forever agreeing to transport this antique doll collection for my eccentric Aunt Millie. They stared at me from the back seat, their porcelain eyes vacant, yet somehow accusatory. Each mile felt heavier, each glance in the rearview mirror more unsettling. I adjusted the air conditioning, a feeble attempt to combat the suffocating desert heat. But the car's interior still felt oppressive. My phone buzzed with a low battery warning, the signal bars non-existent. Of course, miles and miles of nothing, and my lifeline to the world was about to flatline. I gripped the steering wheel, the worn leather slick with sweat. My Aunt Millie had warned me. "Be careful, dear," she'd croaked, her voice like dry leaves rustling. "They don't like being moved." I dismissed it as the ramblings of an old woman obsessed with her porcelain brood. Now, I wasn't so sure. The silence in the car felt thick, charged with something unnatural. A prickling sensation crawled across the back of my neck. I pressed on, the sun sinking slowly, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and blood orange. As twilight bled into darkness, the desert transformed into a vast, unknowable expanse. The headlights cut through the gloom, revealing only the ribbon of highway and the occasional tumbleweed skittering across the road. Then, I saw it. A figure standing by the side of the road, shrouded in shadow. It was tall, impossibly thin, its limbs elongated and distorted. I slowed, my heart hammering against my ribs. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a person at all. It was a scarecrow. A crudely fashioned effigy of sticks and straw, but something about it felt profoundly wrong. Its head was a porcelain doll's head, one I recognized from Millie's collection. Its painted eyes gleamed in the headlight beams, fixed on me with unnerving intensity. I shuddered, pressing my foot down on the accelerator. The image of the scarecrow lingered in my mind, its doll face a grotesque mockery of innocence. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see one of the dolls missing. But they were all there, their porcelain faces frozen in perpetual smiles. Yet, the atmosphere in the car had shifted. It felt colder now, the air thick with a cloying, floral scent, like the perfume Millie always wore. Then, the whispering started. Soft, sibilant murmurs, just at the edge of hearing. I cranked up the volume on the classical music station I'd found, a pathetic attempt to drown out the unsettling sounds. But the whispers persisted, weaving through the melody, growing louder, more insistent. They seemed to be coming from the backseat, from the dolls themselves. I could make out words now, fragmented and chilling. "Mama," they whispered. "Home. Stay." My hands tightened on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. The car began to shake, the engine sputtering as if something were interfering with it. The temperature plummeted, the air conditioning now blowing icy blasts. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of me. I risked another glance in the rearview mirror. The dolls' faces were no longer fixed in smiles. Their expressions were contorted in grotesque sneers, their porcelain features cracked and chipped. Their eyes, once vacant, now burned with malevolent glee. The whispers intensified, becoming a chorus of shrill, demanding voices. "Mama's home," they shrieked. "Stay with us. Forever." Panic seized me. I slammed my foot down on the accelerator, the car lurching forward. The whispering grew louder, the car shaking violently. The dolls' heads began to turn, their eyes following my every move. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, as if icy claws were clutching at my heart. The car swerved violently, the steering wheel no longer responding to my frantic attempts to control it. Then, the headlights caught another figure standing in the road. It was the scarecrow again, closer this time. Its doll head tilted at an unnatural angle. Behind it, more scarecrows lined the highway, stretching into the darkness, their porcelain eyes gleaming like malevolent stars. They were all holding hands, forming a grotesque blockade. I screamed, the sound swallowed by the shriek of the dolls and the rush of wind as the car hurtled towards the macabre welcoming committee. The last thing I saw were the porcelain faces, their painted smiles twisted into expressions of pure, unadulterated malice. Then, darkness. Story 2. The asphalt ribbon unfurled before me, swallowed by the inky maw of the desert night. Miles bled into miles, each indistinguishable from the last. I drove, propelled by a nameless dread, a knot tightening in my gut with every mile marker that flickered past. The reservation border sign, a crude wooden plank, had long since vanished in my rearview. I should have turned back then. Should have heeded the warnings whispered around crackling fires, about the creatures that walked these lands, that wore the skins of men. The desert air hung heavy, thick with the scent of sage and something else, something ancient and unsettling. It wormed its way into the vents, clinging to the upholstery, a phantom odor that pricked at the back of my throat. My fingers, slick with nervous sweat, drummed a restless rhythm against the worn leather of the seat. This drive was a pilgrimage of sorts, a desperate attempt to outrun the shadows that stretched long and thin behind me. Shadows of a choice I made, a pact I struck under a blood-red moon. The headlights illuminated a flicker of movement at the edge of the road. A figure, tall and gaunt, shrouded in something dark and ragged. My foot slammed on the brake, tires screaming in protest as the vehicle skidded to a halt. The figure remained motionless, its form obscured by the swirling dust kicked up by the sudden stop. As the dust settled, I saw it. Or rather, I saw what it wore. The tattered remnants of a buckskin cloak, adorned with feathers and bone. My blood ran cold. It raised a hand, beckoning me closer. A tremor ran through me, a primal fear so intense it threatened to paralyze me. The hand. It wasn't human. Too long, too thin, the fingers ending in wickedly sharp claws that glinted in the headlight beams. My mind shrieked, urging me to flee, but a strange, morbid curiosity held me captive. The figure began to walk towards the vehicle, its gait unnervingly fluid, almost serpentine. The buckskin cloak swayed with each step, revealing glimpses of what lay beneath. Glimpses of something not quite animal, not quite human. I pressed my foot to the accelerator, desperate to escape the creature's hypnotic pull. But the engine wouldn't turn over. A sickening click was the only response. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. The figure continued its approach, its pace slow and deliberate, as if savoring my terror. It stopped just feet from the vehicle, its face still hidden in the shadows of the hood. Then, it spoke. The voice was a guttural growl, a sound scraped from the deepest pits of the earth, yet somehow familiar. "You cannot outrun your past, little brother," it rasped. The words struck me like a physical blow. Little brother. A name I hadn't heard in years, a name spoken only by one person. The figure stepped into the pool of light cast by the headlights. The hood fell away, revealing the face beneath. It was my brother, or what remained of him. His skin was stretched taut over his skull, his eyes burning with an unholy light. His teeth, elongated and sharpened, were bared in a grotesque parody of a smile. He wore the skin of a wolf, but beneath it, I could still see the remnants of his human form, twisted and distorted. The pact. The ritual. It had taken him, consumed him, transformed him into one of the creatures I had been warned about. He reached out, his clawed hand pressing against the driver's side window. The glass cracked under the pressure, spiderweb fractures spreading across its surface. "Join me, little brother," he hissed, his voice a venomous whisper. "Embrace the change. Embrace the power." I could smell the stench of decay emanating from him, the putrid aroma of death clinging to his stolen skin. My screams were swallowed by the vast emptiness of the desert night. This wasn't a nightmare I could wake from. This was the consequence of my actions, a debt I had foolishly believed I could evade. The window shattered, shards of glass raining down on me. His clawed hand reached in, seizing my arm in a vice-like grip. I could feel the sharp points of his claws piercing my flesh, drawing blood. His burning gaze locked with mine. His eyes filled with a predatory hunger, a terrifying invitation to join him in his monstrous existence. The desert, once a canvas of indifferent silence, now pulsated with the dark energy of the ancient pact, and I, trapped in its web, understood that my journey had reached its horrific, inescapable end. Story 3. The setting sun painted the mesa a bruised violet, casting long, skeletal shadows across the empty two-lane highway. I squinted, the purple glare making the approaching figure shimmer like a heat mirage. Thumb outstretched, backpack slung low, he looked harmless enough. A pang of guilt. That familiar twinge I always get when passing someone stranded made me slow down. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. He shuffled towards the passenger side, his face obscured by the shadow of a wide-brimmed hat. "Thanks for stopping," he mumbled, his voice raspy, like dry leaves skittering across cracked earth. He slid into the seat, the faint scent of sage and something else, something faintly metallic, clinging to him. He didn't offer his name, and I foolishly didn't ask. We drove in silence for a while. The only sound the hum of the tires on the asphalt. He kept his gaze fixed out the window, his profile sharp and angular against the fading light. I tried to make small talk, commenting on the vastness of the desert, the vibrant colors of the sunset. He responded with grunts, monosyllabic answers that hung heavy in the confined space of the vehicle. Then, I noticed it. A small, intricately carved wooden flute tucked into the pocket of his worn denim jacket. The detail was incredible. Tiny figures of animals chasing each other in an endless loop around its circumference. It was beautiful, yet unsettling. I found my eyes drawn to it again and again, the spiraling figures seeming to squirm and shift in my peripheral vision. As darkness finally swallowed the last sliver of sun, the temperature inside the vehicle seemed to plummet. A shiver ran down my spine, unrelated to the cold. The man shifted in his seat, a low growl rumbling in his chest. I glanced over, my stomach twisting into a tight knot. His eyes, previously hidden beneath the brim of his hat, were now fully visible. They glowed with an unearthly, yellow light, pupils dilated to black pinpricks. He smiled, a slow, predatory grin that revealed rows of pointed, needle-sharp teeth. The air grew thick, heavy with a smell like rotting meat. He reached into his pocket, pulling out the flute. His fingers, long and bony, danced across the instrument, a series of high-pitched, dissonant notes filling the small cabin. Panic clawed at my throat. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward. But it was too late. The man's form began to contort, bones cracking and snapping beneath his skin. His hat fell to the floor, revealing a face elongated and distorted, covered in coarse, dark fur. The transformation was swift, brutal. The hitchhiker was gone, replaced by something ancient, something monstrous. A skinwalker. The creature lunged, its claws raking across the dashboard, leaving deep gouges in the plastic. I swerved violently, narrowly avoiding a collision with a towering saguaro cactus. The flute's music continued, its frantic melody twisting into something nightmarish, something that burrowed deep into my brain. I floored it, the speedometer needle pushing past its limits. The highway stretched ahead, seemingly endless, swallowed by the oppressive darkness. But no matter how fast I drove, the creature remained in the passenger seat, its glowing eyes fixed on me, its grotesque face inches from mine. Its guttural growls and snarls mingled with the unsettling melody of the flute. It raised the flute to its lips, the notes growing louder, sharper, piercing my eardrums like shards of glass. My vision blurred, the world outside the vehicle a swirling vortex of black and purple. My hands, slick with sweat, struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel. The vehicle swerved again, this time leaving the highway entirely, bouncing violently across the uneven desert terrain. The music intensified, each note a hammer blow against my sanity. I felt a searing pain in my chest, a crushing weight pressing against my ribs. I could feel my consciousness slipping, the darkness closing in. The last thing I saw, before the world dissolved into a cacophony of sound and pain, was the Skinwalker's triumphant grin, its eyes burning with an unholy, predatory glee, and the flute still playing its haunting, discordant melody. The flute, the cursed object that had sealed my fate on this desolate, forgotten highway. Story 4. The crackling campfire had dwindled to embers, the desert night chilling rapidly. My astrolabe, a gift from my eccentric Aunt Millie, reflected the starlight in cold, sharp glimmers. I, a dedicated amateur astronomer, had dragged my family to this remote spot off the highway, promising breathtaking views of the meteor shower. Now, with the peak hours still ahead, an unsettling quiet blanketed us. A quiet deeper, more pervasive than the usual desert stillness. A flicker at the periphery of my vision, then another, and another, like distant fireflies, only larger, tinged with an eerie green luminescence. I lifted my head from the astrolabe, a growing knot forming in my stomach. Scattered among the scrub brush and cacti surrounding our campsite, dozens of luminous eyes blinked back at me. Not the round, reflective eyes of nocturnal animals. These were narrow, vertical slits, pulsating with an internal light. They floated, disembodied, at varying heights, forming a loose circle around us. My wife, Sarah, stirred beside me. "What's wrong?" she mumbled sleepily. "Sarah," I whispered, my voice strained. "Look." Her eyes followed my gaze. A gasp escaped her lips. Little Timmy, curled up in his sleeping bag a few feet away, remained blissfully unaware, his teddy bear clutched tight. "What are they?" Sarah's voice trembled. I shook my head, my mind racing. Dogs. Bobcats. But the eyes were too large, too high off the ground, and that unearthly glow, one of the eyes drifted closer, its light intensifying. I could make out a vague, dark shape behind it. Something large and sinuous, moving with an unsettling fluidity. Panic constricted my throat. "We need to go," I hissed, scrambling to my feet. I fumbled for the car keys in my pocket. The eyes began to close in, their green light casting grotesque, elongated shadows across the sand. We were surrounded. "David," Sarah whispered, her voice thick with terror. "Timmy." I scooped Timmy up from his sleeping bag, the boy still asleep. Sarah grabbed our meager belongings. We stumbled toward the car, our movements jerky and clumsy in the deepening darkness. The eyes followed, their green glow burning into my back. I fumbled with the car keys, dropping them in the sand. The metallic clink echoed unnervingly in the silence. I bent to retrieve them, my heart hammering against my ribs. When I straightened up, one of the shapes was directly in front of me. It was tall, impossibly tall, its dark form barely discernible against the night sky. The green eyes, now mere inches from my face, pulsed with malevolent energy. I could smell a faint, acrid odor, like burning leaves and wet earth. The creature, if that's what it was, emitted a low, guttural growl, a sound that vibrated deep within my chest. My blood ran cold. I knew with terrifying certainty that we were not dealing with any known animal. I scrambled back, grabbing Sarah and Timmy. We huddled together, trapped between the car and the approaching entity. The other eyes were closing in, their green glow illuminating the grotesque. Elongated shadows cast by their unseen owners. I screamed, a primal, desperate sound born of pure terror. The sound seemed to be swallowed by the desert, absorbed into the oppressive silence. There would be no rescue. No one to hear our pleas. We were alone at the mercy of these things. The tall figure moved again, its form shifting, becoming more defined. I could make out long, thin limbs, tipped with what looked like claws. And that head, a triangular shape, dominated by those luminous green eyes. The other creatures, emboldened by the first one's advance, began to emerge from the shadows. Their forms were varied, some tall and slender, others squat and powerful, but all shared those unsettling, glowing eyes. I closed my eyes, pulling Sarah and Timmy closer. I could feel their trembling against me, hear their muffled sobs. The acrid smell intensified, filling my nostrils. The guttural growls grew louder. merging into a chorus of unearthly sounds. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that this was the end. My last thought, as sharp claws reached out, was of the meteor shower, a celestial spectacle I would never see. The brilliant streaks of light, burning across the vast, indifferent sky, mocked our insignificance, our fleeting existence in the face of the vast, unknowable universe and the terrors it held. Story 5. The crimson dust of the Navajo Nation clung to our rented SUV, a fine film of ancient Earth. My sister, Sarah, hummed along to some forgotten pop song, blissfully unaware of the unease coiling in my gut. Little Timmy, all of 7 years old, dozed in the back, clutching his worn teddy bear. We were on our way to the Grand Canyon, a family trip meant to mend the fractures in our lives after Mom's passing. But the desert, vast and indifferent, held a different kind of healing, a malignant one. The sun dipped below the mesa, painting the sky in shades of bruised plum and sickly yellow. Sarah suggested we pull over, enjoy the sunset. A bad idea, I thought, but I agreed. We parked by a cluster of petrified trees, their gnarled branches reaching like skeletal fingers. The air grew cold, the silence heavy, broken only by the distant howl of something that sounded vaguely canine, but far too large. As we packed up, preparing to leave, a voice, clear as a bell, called out Timmy's name. It was Mom's voice, a perfect imitation. Timmy bolted, scrambling towards the sound, a joyous cry on his lips. Sarah and I exchanged a terrified look. Mom had been cremated months ago. Timmy. Wait. I screamed, my voice raw with panic. He was already swallowed by the deepening gloom, chasing a phantom echo. We followed, stumbling through the treacherous terrain, calling out his name. The landscape shifted, becoming unfamiliar, hostile. Twisted juniper trees seemed to leer at us, their shadows long and menacing. The voice, Mom's voice, continued to call out, leading us deeper into the heart of the desert. The temperature plummeted. My breath frosted in the air. The silence returned, deeper now, suffocating. The desert, once bathed in twilight, was now pitch black, the stars, cold and distant, offering no solace. Then, a flicker of movement in the periphery. A figure, tall and gaunt, silhouetted against the star-dusted sky. It stood atop a small rise, its form strangely fluid, almost shimmering. It raised an arm, beckoning us forward. Terror, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. This was no ordinary desert dweller. This was something else. Something ancient. Something malevolent. The figure began to descend the rise, its movements unsettlingly graceful, almost serpentine. As it drew closer, I could make out more details. It wore what looked like a buckskin cloak, its face obscured by shadow. But there was a glint, a malevolent green gleam, emanating from beneath the hood. The gleam of eyes. The voice, Mom's voice, now emanated from this thing. It whispered Timmy's name, laced with a sickening sweetness. Sarah, her face pale and drawn, whispered, "Skinwalker." But the word, a Navajo legend whispered around campfires, sent a chill down my spine. A shapeshifter, a witch, capable of assuming the form of any animal, any person. My blood ran cold. We turned to flee, but it was too late. The Skinwalker moved with impossible speed, blocking our path. It raised its head, and the hood fell back, revealing not a face, but a skull. Its bone-white surface gleaming in the starlight. The green eyes burned with a predatory hunger. It spoke, and the voice was no longer Mom's, but a guttural growl, a sound that resonated deep within the earth. Timmy, now standing beside the creature, his eyes vacant, his face devoid of emotion, reached out and took its clawed hand. Sarah screamed. A primal sound of pure terror. I lunged forward, a desperate, futile attempt to reach Timmy. But the Skinwalker, with a flick of its wrist, sent me sprawling to the ground. The ground beneath us began to vibrate. A low, rhythmic chanting filled the air, growing louder, more insistent. From the darkness, other figures emerged, similar to the first, their eyes burning with the same malevolent green light. They formed a circle around us, their chanting intensifying. The Skinwalker leaned down, its skeletal face inches from mine. Its breath reeked of decay and something else, something ancient and indescribably full. It spoke again, its voice a venomous whisper. He is ours now. The earth opened up beneath us. A gaping chasm filled with darkness. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The last thing I saw, as the ground swallowed us whole, was Timmy's blank, lifeless eyes, staring up at me from the depths of the abyss. The desert had claimed us, swallowed us into its unforgiving heart. The Skinwalkers' laughter, a chilling echo, followed us down into the darkness. Story 6. The woman at the dusty gas station diner looked harmless enough. Wary, sun-beaten, with kind eyes, and a faded floral dress clinging to her thin frame. She reminded me of my Aunt Millie. Needed a ride up north, she said. Couldn't afford the bus. My conscience, and the lingering image of Millie, nudged me to offer a lift. Besides, the long haul north was always quieter with company. She introduced herself as Alara, her voice soft, almost melodic. We spoke of trivial things, the oppressive desert heat, the dwindling fireflies blinking in the encroaching dusk. Alara's gaze, however, kept returning to my hands on the wheel, a peculiar intensity in her otherwise gentle eyes. It made the hair on my arms prickle. Somewhere past the turnoff for Oak Creek Canyon, the conversation lulled. Alara grew quiet, staring out at the inky blackness beyond the windshield. The silence stretched, punctuated only by the low hum of the tires on the asphalt. Then, under the dim cabin lights, I noticed her skin. It seemed off, pale, almost translucent. A faint, sickly yellow tinge clung to it, like old parchment. She turned to me, a slow, deliberate movement. Her eyes, once warm and inviting, now glowed with an unnatural, phosphorescent green. The pupils were dilated, consuming the irises entirely. A low growl rumbled in her throat, a sound wholly unlike anything human. Her lips peeled back from her teeth, revealing rows of sharp, pointed fangs, stained a gruesome crimson. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through me. My foot instinctively slammed on the brake pedal, the truck screeching to a halt on the desolate highway. "What are you?" I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. Alara, or whatever she was, let out a chilling laugh, a high-pitched, almost musical sound. "Hungry," she hissed, her voice now a raspy, guttural growl. "So very hungry." She lunged. Her frail appearance belied a surprising strength. Her clawed hands, tipped with those same unsettlingly sharp nails, tore at my arm, searing pain erupting through my body. I recoiled, throwing my weight against the door, scrambling to escape. But she was fast, inhumanly so. Her grip tightened, her fangs sinking into my shoulder. A wave of nausea washed over me, not from the pain, but from the putrid, metallic stench emanating from her. It was the smell of death, of ancient, festering decay. I fought back, punching, kicking, fueled by pure adrenaline. I managed to dislodge her momentarily, stumbling out of the truck and into the unforgiving desert night. The vast, star-studded sky seemed to mock my plight, its indifferent beauty contrasting sharply with the horrifying reality unfolding before me. She followed, her movements now unsettlingly fluid, almost serpentine. She no longer resembled the kindly old woman from the diner. Her face was contorted in a grotesque mask of hunger, her eyes blazing with predatory intent. This was no longer a human being. It was something else, something monstrous. A Gaul, a predator, cloaked in a deceptive human guise. I knew with a chilling certainty that I couldn't outrun her. Not in this barren wasteland. My only hope was to reach the small town I had passed a few miles back. I turned and ran, my legs pumping, my lungs burning, the chilling laughter of the gull echoing in my ears. The town's lights shimmered in the distance, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. But with each step, the burning in my shoulder intensified, the gull's venom coursing through my veins, sapping my strength. My vision blurred, my legs grew heavy. I stumbled, falling to my knees on the unforgiving desert floor. Alara, her form silhouetted against the distant town lights, stalked towards me, a grotesque smile twisting her lips. "You cannot escape," she rasped, her voice thick with anticipation. "You are mine now." I knew, in that moment, that my journey was over. This desolate stretch of highway, once a path to somewhere else, had become my final destination. My end. Consumed by a creature of nightmare, beneath an indifferent sky, in the heart of a desert that held secrets far older and far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. As Alara's shadow fell upon me, and her clawed hands reached out, a single, desperate thought echoed through my mind. I had made a terrible mistake picking up that seemingly harmless woman. And now, I would pay the ultimate price. My final breath mingled with the desert air, a silent testament to the horrors that lurked beneath the veneer of normalcy, waiting for unsuspecting travelers on the lonely highways of the night. Story 7. The canyon wasn't on any map. A jagged gash in the earth, it yawned before us, an invitation to oblivion. We, 4 friends on a post-graduation trip, foolishly accepted. The desert, once a vast expanse of shimmering heat, had become a claustrophobic maze of twisting rock, each turn a step deeper into a hidden, malevolent world. The descent into the canyon was treacherous. Loose shale slid beneath our worn tires, threatening to send us plummeting into the unseen depths below. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of something ancient and full, a perfume of decay. A shiver, not entirely from the plummeting temperature, ran down my spine. At the canyon's floor, a sickly yellow light permeated the air, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to squirm with a life of their own. Towering rock formations, resembling petrified giants, loomed over us, their surfaces etched with strange, spiraling patterns. It felt like stepping onto another planet, a place where the rules of nature were twisted, broken. Then we saw them. Huddled around a flickering fire, a group of figures. Their forms were vaguely humanoid, yet disturbingly elongated, their skin a sickly, translucent white. They moved with an unnerving fluidity, their limbs bending at unnatural angles, their heads lolling on thin necks. They were feasting, their pale hands tearing at something dark and glistening, the sound wet and sickening. The sight paralyzed us. Terror, cold and sharp, gripped my heart, squeezing the breath from my lungs. We were intruders, trespassers in a world we were never meant to see, witnessing a ritual too obscene for human eyes. One of the figures, taller than the rest, looked up. Its face was a grotesque mask, a parody of human features, with eyes like black pits and a mouth stretched into a wide, unsettling grin, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. It let out a low, guttural sound, a sound that resonated deep within my bones, a sound that was not quite animal, not quite human. The others followed its gaze, their heads snapping towards us with impossible speed. Their vacant eyes locked onto ours, and a wave of pure, unadulterated malice washed over us. They rose, their movements unsettlingly graceful, and began to advance. We were trapped. The sheer rock walls of the canyon offered no escape. Our vehicle, a symbol of our naive confidence, now felt like a cage. The figures closed in, their pale forms shimmering in the otherworldly light, their eyes burning with predatory hunger. Sarah, the bravest of us, was the first to react. She fumbled with the car keys, her hands trembling uncontrollably. The engine sputtered to life, a pathetic sound in the face of the approaching horror. But it was too late. The tallest figure lunged, its clawed hands shattering the driver's side window. Glass rained down on Sarah, her screams swallowed by the canyon's oppressive silence. The creature reached inside, its long, pale fingers wrapping around her throat, lifting her effortlessly from the seat. Her legs kicked frantically, her eyes wide with terror, but her struggles were futile. Panic seized me. I scrambled to the back seat, pulling Timmy, my younger brother, close. He was whimpering, his face buried in my shoulder. The other figures surrounded the vehicle, their grotesque faces pressed against the windows, their vacant eyes peering in. Their mouths moved, silently mouthing words I couldn't understand, yet somehow knew were filled with malevolent intent. The tallest figure, its face smeared with Sarah's blood, turned its gaze towards us. It smiled, a horrifying, inhuman smile that stretched its mouth into an impossible grimace. Then, it reached for us. My last memory is of Timmy's terrified scream, the shattering of the rear window, the cold, clammy touch of the creature's hand on my arm. The canyon, once a hidden wonder, became our tomb, a testament to our foolish curiosity, a feeding ground for the subterranean horrors that dwell in the earth's forgotten places. Story 8. The desert stretched before me, vast and unforgiving, swallowing the last sliver of twilight. The highway, a charcoal ribbon against the ochre sand, beckoned me onward, a path to an unknown destination. My destination, the abandoned Blackwood Sanatorium. A place locals whispered about. A place of fractured minds and forgotten horrors. I gripped the steering wheel, the worn leather cool beneath my palms. My mission, self-imposed and perhaps foolish, was to document the decaying structure, to capture the unsettling beauty of its ruin. I was a photographer drawn to the desolate, the forgotten. This time, perhaps, I had ventured too far. The first sign of trouble appeared as a flicker in my peripheral vision. A fleeting movement too swift to properly register. I dismissed it as a trick of the fading light, a phantom born of an overactive imagination. But the feeling of unease persisted, coiling in my stomach like a venomous snake. Then I saw them. Figures, barely discernible against the deepening gloom, scattered along the roadside. They were still, unnaturally still, like statues crudely fashioned from shadow and dust. Their silence was more disturbing than any scream. I slowed the vehicle, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. As I drew closer, the figures resolved into something resembling human form. They were gaunt, emaciated, their clothing hanging in tattered shreds. Their faces, partially obscured by shadows, were pale, almost luminous. And their eyes burned with an unnatural, phosphorescent green light. I stopped completely. A scream trapped in my throat. The figures began to move, their movements jerky, unnatural. They shuffled towards the vehicle, their green eyes fixed on me with an unnerving intensity. I could see now that they were not alone. More figures emerged from the deepening shadows, their numbers swelling into a grotesque, silent throng. My breath hitched in my chest. These were not simply vagrants, not simply the unfortunate souls lost in the unforgiving desert. These were something else entirely. Something escaped from the depths of Blackwood, their fractured minds spilling out into the night. I slammed the vehicle into reverse, the tires spitting gravel as I fought to escape the encroaching horror. The figures continued their advance, their pace unsettlingly swift, their silence amplifying the terror. Their green eyes burned brighter, twin beacons of madness in the encroaching darkness. The vehicle bucked and swerved, the tires struggling for purchase on the loose shale. I glanced into the rearview mirror, my heart sinking. The figures were closing in, their grotesque faces contorted in silent, predatory anticipation. I swerved again, narrowly avoiding a figure that lunged at the vehicle, its clawed hand scraping across the glass, leaving a trail of viscous, phosphorescent slime. The stench of decay filled the confined space, thick and cloying, making me gag. Panic clawed at my throat, threatening to overwhelm me. I pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surging forward, leaving the grotesque throng behind. But the feeling of dread remained, a cold, suffocating presence. I knew with a chilling certainty that they would not be so easily deterred. I drove on, the highway stretching endlessly before me, the desert a vast, oppressive presence. The green eyes haunted my vision, twin embers of madness burning in the darkness. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I was not alone, that they were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting. The highway curved sharply, revealing a sight that froze the blood in my veins. Standing in the middle of the road, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of my headlights, was a figure taller than any I had seen before. Its form was elongated, distorted, its limbs bending at unnatural angles. its head lolled on its shoulders, revealing glimpses of a face that was both human and inhuman. And its eyes. Its eyes burned with a malevolent, phosphorescent green light, brighter, more intense than any of the others. The figure raised a clawed hand, its fingers ending in sharp, bone-like points. A low, guttural growl rumbled from its throat, a sound wholly unlike anything human. I slammed on the brakes, the vehicle skidding to a halt just inches from the towering figure. It leaned down, its grotesque face inches from mine, its breath hot and reeking of decay. Its eyes, those luminous green eyes, bored into mine, and I saw reflected in their depths the madness that had consumed Blackwood, the horror that had spilled out into the night. A single, terrifying thought echoed through my mind. I had ventured too far. I had entered their domain, and now there would be no escape. Story 9. The desert, usually so vast and empty, now felt claustrophobic. Each mile we devoured on this desolate highway only seemed to tighten the invisible noose around us. A phantom semi, a hulking behemoth of chrome and steel, had been tailgating us for hours. Its presence a constant, throbbing pressure against my sanity. It never passed. It never fell behind. It just lurked, a metal predator shadowing its prey. This wasn't just road rage. There was something wrong. Something deeply, unsettlingly wrong. It started subtly, a flicker of movement in my rearview mirror, too quick to properly identify. Then, the persistent high beams, blinding in their intensity, even during the day. But it was the driver that truly chilled me. I only caught glimpses, fleeting impressions of a gaunt face, framed by greasy hair, eyes that burned with an unnatural, feverish light. He was always there, a spectral figure haunting the edges of my vision, his presence a palpable weight in the confined space of our small car. Sarah, my girlfriend, initially dismissed my concerns. Truckers, she reasoned, were a common sight on these long stretches of highway. But the unease grew, solidified into a cold knot of dread in my stomach. This wasn't normal. The truck seemed to anticipate our every move, matching our speed with unnerving precision, appearing and disappearing with an almost supernatural swiftness whenever we rounded a bend. A rest stop offered a temporary reprieve. The truck vanished. We ate in silence, the fear clinging to us like the desert dust. Sarah tried to reassure me, her voice strained, her smile unconvincing. I tried to believe her, to convince myself that it was just my imagination, fueled by exhaustion and the oppressive solitude of the highway. But I couldn't shake the image of that driver, the malevolent gleam in his eyes. Back on the road, the relief was short-lived. There it was again, the chrome glinting menacingly in the afternoon sun, its massive grille looming large in my rearview mirror. This time, it was closer. I could almost feel the heat radiating from its engine. And the driver, his face now clearer, a grotesque mask of concentration, seemed to be smiling. I accelerated, pushing our car beyond its limits. The needle on the speedometer climbed, the engine whining in protest. But the truck kept pace, its presence unrelenting, suffocating. Terror clawed at my throat, choking the air from my lungs. Sarah's hand tightened around mine, her knuckles white. Her silence was more terrifying than any scream. We passed a sign, Blackwood Sanatorium. 5 miles. A shiver ran down my spine. I'd read about Blackwood, a notorious institution for the criminally insane, abandoned years ago after a series of unexplained deaths and disappearances. Local legends whispered of escaped patients, their minds fractured beyond repair, roaming the desert, lost in their own private hells. Suddenly, the truck swerved, clipping our rear bumper. The car spun, tires screeching against the asphalt, the world a blur of color and motion. We skidded to a halt facing oncoming traffic. The truck stopped, blocking our path. The driver emerged, slow, deliberate. He wasn't smiling anymore. He was tall, gaunt, his movements unsettlingly fluid, almost serpentine. He wore a stained hospital gown, his bare feet leaving bloody footprints on the asphalt. He carried a length of rusty pipe, its end jagged and sharp. His eyes, those burning, feverish eyes, fixed on us, filled with a chilling, predatory hunger. I recognized him then from a news report months ago. An escaped patient. A former surgeon. Obsessed with recreating highway accidents. He raised the pipe, his grip tightening. Sarah screamed, a raw, primal sound torn from the depths of her terror. I braced myself for the impact, the metallic glint of the pipe blinding in the setting sun. This desolate stretch of highway, this forgotten corner of the desert, would be our final resting place, another grim statistic in the surgeon's twisted masterpiece. He swung the pipe, a whistling arc of steel cutting through the air. The last thing I saw was Sarah's face, contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. The desert, indifferent to our plight, stretched endlessly before us, swallowing our screams, our fears, our very existence into its vast and unforgiving silence. Story 10. The station diner, bathed in a sickly yellow glow, appeared like a beacon in the vast, inky blackness that had swallowed the desert highway. My stomach growled, louder than the quiet hum of my aging vehicle. A pit stop for a late dinner, I reasoned. The diner, perched precariously close to the edge of a canyon, looked deserted. No other vehicles dotted the expansive, gravel parking lot. An unsettling silence hung in the air, thick and heavy. A single, flickering neon sign above the entrance buzzed intermittently, casting a jaundiced light over the chipped, turquoise paint of the building. It read, simply, E8 FES. The DS flickered erratically, threatening to extinguish itself completely. I pulled up close, the gravel crunching beneath my tires, the sound oddly amplified in the stillness. Inside, the diner was dimly lit, the air thick with the cloying sweetness of something I couldn't quite place. It wasn't unpleasant, but it was peculiar. Like overripe fruit, tinged with something metallic. Booths lined one wall, their red vinyl cracked and peeling. A long counter stretched along the other, wiped clean, but stained a dark, indeterminate color. A jukebox stood silent in the corner. Its multicolored lights dimmed, casting an eerie, kaleidoscopic glow on the dust motes dancing in the air. Behind the counter, a woman with a startlingly pale face and eyes that shone with an unsettling intensity wiped the same spot over and over again with a rag. Her movements were slow, deliberate, almost mechanical. She wore a faded, floral print dress that clung to her thin frame. Her smile, when she finally looked up, was wide, but didn't quite reach her eyes. "Welcome," she said, her voice a low, melodic hum. "What can I get for you?" I ordered a coffee and a sandwich, my voice sounding strangely loud in the otherwise silent diner. The woman nodded, her smile unwavering, and turned to prepare my order. I watched her as she moved, her movements unsettlingly graceful, almost fluid. There was something about her, something just beneath the surface, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As I waited, I noticed the photographs lining the walls above the counter. They were all portraits, black and white, of families smiling stiffly at the camera. Their eyes, however, seemed to follow me, their gazes unnervingly intense. A strange, prickling sensation crawled up my spine. The sweet, metallic scent intensified. My coffee arrived, steaming, the aroma surprisingly strong and bitter. I took a tentative sip. It tasted off, like burnt sugar and something else, something acrid, that I couldn't identify. I set the cup down, my appetite suddenly gone. The woman placed a plate in front of me. The sandwich looked normal enough, but the smell, it was that same cloying sweetness, now overpowering, mixed with the metallic tang. I pushed the plate away. "Is something wrong?" the woman asked, her voice now tinged with a subtle edge. Her smile remained fixed, but her eyes, those unsettlingly bright eyes, narrowed slightly. "I'm not very hungry," I mumbled, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think I'll just go." The woman's smile faltered for a fraction of a second, then returned, wider than before, stretching her lips taut against her teeth. "That's a shame," she said, her voice now a low, guttural purr. "We were hoping you'd stay." From behind the kitchen door, a figure emerged, A tall, gaunt man with the same pale skin and unsettlingly bright eyes as the woman. He carried a cleaver, its blade gleaming in the dim light. Other figures began to appear, emerging from the shadows, their faces pale, their eyes gleaming, their smiles wide and unnerving. They formed a loose circle around me, their movements slow, deliberate, predatory. The sweet, metallic scent was overpowering now, and I realized, with a sickening lurch in my stomach, what it was. It was the smell of blood. The photographs on the wall, the families smiling stiffly at the camera, they weren't families at all. They were trophies. The woman stepped closer, her smile twisting into something grotesque. "You see," she whispered, her voice a venomous hiss, "we don't get many visitors out here. And we get so hungry." The figures behind her closed in, their smiles widening, their eyes burning with a predatory hunger. The cleaver in the tall man's hand glinted. The last thing I saw, before the darkness finally consumed me, were those gleaming eyes, reflecting the sickly yellow light of the diner, and the wide, unnerving smiles of my welcoming committee. The EATS sign flickered one last time, and then went dark. Story 11. The desert sun beat down, baking the asphalt, blurring the distant mountains into shimmering waves. My vintage El Camino, a vibrant turquoise, ate up the miles, a rumbling testament to a bygone era. Thumb outstretched, a figure appeared on the horizon, a splash of denim and faded red against the monochrome landscape. He looked harmless enough, young, with a mop of sun-bleached hair and a backpack slung over one shoulder. My collector's instinct, that same impulse that drew me to rare cars, whispered to pick him up. He introduced himself as Daniel, his voice a smooth baritone, a surprising contrast to his rugged appearance. He complimented my car, his knowledge of classic models strangely specific. He spoke of his travels, his plans to reach the coast, his words laced with an easy charm. I found myself relaxing, the oppressive solitude of the highway momentarily forgotten. Conversation drifted to cars, naturally. He asked about the El Camino's year, its engine specs, its history. I, eager to share my expertise, obliged, revealing details only a true enthusiast would know. A strange glint entered his eyes, a spark of something I couldn't quite place. Then, almost casually, he mentioned it. "You know," he said, his voice losing some of its warmth, "I have a, shall we say, fondness for these older models, especially the El Caminos, the 72s in particular." A chill snaked down my spine, the casual tone, the overly specific knowledge, the unsettling gleam in his eyes. It all clicked into place. A horrific mosaic forming in my mind. The news reports, the string of unsolved disappearances along this very highway, all involving drivers of vintage cars. Drivers like me. His smile widened, no longer charming, but predatory. "You see," he continued, his voice now a low, almost melodic purr, "I appreciate the craftsmanship. The dedication, it's a dying art, you know, and I believe in preserving it, in my own way." He gestured to his backpack. "I have quite the collection." Bah, my heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. I glanced at the backpack, now seeing the unsettling bulges beneath the canvas. They weren't the rounded shapes of clothes or sleeping bags. They were angular, sharp, somehow suggestive of tools, horrific tools. He leaned closer, his breath hot against my ear, the scent of something metallic, something faintly coppery, clinging to him. "Don't worry," he whispered, his voice a venomous caress. "I'll make sure your El Camino is well taken care of. It'll be the centerpiece of my collection." He reached into his backpack, slowly, deliberately, drawing out a gleaming, wickedly curved blade. The sun glinted off its polished surface, reflecting a distorted image of my own terrified face. My mind raced, frantic, desperate. I slammed my foot on the brake, the tires screaming in protest as the El Camino skidded, fishtailing violently across the asphalt. Daniel lurched forward, the blade slicing through the air, narrowly missing my arm. I wrenched the steering wheel, throwing the car into a sharp turn. Daniel, caught off guard, tumbled against the passenger door, the blade clattering to the floorboard. I stomped on the gas. The El Camino roaring back to life, surging forward. I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. Daniel was scrambling to his feet, his face contorted in a mask of rage. He picked up the blade, its wicked curve catching the sunlight, a silent promise of violence. He began to run, his pace unsettlingly fast, his eyes locked onto my retreating vehicle. Panic clawed at my throat. I pushed the El Camino harder, the speedometer needle climbing, the engine screaming in protest. The highway stretched ahead, a seemingly endless ribbon of asphalt disappearing into the shimmering heat haze. But Daniel, a relentless figure of dread, was gaining on me. His presence, a dark stain on the pristine landscape, clung to me like a shroud. I knew with a chilling certainty that this wasn't over. He would find me. He would claim his prize. My beautiful El Camino, my pride and joy, would become another macabre trophy in his twisted collection. And I, its driver, would become another forgotten victim on this desolate, sun-baked highway. The thought echoed through my mind, a terrifying mantra accompanying the roar of the engine, and the relentless pursuit of the man with the charming demeanor and the horrifying secret. He was a curator of carnage, and I was his next acquisition. Story 12. The Arizona sun beat down, merciless, unforgiving. My throat felt like sandpaper. I regretted not bringing more water. My vintage El Camino Millie coughed and spluttered, the temperature gauge creeping dangerously close to the red. This backwoods route, promising a shortcut to Sedona, was proving to be a mistake. Up ahead, a flicker of color caught my eye, a welcome sight in this monotonous ochre landscape. Brightly painted statues, almost cartoonish, dotted the roadside. A hand-painted sign proclaimed, "Wonder World." Marvels and curiosities, relief pure and simple, washed over me. A place to rest, refill Millie's radiator, maybe even find a cold soda. As I pulled into the gravel lot, the statues resolved into disturbing figures. Clowns with elongated limbs, cowboys with unsettlingly vacant eyes, a Native American chief with a feather headdress that seemed to squirm in the still air. The air itself hung heavy, thick with the scent of something cloying, almost sickeningly sweet. The Wonder World building itself was a dilapidated wooden structure, paint peeling, the windows boarded up except for one small dusty pane. Above the entrance, a single bare bulb flickered erratically, casting strange, elongated shadows. A chill, unrelated to the desert heat, snaked its way down my spine. A woman emerged from the shadows within. She wore a faded gingham dress and a wide-brimmed straw hat, her face partially obscured. Her smile, however, was unnervingly bright, almost predatory. "Welcome to Wonder World," she chirped, her voice surprisingly high-pitched. "Care to step inside? We have wonders you won't believe." Hesitation pricked at me. Something felt profoundly off. But Millie needed water, and I needed a break. "Just for a few minutes," I said, my voice sounding less confident than I intended. The interior was dimly lit, the air even heavier than outside. The sweet, cloying scent was stronger here, tinged with something metallic, something vaguely reminiscent of blood. The walls were lined with dusty shelves displaying a bizarre collection of items. Taxidermied animals with glassy eyes stared blankly into the gloom. Antique dolls with cracked porcelain faces and disturbingly painted smiles sat perched on chipped teacups. Jars filled with murky liquids lined the back wall, their contents unidentifiable, yet somehow repulsive. The woman gestured towards a display case. "Our prize exhibit," she announced proudly. "A genuine Fiji mermaid, captured off the coast of the Fiji Islands in 1822 Pike." The mermaid was predictably a grotesque fabrication, a monkey's torso crudely sewn to the tail of a fish. Its desiccated flesh was a sickly gray-green, its lips pulled back in a horrifying grimace. I forced a smile. "Very impressive," I lied. "Now, about some water for my car." The woman's smile widened, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too pointed. "Of course," she said. "Barnaby will take care of that for you." "Barnaby," she called. her voice echoing strangely in the confined space. A hulking figure emerged from the back room. He was impossibly tall, his limbs elongated and strangely thin. His face was obscured by a burlap sack, but I could see the glint of something metallic beneath it, something that looked disturbingly like a cleaver. He lumbered towards me, his movements unsettlingly fluid, almost serpentine. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the unease. I think I'll be going now," I stammered, backing away. The woman blocked my path, her smile now gone, replaced by an expression of cold, unadulterated malice. "I'm afraid you can't leave," she said, her voice now a low, guttural growl. "Wonderworld doesn't let its guests go." Barnaby reached out, his clawed hand wrapping around my arm with surprising strength. I screamed, a desperate, futile sound that was swallowed by the heavy air. The metallic glint beneath the burlap sack flashed, and then darkness. I awoke to find myself bound to a crude wooden chair, the sickly sweet, metallic scent filling my nostrils. The woman stood before me, her straw hat removed, revealing a scalp scarred and stitched, a grotesque parody of a human face. Barnaby stood beside her, the burlap sack gone, revealing a face that was no face at all, just a smooth, featureless expanse of flesh. He held a rusty saw, its teeth gleaming in the flickering light. "Welcome to the true wonder world," the woman hissed, her voice dripping with venomous glee. "We're always looking for new exhibits." Then I understood. The statues outside, they weren't statues at all, they were previous visitors, preserved in some horrifying, grotesque manner. And now, I was to join their ranks. My scream, filled with pure, unadulterated terror, echoed through the dilapidated building, a final, desperate plea lost in the heart of the Arizona desert. The saw began to whine. The last thing I saw was Barnaby's vacant, gleaming blade descending. Story 13. The chipped, ceramic owl figurine on the dashboard stared at me with its unsettlingly wide eyes. A gift from my eccentric Aunt Mildred. I should have left it at home. Its gaze seemed to intensify the oppressive heat of the Arizona sun baking the blacktop ahead. The highway shimmered, a mirage promising escape, but offering only more endless asphalt. Then I saw her. A small figure by the side of the road, a flash of faded turquoise in the monotonous ochre landscape. She looked distressed, head down, shoulders shaking. A plume of dust, a silent testament to a passing vehicle's indifference, settled around her. Against my better judgment, against that nagging prickle of unease, I pulled over. She looked harmless enough. Small, frail even, in a faded floral print dress. Her face was partially obscured by a wide-brimmed straw hat, but I could see strands of dark hair escaping from beneath it. She didn't look up as I approached, her shoulders continuing their silent tremors. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice sounding strangely loud in the oppressive quiet. She looked up then, slowly, deliberately, and I saw her eyes. Large, luminous green, unnervingly bright. They seemed to absorb the light around them. There was something about those eyes, something unsettling, hypnotic almost. They held me captive. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice surprisingly strong. "So kind of you to stop." She climbed in, the floral scent of her perfume surprisingly strong. She introduced herself as Sarah. She told me her car had broken down miles back. She needed to get to the next town. Her voice was calm, measured. Each word seemed weighted, deliberate. As we drove, Sarah spoke little. She answered my questions in monosyllabic answers. Her gaze remained fixed ahead. Yet, there was a growing unease within me, a prickling sensation that crawled across my skin. The ceramic owl on the dashboard seemed to mock me with its knowing stare. Then, the music started. Not from the car radio. From Sarah. A low, humming sound. Almost melodic, but dissonant. Unsettling. The humming grew louder, filling the confined space of the car. It seemed to vibrate in my skull. My thoughts became sluggish, disjointed. I felt lightheaded. Sarah's voice, no longer whispering, but still quiet, filled my ears. "Look at the owl," she commanded, her voice laced with a strange, almost musical cadence. Focus on the Olda. I found myself staring at the ceramic figurine. Its painted eyes seemed to pulse, to glow with an inner light. I couldn't look away. You're tired, Sarah's voice continued, weaving its way into my consciousness. So very tired. You need to rest. Close your eyes. My eyelids felt heavy, leaden. I struggled to keep them open, but the pull was too strong. The humming intensified, the world outside the car blurring, fading. I felt the car slow, then stop. Sleep. Sarah whispered, the word a venomous caress against my ear. I remember the fleeting impression of Sarah's hand reaching out, her fingers long, unsettlingly sharp nails glinting in the fading sunlight. Then, darkness. I woke with a jolt, disoriented, confused. The car was parked by the side of the road. The sun had set. The desert night was chilling rapidly. Sarah was gone. Panic clawed at my throat. I tried the car door. Locked. I looked around frantically. The highway stretched endlessly before me, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. I was alone, trapped. Then I saw them. Figures, silhouetted against the dying embers of the sunset, standing in a loose circle around the car. Their forms were wrong, elongated, distorted. They held hands, their movements unsettlingly graceful. And in the center of the circle, I saw Sarah. Her straw hat was gone, revealing her face. Her eyes, those luminous green eyes, burned with an unholy light. She held something in her hand. The ceramic awl. Its chipped wing clutched tight in her grasp. She raised it above her head, a grotesque trophy in the deepening gloom. The humming started again, low, resonant. The figures began to close in. Their chanting, low and rhythmic, filled the air. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that this desolate stretch of highway would become my final resting place. Another victim of Sarah and her twisted collection. Another offering to the all. My scream, trapped in my throat, a futile sound swallowed by the unforgiving desert night. Story 14. The Nevada salt flats, blinding white under a merciless sun, stretched before me. An endless canvas of shimmering nothingness. My vintage Airstream, Millie, hummed contentedly, a chrome teardrop slicing through the desolate landscape. I was headed to an obscure rock art festival, a celebration of petroglyphs and pictographs etched into ancient stone faces by vanished hands. The invitation, discovered tucked within a dusty antique store, promised a glimpse into forgotten worlds, a communion with the spirits of the past. Little did I know, it was a communion of a far different, far more disturbing kind. Hours melted into the hazy distance. The heat, oppressive and relentless, baked the interior of Millie, despite the whirring of her ancient air conditioner. The landscape remained unchanged, a monotonous expanse of white punctuated by the occasional gnarled, skeletal remains of long-dead vegetation. The silence, broken only by Millie's gentle purr, became a suffocating presence, a vacuum slowly draining me of sanity. I reached for my canteen, the water lukewarm and faintly metallic, a taste I couldn't quite place. It did little to quench my growing unease. As the sun began its slow descent, painting the salt flats in hues of bruised purple and blood orange, I noticed figures in the distance. Initially, I dismissed them as mirages, tricks of the light and the unrelenting heat. But as I drew closer, they resolved into a disturbing tableau. They were humanoid, but not quite human. Tall and gaunt. Their limbs were unsettlingly elongated, their movements jerky and unnatural. They wore faded, patchwork garments, the colors strangely vibrant against the monochrome landscape. And their heads, disproportionately large, bobbed on slender necks, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed straw hats. They stood in a loose circle, their stillness unnerving. As Millie rolled closer, a low, rhythmic chanting began, a sound that scraped against the edges of my hearing, a sound wholly unlike anything human. My foot instinctively pressed harder on the accelerator, a primal urge to escape this unsettling scene. But a morbid fascination, a horrifying curiosity, kept me moving forward. The chanting intensified as I approached. a discordant melody twisting and turning, burrowing into my mind. The figures began to move, their movements unsettlingly fluid, their limbs bending at unnatural angles. They turned their heads in unison, their shadowed faces still hidden beneath their hats. And then, they began to walk towards Millie, their gait a grotesque mockery of human movement. Panic clawed at my throat. I slammed my foot on the brake, Millie screeching in protest, tires struggling for purchase on the slick salt. The chanting grew louder, the figures closer. I could now see glimpses of their faces beneath the brims of their hats, flashes of pale skin and impossibly wide smiles. I fumbled for the door handle, desperate to escape. But my hands were shaking uncontrollably. The figures surrounded Millie, their forms looming large, their shadows stretching across the salt flats, grotesque and elongated. The chanting stopped. A suffocating silence descended, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. And then, the figures began to remove their hats. Their faces, revealed in the fading light, were not human. They were smooth and porcelain-like, their features exaggerated, almost cartoonish. Their eyes, large and black, burned with an unsettling intensity, and their smiles, fixed and unwavering, stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. One of the figures, taller than the others, stepped forward. It reached a long, spindly finger towards the window, its touch leaving a faint, oily residue on the glass. Its smile widened, and it spoke, its voice a raspy whisper that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. "Welcome," it hissed, its breath reeking of something sweet and sickening. "We've been expecting you, Ba." The other figures pressed closer, their porcelain faces inches from the glass, their smiles twisting into grotesque sneers. Their eyes, those burning black pinpricks, bored into me, stripping away my sanity, my hope, my very self. The last vestiges of daylight vanished, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The salt flats, no longer shimmering white, became a vast, unforgiving expanse of black, reflecting the infinite. Malevolent emptiness within the eyes that surrounded me. And as their chanting began anew, a terrifying, heart-stopping realization echoed through my mind. This was not a festival. This was a sacrifice. And I was the offering. Story 15. The bonfire crackled, spitting embers into the oppressive night. The flames painting flickering shadows on the trees surrounding our little clearing. We, a collection of reckless teenagers, were celebrating the end of exams. Our laughter echoing through the dense woods. Liquor flowed freely, blurring the edges of the world and muting any sense of caution. That's when I saw it. Beyond the firelight, at the edge of the woods, a towering figure stood motionless. It was humanoid, impossibly tall, its form barely discernible against the black backdrop of trees. But what truly froze me, what sent a shiver crawling up my spine, were its eyes. Two burning coals of crimson, glowing with an unnatural intensity, fixed on us. I nudged Maya, my best friend, pointing towards the tree line. She squinted, her brow furrowed, then laughed, dismissing it as a trick of the light, or perhaps another partier playing a prank. But the unease gnawed at me. The figure hadn't moved, those burning eyes still locked on us. The laughter around me began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of dread. Then, the figure moved. It took a step forward, emerging from the shadows, and the firelight illuminated its form. It was taller than any man I'd ever seen, its limbs elongated, its skin an unsettling shade of gray, like ash. No, not ash. More like dried clay. Panic erupted. Screams pierced the quiet of the woods. We scrambled to our feet, scattering in different directions, the bonfire forgotten. I ran blindly, adrenaline coursing through my veins, branches whipping against my face. Behind me, I could hear the heavy thud of its footsteps, the snapping of twigs under its immense weight, a relentless drumbeat of terror echoing through the trees. I didn't dare look back. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that if I did, I would be paralyzed by fear. The woods seemed to stretch on forever, the trees a confusing maze, trapping me in this nightmare. I could hear the terrified screams of my friends, each one a fresh wave of panic washing over me. I stumbled, falling to my knees. The forest floor a bed of damp leaves and sharp stones. I pushed myself up, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I had to keep moving. I had to escape. I veered off the path, hoping to lose the creature in the dense undergrowth. Thorns tore at my clothes, leaving bloody trails across my skin. I could hear the creature crashing through the trees behind me, its pursuit relentless. The sounds of the party, the laughter, the music, seemed like a distant memory, a lifetime ago. Now, there was only the suffocating darkness of the woods, the pounding of my heart, and the terrifying presence of the creature hunting me. I stumbled upon a narrow ravine, a dark chasm cutting through the earth. Desperation overriding fear. I scrambled down the steep incline, loose earth giving way beneath my feet. I landed hard at the bottom, my ankle twisting painfully. I ignored the searing pain, pressing myself against the cold, damp earth trying to become invisible to blend into the shadows. The creature's heavy footsteps stopped at the edge of the ravine. I held my breath, listening, praying it would move on. Silence. A terrifying, oppressive silence. Then, slowly, deliberately, the creature began to descend into the ravine. I watched in horror as its towering form emerged from the darkness above, its glowing red eyes burning through the gloom, fixed on me. It reached down, its long, skeletal fingers outstretched, their tips sharp, like claws. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. The touch never came. Cautiously, I opened my eyes. The creature was gone. The ravine was empty, only the faint glow of the moon filtering through the trees above. I was alone. Or so I thought. A low, guttural growl echoed from the darkness behind me. I turned, my heart seizing in my chest. There, standing at the bottom of the ravine, was another figure. Smaller than the first, but no less terrifying. Its eyes glowed with the same malevolent red light. And then another figure emerged from the shadows, and another, and another. They surrounded me, a silent circle of terror, their eyes burning into me. Their mouths opened, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. A low, rhythmic chanting began, soft at first, then growing louder, more insistent, filling the ravine with an unnerving melody. The ground beneath me trembled. The ravine walls seemed to close in. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I was trapped. There would be no escape. This was the end. Story 16. The twilight clung to the dense pines of the Cascade Mountains, casting long, skeletal shadows across the highway. Dale, a long-haul trucker, gripped the wheel, my knuckles bone-white. The desolate two-lane road snaked through the wilderness, each bend promising a deeper isolation. My cargo, a shipment of antique mannequins, seemed to watch me from the trailer, their frozen stares amplified by the dimming light. A flicker of movement at the edge of the trees caught my eye. Initially, I dismissed it as a deer, common in these parts, but the movement repeated, slower this time, deliberate. Something tall, bipedal, loped out of the woods. A shiver, colder than the mountain air, snaked down my spine. Under the weak glow of my headlights, the figure resolved itself. It stood impossibly tall, easily 7 feet. Covered in thick, dark fur, its canine head swiveled, sniffing the air. Its eyes, 2 burning embers, locked onto mine. Dogman. The local legend, dismissed as folklore, now a horrifying reality. My foot instinctively slammed on the accelerator. The truck roared, tires spitting gravel as I sped away. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed the creature pursuing me, its long strides eating up the distance with an unnerving speed. This was no ordinary animal. This was a predator, and I was its prey. The 2-lane highway became a blur, the towering pines morphing into an unbroken wall of green. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the cab. The dogman remained in pursuit, its glowing eyes fixed on my trailer, a terrifying reminder of the horror on my heels. A sharp curve forced me to slow down, the truck's tires screaming in protest. For a moment, I thought I'd lost it. But then, another glance in the mirror. The dogman closer now. Its massive form silhouetted against the rising moon. It let out a chilling howl, a sound that ripped through the quiet night, a sound wholly unlike any canine I'd ever heard. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated malice. Ahead, a small town flickered into view. Hope surged through me. People, lights, safety. I pushed the accelerator harder, the engine straining under the pressure. But the dogman was gaining. Its hot breath, rank with the stench of wet fur and something metallic, seemed to fill the cab. As I reached the town limits, a moral dilemma slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. Do I lead this monstrous creature into the unsuspecting town, risking the lives of others? Or do I keep driving, leading it further into the wilderness, becoming another victim lost to the legends of the Pacific Northwest? My hands, slick with sweat, tightened on the wheel. I had a responsibility, not just to my cargo, but to the innocent people sleeping peacefully in their beds. I made a split-second decision, a choice born of desperation and a sliver of remaining humanity. Just before the first houses, I swerved sharply, turning off the highway onto a smaller, unpaved road leading into the thickest part of the forest. The truck bucked and swayed, tires struggling for purchase on the loose gravel. The dogman, caught off guard, howled in frustration, its massive form disappearing momentarily into the trees as it tried to follow. I drove on, deeper into the forest, the darkness pressing in, the trees looming like spectral figures. The road deteriorated, becoming little more than a dirt track. The truck bounced violently, threatening to throw me from my seat. Suddenly, the road ended. A sheer drop, a gaping chasm opened before me, its unseen depths shrouded in mist. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt just inches from the precipice. I was trapped. The dogman emerged from the trees, its eyes burning brighter than ever. It stalked towards the truck, a grotesque smile twisting its canine features. I knew with terrifying certainty that this was the end. Then I saw them. The mannequins. In the moonlight filtering through the trees, their painted smiles seemed to mock me. An idea, desperate and perhaps insane, sparked in my mind. I unlocked the trailer doors. The dogman reached the truck, its massive claws raking across the metal, creating ear-splitting screeches. I braced myself, knowing I only had seconds. With a surge of adrenaline, I lunged for the back of the trailer. The dogman, sensing its prey close, ripped open the trailer doors. It stepped inside, its burning eyes scanning the interior. It saw them then, the mannequins, their frozen stares, their painted smiles. I slammed the trailer doors shut, locking the beast inside with its silent, smiling companions. I then hit the accelerator, sending the truck and its monstrous cargo careening over the cliff. The sound of crashing metal and splintering wood echoed through the forest, followed by a chilling silence. I sat there, on the edge of the chasm, the faint metallic scent of blood and fur lingering in the air. I had survived. But the memory of those burning eyes, that grotesque smile, would forever haunt the lonely highways of my mind. I had faced dogmen and lived to tell the tale. But at what cost? The dogman may be gone, but something tells me the forest has not forgotten. Story 17. The redwood canopy dripped, a constant, oppressive presence above us. The air hung thick and heavy, saturated with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. My camera, usually a comforting weight around my neck, felt like a leaden albatross. I kept glancing at the small LCD screen, replaying the grainy black and white footage. It had only been a fleeting glimpse, a hulking silhouette obscured by branches, but it was enough. Undeniably, irrefutably Bigfoot. We, the intrepid Thompson family, on our annual pilgrimage to the Pacific Northwest. Mom, perpetually enthralled by the majesty of the ancient trees. Dad, armed with his trusty compass and an encyclopedic knowledge of edible fungi. And me, Sarah, chronicler of our adventures, always searching for that elusive, perfect shot. This year, we'd gotten it. A shot that would rewrite cryptozoological history. A shot that, it seemed, had rewritten our own destinies. The first sign that something was amiss was the silence. The usual cacophony of the forest, the chirping of insects, the rustling of squirrels, had vanished. An unnatural, suffocating stillness had settled over the woods, pressing in on us like a physical force. Then came the wood knocks, 3 sharp raps echoing from the dense undergrowth surrounding our campsite. Dad dismissed it as a woodpecker, but I knew better. Woodpeckers didn't knock with that kind of deliberate, almost intelligent rhythm. That night, as the embers of our campfire died down, the whispering started. Low, guttural murmurs just beyond the periphery of our firelight. We huddled closer together, 3 small islands of warmth in a growing sea of dread. Mom insisted it was the wind playing tricks on us, but the wind didn't whisper words. Words we couldn't quite decipher, but felt in the marrow of our bones. Words that spoke of reclamation, of stolen property. The next morning our trail cam was gone, ripped from the tree where we had so carefully positioned it, leaving only a mangled piece of bark as a grim testament to whatever had taken it. The forest floor around the tree was disturbed, imprinted with enormous footprints, unlike anything I had ever seen. Footprints that confirmed our greatest fear. It wasn't just observing us, it was hunting us, hunting the evidence of its existence. We packed up camp in a frantic rush, our earlier excitement replaced by a primal terror. Every shadow seemed to conceal a hulking form, every snapping twig sent jolts of adrenaline surging through our veins. We moved as quickly as we could, pushing through the dense foliage, the weight of the unseen presence growing heavier with each step. We reached the trailhead just as dusk began to settle. The last rays of sunlight filtering through the towering redwoods, painting the forest floor in streaks of blood orange and bruised violet. Relief washed over me, the promise of civilization, of safety, a tangible thing just beyond the tree line. But as we reached the edge of the woods, a guttural roar shattered the silence, echoing through the trees like the death knell of our hopes. Standing at the edge of the parking lot, silhouetted against the fading light, was the creature. Larger than anything I could have imagined, a hulking behemoth of muscle and fur, its eyes glowing with a malevolent green luminescence. It held our trail cam in its massive hand, the small device looking pathetically insignificant in its grasp. It let out another roar, a sound that vibrated through the very ground beneath our feet, a sound that spoke of its rage, its power, its absolute dominion over this primal landscape. Mom screamed, a high, piercing sound that was quickly swallowed by the immensity of the forest. Dad pushed us behind him, a futile attempt to shield us from the inevitable. I raised my camera, my finger hovering over the shutter button. One last shot. A final, desperate attempt to document the horror unfolding before us. But as I looked through the viewfinder, something shifted. The creature wasn't looking at us, it was looking past us. At something just over our shoulders. Something that made even the monstrous Bigfoot seem small, insignificant. I turned slowly, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. And then I saw them, dozens of them, standing in a silent circle around the parking lot. Tall, slender figures shrouded in shadows, their eyes burning with the same unsettling green light as the creature before us. They were holding hands, their silent, unwavering gazes fixed on us. And then they began to chant. A low, rhythmic drone that resonated with the ancient trees, a sound that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. A sound that spoke of things older than humanity, older than the forest, older than time itself. The Bigfoot dropped the trail cam and stepped back, joining the circle. As the chanting intensified, I understood. They hadn't been hunting the camera. They had been hunting us, luring us, drawing us into their circle, into their world. And as the last rays of sunlight faded and the darkness consumed us completely, I knew, with terrifying certainty, that we weren't leaving this forest. We were becoming a part of it. Another offering to the ancient, unknowable beings that dwelt within its shadowed depths. Another forgotten tale whispered among the trees. Story 18. The blood moon hung, heavy and malevolent, staining the sparse clouds a bruised crimson. It cast the desolate landscape in an unsettling, theatrical light, turning the mundane into the macabre. My headlights barely pierced the oppressive gloom, the two beams like feeble lances against the encroaching night. I was miles from anything resembling civilization, regretting this shortcut, a desolate two-lane highway cutting through a forgotten corner of the country. A shiver, unrelated to the dropping temperature, snaked down my spine. The silence, broken only by the hum of my tires on the aged asphalt, felt too complete, too absolute. It was the silence of a world holding its breath. Then, in the distance, I saw it. A flicker of orange, like a dying ember, pulsing against the inky horizon. As I drew closer, cautiously, the flicker resolved itself into a bonfire, its flames licking at the night with an unnatural hunger. Around the fire, figures moved, dark and indistinct against the swirling flames. My foot instinctively eased off the accelerator. A prickle of unease, sharp and insistent, needled at the back of my neck. I slowed to a crawl, my headlights now fully illuminating the scene. The figures weren't human, not entirely. Their limbs were too long, too thin, bending at unsettling angles. They were shrouded in dark, flowing robes, their faces obscured by deep hoods. And their movements, slow and deliberate, held a disturbing grace, a grotesque parody of human motion. They were performing some kind of ritual. In the center of their circle, a small, pale shape lay on a crude altar of stones. I could make out the shape of a lamb or perhaps a small deer. The robed figures moved around it, their movements accompanied by a low, rhythmic chanting. A sound that resonated deep within my bones. The chanting built an intensity, becoming a frenzied ululation, a primal sound that scraped against the edges of sanity. My stomach churned. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I was witnessing something I was never meant to see. Something ancient and evil. I wanted to look away, to slam my foot on the accelerator and flee back into the welcoming anonymity of the highway. But a morbid fascination, a horrifying curiosity, held me captive. Then, the chanting stopped. The figures froze, their robed forms silhouetted against the leaping flames. And they turned, slowly, as one, their unseen faces directed towards me. The blood moon seemed to pulse, to throb with a malevolent energy. The air crackled with a sudden, palpable tension. The silence returned, heavier, more oppressive than before. I could feel their gazes, unseen but intensely felt, boring into me, stripping away my layers of disbelief, of rational thought. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Then, one of the figures stepped forward, detaching itself from the group. It moved with an unnatural speed, gliding across the ground rather than walking. As it approached, I could see, with growing horror, that it was taller than any human. Its form distorted and elongated, its robes hanging loosely on its skeletal frame. It stopped just outside the reach of my headlights, its face still hidden in the deep shadows of its hood. But I could feel its presence, a suffocating weight pressing down on me, stealing the air from my lungs. The silence stretched, taut and unbearable. And then, a voice, raspy and ancient, echoed from the darkness. A voice that spoke not in words, but in a chilling, guttural whisper that seemed to burrow its way into my mind. The whisper grew louder, intensifying, becoming a terrifying mantra, a promise of pain and oblivion. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the engine roaring in protest. The car lurched forward, tires spinning momentarily on the loose gravel. As I sped away, I risked a glance in my rearview mirror. The figure was gone. The bonfire still burned, its flames dancing against the backdrop of the blood moon. But the other figures, they were no longer around the fire. They were scattered along the highway, their dark forms silhouetted against the crimson light, their long, thin limbs bending at unnatural angles. They were waiting. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I wouldn't escape. They were between me and any hope of civilization. The highway my escape route had become my prison, my tomb. This desolate stretch of road, under the baleful gaze of the blood moon, would be my final resting place. Story 19. The desiccated sunflowers, their heads bowed in perpetual mourning, were the first sign that something was amiss. We'd veered off the interstate, following a hand-painted sign promising a scenic overlook, and the sunflowers, clustered around a rusted mailbox shaped like a giant bumblebee, seemed to mark the boundary between the known world and something else. The air grew thick, heavy, laced with a cloying sweetness, like overripe plums left to rot in the sun. Sarah, always the pragmatist, suggested we turn back. The road, barely more than twin ruts carved into the hard-packed earth, seemed to stretch into an oppressive, ochre monotony. But Barnaby, fueled by a restless curiosity, insisted we press on. He'd read about a hidden ghost town in these parts, convinced we'd stumbled upon a hidden wonder. The wonder we found was not the kind Barnaby expected. Nestled within a shallow ravine, obscured by twisted juniper trees, a collection of crude dwellings huddled together like frightened animals. They weren't houses, not exactly. More like haphazard assemblages of scavenged materials, patched together with mud and something that gleamed, unnervingly, in the fading light. And then we saw them. Figures. Scattered amongst the structures, their forms indistinct against the deepening twilight. They were small, their movements jerky, almost mechanical, like wind-up toys left to run down. A prickling sensation crawled across my skin. This was wrong, profoundly wrong. I whispered to Barnaby, my voice trembling, urging him to turn the car around. But he, captivated by this bizarre tableau, just stared, his eyes wide with a morbid fascination. As we drew closer, the figures resolved themselves into something resembling human. They were clothed in tattered garments, their faces obscured by what looked like crudely fashioned masks made of woven straw. One figure, taller than the rest, carried a long, slender object that caught the last rays of the setting sun, reflecting a sickly yellow light. The air grew colder, the cloying sweetness intensifying, now tinged with something metallic, something acrid. Millie, my younger sister, whimpered beside me. Her hand, small and clammy, reached for mine. We pulled to a stop a few yards from the nearest dwelling. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then, from the center of the village, a rhythmic chanting began. Loud, guttural, almost melodic. It vibrated through the ground, through the car, through us. The figures began to move towards us, their movements now unsettlingly fluid, their silence amplifying the growing horror. The tall figure stopped before us, its masked face inches from the windshield. The long object it carried, now fully illuminated by our headlights, was a bone. A human femur, polished to a disturbing sheen. Barnaby finally seemed to register the danger. He fumbled with the ignition, the engine sputtering in protest. The chanting intensified, the figures pressing closer, their masked faces a grotesque mockery of human expression. Millie screamed, a high, thin sound quickly swallowed by the rising chorus. The engine roared to life, the car lurching forward. But it was too late. The figures swarmed the vehicle, their small, clawed hands tearing at the metal, their chanting rising to a frenzied ululation. I saw Barnaby's face, contorted in terror, his hands gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles were white. The bone. The tall figure raised the femur, its polished surface gleaming in the headlights. It swung the bone, a swift, brutal arc, and the windshield shattered, erupting inwards in a shower of glittering shards. The chanting reached a fever pitch, a cacophony of inhuman sounds, as the figures surged forward. Their masked faces inches from ours, their clawed hands reaching, grabbing, pulling. The last thing I saw was a pair of eyes, gleaming with a malevolent green light, behind the woven straw of the tall figure's mask. Then, darkness. A suffocating, all-consuming darkness punctuated by the rhythmic chanting, the splintering of glass, and the sickeningly sweet, metallic scent of blood. The sunflowers, their heads bowed in perpetual mourning, would remain, silent witnesses to another forgotten horror in this forgotten place. They, and the bumblebee mailbox. Its rusted surface now stained crimson, the only indication that we were ever here, swallowed by the earth, by the sunflowers, by the silent, chanting figures with their gleaming bone. A grotesque trophy, added to their bizarre collection. And the femur, polished smooth by countless hands, a chilling testament to the ultimate price of foolish curiosity. Story 20. The desert shimmered, heat rising in visible waves from the cracked asphalt. Millie, my younger cousin, stirred beside me, complaining about the unrelenting sun. We were hours into our cross-country trip, the monotony broken only by the occasional stunted, twisted tree clawing at the vast, empty sky. A hand-painted sign, barely clinging to its splintered post, advertised, "Blackwood Curios, just ahead." Blackwood. The name itself felt wrong, a prickle of unease settling in my stomach. I glanced at Millie, still dozing, and a wave of protectiveness washed over me. We should keep going, I thought, put as much distance as possible between us and this place. But a strange compulsion, a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain, urged me forward. The curio shop was little more than a ramshackle collection of weathered boards and corrugated metal, nestled precariously between two jagged rock formations. A collection of brightly painted statues stood outside. They were humanoid but distorted, their limbs elongated, their smiles fixed and unsettling. As we pulled closer, a figure emerged from the shop's shadowed interior. She was an older woman, her face etched with deep lines, her eyes surprisingly bright. She wore a simple, faded calico dress that seemed to absorb the harsh desert light. "Welcome," she said, her voice a low, raspy whisper that seemed to vibrate in the still air. "To Blackwood." She gestured towards the statues. "These are my children," she explained, her voice tinged with a disconcerting pride. "Each one unique, each one filled with the spirit of the desert." Millie, awake now, stared at the statues with wide, apprehensive eyes. I felt a sudden urge to shield her, to pull her back into the car and drive away. But the woman's gaze held me captive. There was something about her, something both unsettling and strangely compelling. Inside, the shop was a dimly lit labyrinth of dusty shelves and overflowing display cases. Strange objects filled every corner. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling, their pungent aroma filling the air. Oddly shaped stones and pieces of bone lay scattered on tables. And everywhere, those unnervingly cheerful statues. Millie clutched my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "They're creepy," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the faint, rhythmic chanting that seemed to emanate from the back of the shop. The chanting grew louder, accompanied by a low, rhythmic drumming. The woman smiled, a strange, almost predatory glint in her eyes. "It is the song of Blackwood," she explained. "A prayer to the ancient ones who dwell within the earth." She picked up a small, intricately carved wooden doll. "This one," she said, holding it out to Millie, "is filled with the spirit of protection. It will keep you safe on your journey." Millie recoiled, shaking her head. I, however, felt drawn to the doll, a strange fascination overriding my better judgment. I reached out and took it, the smooth, polished wood surprisingly warm against my palm. As we left the shop, the chanting continued, the sound echoing strangely in the vast emptiness of the desert. Millie remained silent, her eyes fixed on the retreating figure of the woman. I glanced at the doll in my hand. It seemed to pulse with a faint, internal warmth. Miles down the highway, the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and blood orange. Millie finally spoke, her voice trembling. "There was something wrong with that place," she said. "Something wrong with that woman." I tried to reassure her, telling her it was just our imaginations. But even as I spoke the words, a chill settled deep within my bones. The doll in my pocket felt heavier, almost as if it were alive. As darkness enveloped us, A strange, phosphorescent glow began to emanate from the doll. I pulled over, my heart pounding against my ribs. The glow intensified, illuminating the interior of the car with an eerie, green light. Millie screamed, pointing to the doll. Its painted smile had widened, twisting into a grotesque grimace. The eyes, previously blank, now burned with a malevolent green fire. The rhythmic chanting started again, this time seemingly coming from inside the car, surrounding us. The statues, I realized with a growing horror, were no longer behind us. They were all around us, their glowing green eyes fixed on us, their painted smiles twisting into monstrous sneers. They had followed us. They were everywhere. Millie and I were trapped, caught in the web of Blackwood, and the ancient ones who dwelled within. We had taken something that didn't belong to us, and now we would pay the ultimate price. The chanting grew louder, the drumming more insistent, as the statues closed in. Their outstretched hands reaching for us, their smiles promising a terrifying welcome to the heart of Blackwood. I looked at Millie, her face frozen in terror, and a single, horrifying thought echoed through my mind. The woman hadn't given us a gift. She had given us a curse. Story 21. The sun, a molten orange orb sinking below the jagged horizon, painted the Nevada sky in hues of bruised plum and sickly yellow. My vintage El Camino, a rumbling testament to a bygone era, ate up the miles, its chrome teardrops slicing through the deepening twilight. I was headed to a remote stargazing event, a clandestine gathering of amateur astronomers lured by the promise of unparalleled celestial views far from city lights. A flicker of movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. Something beside the highway. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a swaying Joshua tree, or perhaps a desert hare. But then, the flicker resolved itself into something more concrete, something unsettling. A small, crudely fashioned wooden sign, barely visible in the fading light, pointed down a barely discernible dirt track. Curiosity, that ever-present companion on solitary journeys, pricked at me. The sign read, simply, Starlight Sanctuary. Against my better judgment, I eased the El Camino onto the dirt track. The tires crunched on the loose shale, the sound oddly amplified in the growing quiet. The track wound through a dense thicket of twisted juniper trees, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. A faint, almost sickeningly sweet aroma hung in the air, growing stronger with each turn. As the trees thinned, I saw it. A clearing bathed in an eerie, phosphorescent green light. In the center stood a ramshackle collection of structures, seemingly cobbled together from scavenged materials. It was more of a shantytown than a sanctuary, its crude dwellings huddled together like frightened animals. And then, I saw them. Figures. Robed figures. Their forms indistinct against the unnatural light, moving with an unsettling grace around a central bonfire. The rhythmic chanting started softly, a low drone that vibrated through the very earth. It was a sound wholly unlike anything human, a primal sound that resonated deep within my bones, awakening a nameless dread. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the encroaching horror. As I drew closer, the details became clearer, more terrifying. The robes were not robes at all, but tattered garments, patchwork assemblages of faded calico and burlap. The faces beneath the hoods, now partially illuminated by the firelight, were not human. They were masks. Crudely fashioned masks. Their surfaces etched with grotesque parodies of human expression. Their painted smiles twisted into horrifying grimaces, their eyes empty sockets filled with that same unsettling green luminescence. The chanting intensified, rising to a fever pitch, accompanied by a frantic drumbeat. The figures began to sway, their movements jerky and unsettlingly fluid. They were dancing. Dancing around the bonfire, their grotesque faces contorted in a bizarre mockery of celebration. And then, I saw what they were dancing around. An altar. A crude wooden plank stained crimson, upon which lay a figure. A human figure, still and silent. A cold wave of terror washed over me. This was no stargazing sanctuary. This was a slaughterhouse, a place of sacrifice. My foot instinctively slammed on the brake pedal, the tires spitting gravel as the El Camino skidded to a halt. I had to get out of there. I had to turn back. But as I fumbled for the reverse gear, I noticed movement in the rearview mirror. Figures. More robed figures, emerging from the shadows, their green eyes burning with predatory anticipation. They were closing in. Panic seized me. My hand trembled uncontrollably as I twisted the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, the El Camino bucking like a frightened animal. I slammed the gear into reverse, tires spinning momentarily before finding purchase. The vehicle surged backward, narrowly missing the outstretched hands of the approaching figures. As I sped away, the chanting intensified, a terrifying mantra accompanying my desperate flight. The last thing I saw, before the trees swallowed the clearing once more, was the figure on the altar. Its face, now fully illuminated by the firelight, was my own. They had prepared my place. I was their next offering. The starlight sanctuary had become my tomb. And as the chanting faded into the distance, a chilling certainty settled over me. I would not escape. They would find me. They were always there, waiting in the shadows, their painted smiles promising a horrifying welcome to the forgotten places, the places where the stars never shine. And I, their newest guest, would join their grotesque dance, becoming another silent testament to the horrors that dwell in the hidden corners of the world. Story 22. The biting desert wind whipped around us, stinging my exposed skin. We were miles from the designated campsite, hopelessly lost. Barnaby, fueled by cheap beer and a misguided sense of adventure, had insisted on a shortcut. Now, the setting sun painted the jagged peaks a malevolent crimson, and the desert stretched before us, vast and unforgiving. Millie, my ever-practical girlfriend, muttered about Barnaby's navigational skills, while Timmy, her younger brother, kicked at the sparse vegetation, his usual boundless energy replaced with a petulant frown. Then, through a gap in the twisted juniper trees, we saw it. A clearing bathed in the last rays of the sun, and in the center a circle of stones, eerily perfect in their placement. A chill, unrelated to the dropping temperature, settled in my bones. Let's just check it out. Barnaby slurred, his bravado not entirely extinguished. Millie and I exchanged uneasy glances, but curiosity, that age-old human flaw, nudged us forward. The clearing was silent, oppressive. The stones, worn smooth by time and the elements, were arranged in a precise spiral. In the center, the packed earth was darker, almost black. As I stepped closer, a faint, coppery scent tickled my nose, and a low humming, barely audible, vibrated through the ground beneath my feet. Timmy, always the first to react, pointed towards the edge of the clearing. There, half hidden amongst the scrub brush, were statues. Crudely fashioned, almost grotesque, they seemed to be made of some kind of dark wood, their surfaces etched with strange symbols. Their faces, though, were what truly unsettled me. Blank white, and somehow accusatory. They seemed to follow our every movement. The humming intensified, and the coppery smell grew stronger, almost sickeningly sweet. A prickling sensation crawled across my skin. I looked at Millie, her face pale in the fading light. "Barnaby, let's just go," she pleaded, her voice trembling. But Barnaby, eyes glazed over, was already walking towards the center of the circle. He reached down and, with a disturbingly casual air, picked up a small, smooth stone from the black earth. As he did, the humming escalated into a low drone, and the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. The statues, no longer still, began to move. Slowly at first, their movements jerky and unnatural, but gaining speed, their limbs bending at impossible angles. Their white faces, previously blank, now seemed to shimmer, resolving into horrifying grimaces. The air crackled with an unseen energy, and the coppery scent became overpowering, choking. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. I grabbed Millie's hand, pulling her and Timmy back towards the trees. "Run," I yelled, my voice strained and thin. But it was too late. The statues, now fully animated, were closing in. Their movements unsettlingly graceful, their grotesque faces inches from ours. Their mouths opened, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. A chorus of inhuman shrieks filled the air, a horrifying cacophony that drowned out my own terrified screams. I stumbled, falling backwards, my hand tearing away from Millie's. Timmy screamed again, a high, piercing sound quickly swallowed by the rising chorus of the statues. I saw Millie reach for him, her face a mask of unadulterated horror, as the grotesque figures swarmed around them, their clawed hands reaching, grasping. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline surging through my veins. I had to get out, had to escape. But as I turned to run, a figure stepped out from behind the trees, blocking my path. Taller than the others, it wore a cloak of woven straw, its face hidden beneath a grotesque mask. It raised a hand, its long, skeletal fingers outstretched. And then, it spoke. Its voice, a raspy whisper that seemed to resonate from the very earth itself, uttered a single word. A word I didn't understand, but one that filled me with a bone-chilling dread. A certainty that I had stumbled upon something ancient, something evil, and that I would pay the ultimate price for my foolish curiosity. The last thing I saw, as the figures closed in, their grotesque faces contorted in triumphant smiles, was the figure in the straw cloak lowering its hand, its long fingers wrapping around my throat, its touch like ice. The coppery scent intensified, filling my lungs, choking me. The humming, now deafening, vibrated through my very being as the world around me dissolved into darkness. Story 23. The desert highway, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of a sodium vapor moon, stretched before me, an endless, monotonous ribbon. I was transporting a load of sheds, ironically, toward a planned community called New Eden. A name that felt increasingly inappropriate as the miles ticked by, and the landscape grew increasingly desolate. Up ahead, I saw a flicker of orange light. Not the steady pulse of a roadside diner, but something different. Curiosity, that persistent little gremlin, whispered in my ear. I slowed, squinting against the encroaching darkness. As I drew closer, the orange glow resolved itself into a bonfire, blazing in the center of the highway. Surrounding the flames, a group of figures, robed and hooded, moved with a disturbing, almost choreographed grace. They weren't dancing, not exactly. More like swaying, their movements accompanied by a low, rhythmic chanting that resonated through the cab of my rig. A prickling sensation crawled across my scalp. This wasn't a roadside barbecue. This was something else entirely. I pulled over to the shoulder, a safe distance away, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I considered turning around, going back, pretending I'd never seen anything. But that gremlin, curiosity, had its claws sunk deep. I grabbed my binoculars from the glove compartment, focusing on the scene unfolding before me. The robes, I could now see, were a patchwork of fabrics, faded and tattered. Some were adorned with what looked like dried herbs, others with small bones. The chanting grew louder, gaining a disturbing, almost musical cadence. And then I saw it. In the center of their circle, on a crude altar fashioned from stacked stones, lay a thing. It was humanoid in shape, small and almost skeletal, wrapped in what looked like a faded calico dress. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the figures swaying faster, their movements growing increasingly frenzied. One of the robed figures, taller than the rest, stepped forward, raising a slender, gleaming blade. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't a dance, it was a sacrifice. The blade descended, and a guttural scream, thin and reedy, pierced the night. The robed figures erupted in a cacophony of ululations, their voices echoing off the distant messes. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the chanting stopped. The figures froze, their heads snapping up as if listening for something. A chilling silence descended, broken only by the crackling of the bonfire. And then, I felt it. A shift in the air, a palpable weight pressing down like a suffocating blanket. The bonfire flickered, the flames turning an unsettling shade of green. From the heart of the flames, something began to rise. A shape, dark and indistinct, growing larger with every second. It wasn't human. Not anymore. It was tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. Its head, silhouetted against the malevolent green light, was elongated, almost serpentine. And then, it moved. With a speed that defied logic, it lunged forward, its clawed hands outstretched. The robed figures scattered, their screams swallowed by the desert night. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the engine roaring to life. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The image of that thing, rising from the flames, was seared into my mind. I drove for what felt like hours, the image haunting my every thought. Finally, as the first rays of dawn painted the eastern sky, I pulled over at a truck stop, my body trembling with exhaustion and residual terror. I stumbled into the diner, the smell of stale coffee and frying bacon doing little to comfort my frayed nerves. I ordered a black coffee and sat down at the counter, my hands still shaking. A waitress, a woman with a kind face and tired eyes, placed the coffee in front of me. "Rofe night?" she asked, her voice gentle. I looked at her, the words catching in my throat. "You have no idea." I finally managed, my voice a raspy whisper. She smiled sadly, a knowing look in her eyes. "See anything you weren't supposed to?" I froze, my blood turning to ice. How could she know? I looked around the diner, at the other patrons, their faces now seeming strangely familiar. Their smiles, once comforting, now seemed predatory. The waitress leaned closer, her voice a venomous whisper. "They're always looking for new recruits. Welcome to New Eden." The coffee cup slipped from my grasp, shattering against the tiled floor. The scream died in my throat, replaced by a chilling certainty. I was no longer just a witness. I was next. Story 24. The obsidian blade, slick with a viscous, iridescent fluid, descended. The chanting, a guttural, dissonant chorus, reached a fevered crescendo. I squeezed my eyes shut. Sarah's scream echoing in my ears, a final, desperate plea swallowed by the desert night. Then silence. An oppressive, suffocating silence. And then the rooster crowd. The insistent, jarring sound pulled me from the nightmare. Sunlight streamed through the grimy window of the Desert Rose Motel, painting a rectangle of warmth across the faded floral wallpaper. Sarah slept soundly beside me, her face pale. But P sat up, heart pounding, a metallic tang lingering on my tongue. It had all felt so real. The chanting, the robed figures, their faces hidden beneath woven straw masks. The altar, fashioned from bleached bones and twisted desert wood. The sacrifice. We had arrived in Harmony Springs the previous afternoon, drawn by the lure of abandoned places, the whispers of forgotten stories. The town, nestled precariously between two jagged messes, looked harmless enough in the midday sun. Empty. Weathered buildings lined the single main street, their vacant windows staring out like hollow eyes. A dusty general store, its shelves still stocked with ancient cans of peaches and jars of pickled eggs. A gas station, its pumps rusted and skeletal. And at the edge of town, a cluster of crudely fashioned statues. Painted in vibrant, unsettling colors, their fixed smiles seeming to mock our presence. The first loop had begun with a sense of adventure, a thrill of exploration. We had wandered through the deserted streets, documenting the decay with our cameras, imagining the lives once lived within those crumbling walls. We had discovered the statues just as the sun began dipping below the horizon, painting the desert in hues of blood orange and bruised violet. Their painted smiles, initially charming, began to twist into something grotesque in the fading light. Then, the chanting had started, a low, rhythmic drone emanating from the shadows behind the general store. Each loop had been subtly different, the horror slowly ratcheting up, the details becoming clearer, more visceral. The robed figures, initially distant silhouettes, grew closer. Their movements unsettlingly fluid, their chanting intensifying with each repetition. The sacrifices, at first implied, became explicit, the obsidian blade flashing in the firelight, the screams echoing through the empty streets. We had tried everything to break the cycle, fleeing the town only to find ourselves inexplicably back at the Desert Rose Motel as the Rooster crowd, destroying the statues only to find them perfectly reassembled the next morning, pleading with the robed figures, our words swallowed by their relentless chanting. Now, on what felt like the 100th loop, the dread was a physical weight pressing against my chest. I watched Sarah sleep, her brow furrowed, her breath shallow. She was beginning to remember, too, glimmers of the horror seeping into her dreams. This time I knew would be different. We wouldn't just be witnesses. We would be participants. The Rooster crowd again, its call echoing through the silent town. I got out of bed, the metallic tang still on my tongue, a premonition of the horror to come. I looked at Sarah, still asleep, her face pale in the morning light. This time, I wouldn't let them take her. This time, I would be the sacrifice. The sun climbed higher, painting the desert in hues of gold and ochre. The statues outside the Desert Rose Motel, their painted smiles gleaming in the harsh light, seemed to beckon. I walked towards them, a strange calm settling over me, a sense of acceptance. The chanting started, a low, guttural hum vibrating through the packed earth. The robed figures emerged from the shadows, their movements graceful, almost hypnotic. They surrounded me, their unseen faces directed towards me, their silence more terrifying than any scream. The tallest figure stepped forward, the obsidian blade glinting in his hand. He raised it above his head, the iridescent fluid dripping onto the parched earth. I closed my eyes, Sarah's scream echoing in my memory. The blade descended. And then silence. A deep, profound silence, unbroken by the rooster's crow. Story 25. The desert shimmered, its heat waves creating phantom lakes on the horizon. A lone figure by the roadside, thumb outstretched, broke the monotony. He looked harmless enough, backpack slung over one shoulder, a gentle smile playing on his lips. My conscience, or perhaps just boredom, nudged me. I pulled over, the gravel crunching under my tires. "Need a ride?" I asked, rolling down the window. "That's mighty kind of you," he replied, his voice a smooth baritone. "Name's Caleb." He climbed in, the scent of sandalwood filling the car. Oddly specific, I thought, but dismissed it. Caleb's conversation was initially charming. He spoke of his travels, his love of the open road, his search for spiritual enlightenment. It was all very free spirit, very find yourself. Then, the conversation drifted. He began talking about a community he'd found, a place called Harmony Springs, where people lived in peace and harmony, far from the corrupting influence of the outside world. He mentioned their leader, a woman named Sister Serenity. She had, he explained, a gift for seeing the inner light within people. She could help them unlock their true potential, shed the burdens of their past lives. He talked about rituals, about cleansing, about becoming one with the universe. The words were harmless enough, but his tone, his fervent gaze made my skin crawl. "We're always looking for new members," he said, his smile widening. "Perhaps you'd like to visit Harmony Springs." I mumbled something about having a tight schedule, trying to sound polite but firm. He didn't push, but that unsettling smile remained. He changed the subject, talking about vintage cars, then about the peculiar rock formations we were passing. He seemed to have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything. It was impressive, but also unnervingly intense. As we drove, I noticed subtle changes in the landscape. The vibrant desert flowers vanished, replaced by sparse, dry brush. Twisted juniper trees appeared, their branches gnarled and reaching, like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder, the sunlight fading, even though it was still mid-afternoon. The road, previously a smooth ribbon of asphalt, became cracked and uneven. "Almost there," Caleb said, gesturing ahead. In the distance, I saw it, A collection of crude dwellings huddled together like frightened animals. No electricity lines, no paved roads, just a cluster of ramshackle structures against the darkening sky. A central bonfire burned, the flames licking at the twilight. Around the fire, I could make out figures, robed and swaying, their movements unsettlingly graceful. A low, rhythmic chanting started, carried on the wind. "Is that Harmony Springs?" I asked. My voice barely a whisper. "It is," Caleb replied, his voice losing its smooth baritone, becoming something raspy, almost predatory. "And they're waiting for you." The chanting grew louder, faster. I saw more figures emerge from the shadows, their forms indistinct against the firelight, but their movements, their energy, radiated a palpable malice. Caleb's smile twisted into a grotesque sneer. His hand reached into his backpack, pulling out a slender object, something metallic glinting in the firelight. My heart hammered against my ribs. Adrenaline surged through me. This wasn't a spiritual retreat. This was something else entirely. Something sinister. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the car lurching forward. "Where do you think you're going?" Caleb hissed, his voice dripping venom. He grabbed my arm, surprisingly strong. The metallic object in his hand flashed. It was a blade, wickedly curved, and stained crimson. I swerved the car violently, throwing him off balance. He slammed against the door, the blade clattering to the floor. I reached down, grabbed it, the cold metal burning my hand. "Jet out," I yelled, brandishing the blade. He hesitated, his eyes burning with an unholy light. Then, with a guttural growl, he lunged. I swung the blade, a desperate, instinctive movement. It connected, a sickening thud, a gurgling sound, then silence. I looked down. The blade was buried deep in his chest. His eyes, wide and vacant, stared up at me. The chanting from Harmony Springs continued, a relentless, terrifying mantra. I ripped the blade free, a spray of crimson staining the dashboard. My hands trembled uncontrollably. My stomach churned. I put the car in reverse, tires spinning momentarily before finding purchase. I backed away, then spun around, heading back the way I'd come. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see what they would do with his body. I just drove, the rhythmic chanting echoing in my ears, a horrifying reminder of the welcome I'd received at Harmony Springs. The desert, once beautiful and serene, now seemed menacing, filled with unseen horrors, and the scent of sandalwood, once pleasant and exotic, now reeked of death. Story 26. The desert, usually a canvas of muted browns and ochres, shimmered with an impossible vibrancy. Colors I couldn't quite place, like the iridescent sheen of an oil slick, pulsed across the landscape. My head throbbed, a dull pain behind my eyes intensifying with every mile. I pulled into a rest stop, the neon sign buzzing erratically, casting a sickly yellow glow over the cracked asphalt. The air itself felt thick, heavy, pressing against my skin like a damp cloth. Inside, the diner was almost empty. A lone waitress stood behind the counter, polishing a chipped mug with a disturbingly detached air. She didn't look up as I approached, her movements slow, almost mechanical. I ordered coffee, the words feeling thick and clumsy in my mouth. The coffee arrived, lukewarm and strangely metallic. I took a hesitant sip, the bitter liquid doing little to quell the growing unease within me. As I sat there, sipping the metallic brew, I started to notice the other occupants. They sat huddled in booths, their faces obscured by shadow. They didn't speak, didn't move. Just sat there, radiating a silent, oppressive presence. My heart began to pound, a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I tried to focus on the mundane, on the cracked vinyl of the booth, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead. Anything to distract myself from the growing dread. But the figures in the booths seemed to draw my gaze, their stillness becoming increasingly unnerving. I finished my coffee quickly, the metallic taste lingering on my tongue. I needed to leave. This place felt wrong, deeply, profoundly wrong. As I stood to leave, I noticed something on the counter. A small, wooden doll, crudely carved and painted with unsettlingly bright colors. It stared at me with vacant, painted eyes, a grotesque parody of innocence. I looked back at the waitress. She was still polishing the mug, her gaze fixed on it with an unnerving intensity. She didn't seem to notice me watching her. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the doll. As I reached the door, I heard a soft, almost musical sound. It seemed to emanate from the booths, a low, rhythmic chanting that resonated deep within my bones. I fumbled for the door handle, my hand shaking uncontrollably. I pulled it open and stumbled out into the oppressive desert night. Back in my car, I slammed the door, locking it with a resounding click. The chanting continued, seemingly amplified by the closed windows. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine sputtering to life. As I pulled away from the rest stop, I glanced back at the diner. The figures were now visible in the window, their faces illuminated by the flickering neon sign. They were all staring at me, their smiles wide, unnerving, predatory. The chanting followed me down the highway, a persistent, unsettling drone that seemed to seep into my very being. I pressed harder on the accelerator, the speedometer needle climbing higher. The desert landscape blurred around me, the vibrant colors now swirling into a nauseating kaleidoscope. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, as if the figures were closing in. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them pursuing me, their grotesque faces pressed against the glass. But there was nothing there, just the empty highway stretching behind me, disappearing into the deepening darkness. Yet, the chanting continued, resonating through the car, through me. I realized, with a chilling certainty, that the figures weren't behind me. They were inside me. The landscape outside began to distort, the vibrant colors intensifying, pulsating with an unnatural luminescence. The highway ahead seemed to twist and squirm, the asphalt rippling like water. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the musical notes now distorted, grotesque. My head throbbed, the pain blinding. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, struggling to maintain control. Then, I saw it. A figure standing in the middle of the highway, bathed in an eerie green light. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs elongated, its form shifting and shimmering like a mirage. Its face was hidden beneath a woven straw mask, but I could feel its gaze, burning into me, a palpable weight of malice. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming against the asphalt. But it was too late. The figure lunged forward, its movements impossibly fast, its clawed hands reaching for me. The chanting intensified, the grotesque melody twisting into a horrifying cacophony. The world dissolved into a swirling vortex of color and sound, and I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I had crossed a boundary, entered a realm from which there was no escape. The figures in the diner, the doll, the chanting, it had all been a prelude, a macabre welcome to their world. And now, I was one of them. Story 27. The neon sign, flickering a sickly yellow against the bruised purple twilight, promised sanctuary. Starlight Diner. It proclaimed, the letters chipped and faded like a forgotten dream. My stomach rumbled, a low, insistent growl that matched the desolate landscape around me. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, the silence punctuated only by the crunch of tires on loose stones. The diner looked harmless enough, a beacon of warmth in the gathering gloom. A haven. Inside, the air hung thick with the aroma of burnt sugar and something faintly metallic, a scent that tickled the back of my throat. A woman, her face a mask of welcoming anonymity beneath a brimmed straw hat, stood behind the counter. Her smile, though gentle, didn't quite reach her eyes, which held a disturbing sheen. I ordered coffee and a slice of apple pie, the image of warm, cinnamon-spiced filling a comforting balm against the growing unease coiling in my gut. The coffee arrived, steaming in a chipped mug. It smelled surprisingly strong, almost acrid. The first sip sent a jolt through me, a bitter tang followed by a rush of unnatural warmth spreading through my limbs. The pie, when it came, looked perfect, a golden crust crimped around glistening, ruby red filling. But the first bite, instead of the expected sweetness, brought a wave of dizziness, the room tilting precariously around me. The perfume the waitress wore, a cloying sweetness I hadn't noticed before, intensified, filling my nostrils, suffocating me. The room seemed to shift, the walls pulsing with a faint, internal light. The other patrons, a sparse collection of individuals I hadn't properly registered before, turned their heads, their gazes fixed on me. Their faces, illuminated by the flickering fluorescent lights overhead, seemed oddly smooth, their expressions frozen in unsettling smiles. Their eyes, wide and unblinking, glowed with an eerie green luminescence. A low humming started, a dissonant chorus emanating from the figures around me. Their movements became jerky, almost mechanical, their heads bobbing in a grotesque mockery of human motion. The humming escalated, twisting into a rhythmic chanting, a primal sound that resonated deep within my bones. The room spun faster, the walls dissolving into a swirling vortex of colors, strangely vibrant against the encroaching darkness. Panic clawed at my throat. I tried to stand, to escape this horrifying tableau, but my limbs felt heavy, weighted down by an invisible force. The chanting intensified, the words becoming clearer, a terrifying mantra accompanying their grotesque dance. They were talking about cleansing, about inner light, about becoming one with the starlight. Their smiles widened, revealing rows of pointed teeth, their eyes burning brighter, their green light casting grotesque shadows across the diner's interior. I stumbled towards the door, a desperate attempt to break free, but the figures closed in, their robed forms silhouetted against the pulsing walls. Their outstretched hands, their fingers ending in wickedly sharp claws, reached for me, their smiles promising a terrifying welcome. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the room a kaleidoscope of swirling colors and grotesque figures. My vision blurred, the world dissolving into a nauseating swirl of light and sound. I woke on the hard, packed earth, the desert stretching before me, bathed in the harsh light of morning. The diner was gone, vanished without a trace. Had it ever been there? Had I imagined it all? A faint, metallic scent lingered in the air, a chilling reminder of the nightmare I had just escaped. But the silence, the oppressive solitude of the desert, offered no answers. Only a growing dread, a terrifying certainty that the starlight had taken something from me, something I could never get back. A part of my sanity, perhaps. Or maybe, something even more precious. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I fumbled for my car keys, the metal cold against my skin. The desert, once a symbol of freedom, now felt menacing, its vast emptiness hiding unknowable horrors. The highway stretched before me, a shimmering ribbon disappearing into the horizon. I hesitated, a prickle of fear crawling across my skin. Was it safe to continue? Or was the starlight still watching, waiting to claim its next victim? I climbed into the car, the interior stiflingly hot. The engine roared to life, a welcome sound against the oppressive silence. I drove, the highway unwinding before me, the desert landscape blurring around me. But the memory of the diner, the chanting figures, their unsettling smiles, their luminous green eyes, remained. A chilling testament to the horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of reality, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting traveler. The starlight. It had taken something from me, and I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it would never truly let me go. It would always be there, lurking in the shadows, a terrifying reminder of the night I stopped at the Starlight Diner. Story 28. The chanting, rhythmic and deep, vibrated through the floorboards, up my legs, and settled, a cold knot in my gut. The figures, their faces obscured by woven straw masks, moved with a disturbing, almost choreographed grace around the bonfire. The flames painted their patchwork garments in flickering shades of orange and red, their movements growing increasingly frenzied. I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that we had stumbled into something we were never meant to see. My family, my wife Sarah, and our young son, Caleb, We're trapped, caught in a bizarre, horrifying ritual. And I was the one who had led us here. It had all started innocently enough. A family road trip, a much-needed escape from the city. We were driving through the desolate expanse of the Mojave Desert, the sun already beginning to dip below the jagged horizon. Caleb, restless after hours in the car, had begged for a break. When we saw the sign for the rest stop, a small, isolated oasis of concrete and asphalt in the vast emptiness, it seemed like a godsend. The rest stop was eerily quiet. No other vehicles. No humming vending machines, no murmur of conversation. Just an unsettling silence, broken only by the distant howl of a wolf. Even the restroom building, usually a haven of fluorescent light and the hum of hand dryers, was dark and silent. A single, flickering bulb cast long, distorted shadows across the grimy tiled floor. Sarah immediately felt uneasy. She suggested we leave, find another rest stop. But Caleb, energized by the brief respite from the car, was already exploring the small playground. Its rusted swings creaking in the slight breeze. I, convinced it was just an unusually quiet night, reassured Sarah, telling her we'd be on our way in a few minutes. It was a decision I would soon come to regret, a decision that sealed our fate. As Caleb played, I noticed the statues. Crudely fashioned from scavenged materials. They were scattered around the perimeter of the rest stop, their blank, white surfaces gleaming faintly in the fading light. They were unsettling, their stillness unnerving. I tried to convince myself it was just local folk art, a quirky roadside attraction. But a prickling sensation crawled across my skin, a growing unease coiling in my stomach. Then, the chanting started. Low, rhythmic, almost melodic. It seemed to emanate from the dense scrub brush behind the rest stop. Sarah, her face pale, grabbed my arm. When in need to go. Now, as we hurried towards Caleb, the figures emerged from the brush. They were tall, their limbs elongated, their movements unsettlingly fluid. Their faces, hidden beneath those woven straw masks, were unseen, unknowable. They carried crude weapons fashioned from bone and metal, their surfaces etched with strange symbols. And they were chanting, their voices growing louder. The rhythmic drone echoing through the still desert air. The figures formed a loose circle around the bonfire, their chanting intensifying. We were trapped, surrounded. Sarah, clutching Caleb close, whispered, "What do we do?" I didn't know. Terror, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. I looked at my family, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight, their eyes wide with fear. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that we were in grave danger. The tallest figure, its straw cloak swaying in the breeze, stepped towards us. It raised a slender, bone-like object, its surface gleaming in the firelight. It pointed the object at Caleb, and the chanting reached a fever pitch. Sarah screamed a desperate, primal sound. And then, the figure lunged. Story 29. The fluorescent lights buzzed, casting a sickly yellow pallor over the grimy restroom. I shuddered, the chill of the tiled floor seeping through my thin sandals. Relief, however temporary, coursed through me. Hours on the open road had taken their toll. This pit stop, however desolate, offered a much-needed respite. Washing my hands in the cracked sink, I glanced at my reflection. Fatigue etched deep lines around my eyes. I splashed cold water on my face, a futile attempt to revive myself. As I reached for a paper towel, a glint of metal caught my eye. It emanated from a small, almost hidden crevice near the base of the wall. Curiosity piqued, I crouched down for a closer look. The crevice was wider than I initially thought, and the metallic gleam resolved itself into a small, tarnished doorknob. A door, hidden behind a loose panel of wall tiles. A wave of unease washed over me. Why would a restroom have a secret door? Logic screamed at me to leave it alone, to get back in my car and drive away as quickly as possible. But a morbid fascination, an inexplicable need to know, held me captive. I carefully pried the loose tiles away, revealing a dark, narrow passage. The air emanating from the opening was frigid, carrying a faint, coppery scent. Hesitation warred with an irrational compulsion. Was this an emergency exit? A maintenance access point? Or something far more sinister? My better judgment lost the battle. I pushed the panel aside, the hidden door swinging inwards with a low groan. The passage was barely wide enough for me to squeeze through. The air inside was thick with the smell of dust and decay. The coppery tang intensified, becoming almost overpowering. It triggered a vague memory, something unpleasant, but I couldn't quite place it. Each step forward amplified my apprehension. The floor beneath my feet was uneven, dirt and loose stones shifting with every movement. The passage opened into a larger chamber. The first thing I noticed was the cold. It was an unnatural chill, a bone-deep coldness that seemed to emanate from the very walls. The air here was heavy, stagnant. The second thing I noticed was the smell. The coppery scent was now overwhelmingly strong, mingled with something else, something sickly sweet, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. My eyes slowly adjusted to the dim light filtering through a small, barred window high above. The chamber was circular, the walls constructed of rough-hewn stone. In the center stood a crude, stone table stained a disturbing shade of crimson. Around the table, arranged in a macabre circle, were a series of metal devices, instruments of torture, clamps, pulleys, blades, each one meticulously crafted, gleaming faintly in the gloom. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't an emergency exit. This wasn't a maintenance access point. This was a torture chamber. My breath hitched in my throat. I had to get out. I turned to flee, but a sound stopped me. A low, guttural murmur, seemingly coming from the shadows beyond the pool of light. My heart hammered against my ribs. I slowly turned back, my eyes straining to pierce the darkness. Figures began to emerge from the shadows. They were humanoid in shape, but their movements were unsettlingly fluid, almost serpentine. They were dressed in long, dark robes, their faces obscured by hoods. Their hands, however, were bare, long, slender fingers tipped with sharp, gleaming claws. As they moved closer, I noticed something else. Their eyes. They glowed with an unnatural luminescence, a malevolent green light that seemed to pierce through the darkness. They formed a silent circle around me, their gazes fixed on me. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. The chanting started softly, a low, rhythmic drone that vibrated through the chamber. The words were indecipherable, yet I understood their meaning. They were welcoming me to their horrifying ritual. My mind raced. I had stumbled into something ancient, something evil. I was trapped. The chanting grew louder, the rhythmic drone intensifying. The figures began to sway, their movements growing increasingly frenzied. The air crackled with an unseen energy. I could feel their presence closing in, suffocating me. A primal terror, a terror unlike anything I had ever known, seized me. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would not leave this place alive. I would become another victim. Another forgotten horror in this desolate place. The green light intensified, blinding me. The chanting reached a fever pitch, drowning out every other sound, every thought. My scream died in my throat, swallowed by the darkness. Story 31. The Arizona sun beat down, baking the cracked asphalt, the heat shimmering in waves. Millie, ever the optimist, insisted this starlight sanctuary sounded amazing. Caleb, my perpetually sarcastic best friend, mumbled something about overpriced bottled water and questionable celestial views. I, personally, just wanted to get to the Grand Canyon. This detour, suggested by Barnaby, our self-proclaimed spiritual guide, already felt like a mistake. We pulled into the rest stop. It was, to put it mildly, desolate. A lone picnic table sagged under the oppressive sun, and the restroom building looked like it had last seen a cleaning crew sometime during the Eisenhower administration. As Barnaby rummaged through his backpack for his sacred cleansing herbs, a figure emerged from the shimmering heat haze. She was tall, almost gaunt, her floral print dress clinging to her frame like a shroud. Her face was obscured by a wide-brimmed straw hat, but I could sense her gaze, sharp and unsettling. She didn't speak, just stood there, a silent sentinel in the baking sun, her presence radiating a peculiar stillness. "Lost, Mom?" Caleb asked, his voice laced with a hint of unease. The woman tilted her head, a slow, deliberate movement. She pointed a long, bony finger down the highway, towards the direction we were traveling. Then, in a voice that was surprisingly deep, almost gravelly, she said, "Harmony Springs awaits, but beware the collectors." A shiver crawled up my spine. "Collectors?" Millie asked, tilting her head. The woman's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too pointed. "They take what shines brightest," she rasped. "Your laughter, your joy, your very essence. They collect it all." Barnaby, finally emerging from his backpack, dismissed her with a wave of his hand. "Just a local eccentric," he announced. "Ignore her. Bad vibes. We need to focus on aligning our chakras with the cosmic energy flow." Ignoring the woman's unsettling presence proved difficult. Her words echoed in my mind as we continued our journey. The landscape, already desolate, became increasingly oppressive. The sparse vegetation seemed to wither under our gaze. Even Millie's usual boundless energy seemed to diminish, replaced by a growing unease. We reached Harmony Springs as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of bruised violet. The town wasn't so much a town as a loose collection of ramshackle structures huddled together against the encroaching darkness. A single, flickering gas station sign provided the only illumination, casting long, distorted shadows across the deserted streets. The gas station itself was eerily quiet. Inside, dusty shelves displayed a bizarre assortment of items. Jars of murky liquids lined one wall, their labels indecipherable. A collection of antique dolls, their porcelain faces cracked and stained, stared out from a glass case. A pervasive metallic scent hung in the still, heavy. As Millie filled her water bottle, a figure emerged from the back room. He was short, wary, with a patchwork of clothing hanging loosely on his frame. His face was hidden beneath a woven straw mask, but his eyes, visible through the crudely cut holes, gleamed with an unnerving intensity. He didn't speak, just gestured towards a doorway behind the counter. Millie, her usual practicality overriding her better judgment, followed. Caleb and I exchanged uneasy glances. Barnaby, however, seemed oblivious, enthralled by a small, intricately carved wooden flute he'd found tucked amongst the dusty merchandise. Millie returned a few minutes later, her face pale. There's something back there," she stammered, her voice barely a whisper. "A room filled with things. Shining things." But before I could question her further, the masked figure reappeared, this time accompanied by others. They emerged from the shadows, their movements unsettlingly fluid, their straw masks concealing their faces. They formed a silent circle around us, their presence closing in. Panic clawed at my throat. We had to leave. Now. I grabbed Millie's hand and pulled her towards the door. But as we reached the exit, the figures blocked our path. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. The chanting started softly, a low, rhythmic drone that vibrated through the very floor beneath our feet. It grew louder, more insistent, the figures swaying in time with the unsettling melody. The metallic scent intensified, becoming almost overpowering, and I noticed a faint, sickly sweet undertone, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. The tallest figure stepped forward, his straw cloak lowering slightly, revealing a glimpse of his face. His smile was wide, grotesque, his teeth sharp and pointed, just like the woman on the highway. He raised a clawed hand, his fingers ending in wickedly sharp nails. Then, with horrifying clarity, I understood. These weren't collectors of trinkets or treasures. They were collectors of something far more precious, far more terrifying. They collected the light within people, the very essence of their being. And we, with our laughter and our joy, had unwittingly stumbled into their feeding ground. The woman's warning echoed in my mind. They take what shines brightest. The figures surged forward, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. Millie screamed. Caleb swore. Barnaby, still clutching his wooden flute, looked bewildered. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. The last thing I heard, before the darkness consumed us, was the chilling laughter of the collectors, echoing through the desolate streets of Harmony Springs, a macabre welcome to our final destination. Story 32. The desert stretched before me, a monochrome canvas of muted browns and grays. Harmony Springs, the sign proclaimed, the chipped paint a testament to its forgotten status. A bizarre, almost magnetic pull had led me here, a detour from the interstate's predictable monotony, beckoning me towards some unknown, possibly perilous, discovery. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised plum and sickly yellow. My phone, my only tether to the outside world, displayed a single, taunting bar of signal. Harmony Springs wasn't a town, not really. More a loose collection of crude dwellings huddled together as if for warmth against the encroaching darkness. The structures were ramshackle, cobbled together from scavenged materials. Some were little more than shacks, others boasted pretensions of former grandeur, now reduced to crumbling facades and boarded windows. A central bonfire burned, casting flickering shadows that danced across the strangely still figures gathered around it. They wore robes, patchwork assemblages of faded fabrics. Their faces were hidden beneath woven straw masks. Their silence was unsettling. As I drove closer, a rhythmic chanting started, a low, guttural murmur that resonated through the packed earth. My unease intensified. This place held a chilling quiet, devoid of the usual desert sounds, the chirping of crickets or the rustle of wind through dry brush. Even the air itself felt heavy, stagnant, laced with a faint, metallic tang. I parked the Camino a safe distance away, the silence broken only by the crunch of tires on loose gravel. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating stillness. A woman emerged from the throng around the bonfire. Her robe, a faded floral print, seemed almost luminous in the firelight. Her mask, however, remained firmly in place. She gestured towards me, a silent invitation, or perhaps a command. Hesitation warred with a morbid curiosity. Logic screamed at me to turn back, to rejoin the predictable safety of the highway. But something, some inexplicable force, propelled me forward. As I approached the bonfire, the chanting intensified. The figures, I now realized, were not entirely human. Their limbs were elongated, unsettlingly thin. Their movements were fluid, almost serpentine, as they swayed around the flames. The woman placed a hand on my arm, her touch surprisingly cold. Her fingers, visible beneath the frayed sleeve of her robe, were long and slender, tipped with unsettlingly sharp nails. She led me to a crude wooden plank serving as a table. Upon it sat a bizarre object, the source of the metallic scent I had detected earlier. It was a globe, but not of the Earth. Its surface shimmered with an iridescent sheen, depicting constellations unlike any I had ever seen. The continents were unfamiliar, the oceans a swirling vortex of impossible colors. This globe pulsed with an internal light, casting strange, shifting patterns across the faces of the assembled figures. The woman pointed to the globe, then to herself, and then to the sky. Her voice, when she finally spoke, was a raspy whisper. "We are the keepers of the gate. We watch. We wait." Her words echoed strangely in the oppressive silence. I tried to speak, to question, but my voice caught in my throat. The figures around me began to chant louder, their voices rising in a fevered crescendo. The globe pulsed faster, its light intensifying. The ground beneath my feet began to tremble. Then, the woman did something that truly chilled me to the bone. She removed her mask. Beneath it was not a face, but a smooth, polished surface, gleaming faintly in the firelight. It was the same iridescent material as the globe, the same impossible colors swirling within. The other figures began to remove their masks, revealing identical, featureless surfaces. They were not human. They were something else entirely, something connected to this strange, otherworldly globe. The ground lurched. The chanting reached a deafening pitch. The globe's light became blinding. And in that moment, I understood. Harmony Springs was not a town, it was a portal. And these beings, the keepers of the gate, were not welcoming me. They were preparing to send me through. The earth opened beneath my feet. I screamed, a pathetic, futile sound swallowed by the rising chorus of inhuman voices. The globe's light consumed me. The last thing I saw, before the world dissolved into a kaleidoscope of swirling colors, were the gleaming, polished surfaces of the keepers, their silent smiles promising a journey to a place far beyond the familiar, a place from which there is no return. Story 33. The biting wind whipped strands of my hair across my face. As I wrestled the Camino's stubborn steering wheel, the sudden downpour had turned the dirt road into a treacherous slurry of mud and loose rock. Beside me, Sarah, my ever-practical girlfriend, gripped the dashboard, her knuckles white against the worn vinyl. "We need to find shelter, Caleb," she said, her voice tight with a tension I felt echoing in my own chest. "This storm's not letting up." I strained to see through the sheeting water. The wipers beat a frantic, futile rhythm against the deluge. Just when I considered turning back, my headlights snagged on something in the distance. A small cabin, perched precariously on a slight rise overlooking the ravine. Relief washed over me. "There," I pointed. "Looks like our lucky night." But the cabin proved a welcome respite from the storm's fury. Its weathered boards offered a fragile shield against the wind's incessant howl. As we huddled inside, the single room felt strangely colder than the night outside. A damp, earthy scent clung to the air, a mixture of mildew and something faintly metallic. The only furniture was a crude wooden table, and two chairs, their surfaces etched with strange, spiraling patterns. Sarah began unpacking our meager supplies. Her usual boundless energy seemed replaced by a nervous quiet. I tried to break the tension. "Cozy, huh?" I offered, but the words felt hollow in the oppressive silence. Then, the whispering started. Soft at first, barely audible above the storm's roar, then growing steadily louder. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, a dissonant chorus of voices, murmuring in a language I couldn't quite decipher. Sarah's head snapped up. "Did you hear that?" she whispered, her eyes wide with a fear mirroring my own. I pressed my ear against the wall. The whispering intensified. Now I could distinguish individual words. Fragments of sentences spoken in a chilling monotone. "Lost. Taken. Never leave." A sudden gust of wind rattled the cabin's single window. The glass, spider-webbed with fractures, seemed to groan under the pressure. Sarah jumped, her hand flying to her mouth. In the flickering light of our single lantern, I saw her eyes fix on something behind me. I turned slowly. Standing in the doorway, partially obscured by the shadows, were three figures. Their forms were shrouded in what appeared to be ragged, patchwork garments. Their faces were hidden beneath woven straw masks. My heart hammered against my ribs. A primal terror, unlike anything I'd ever experienced, gripped me. The figures didn't move. They simply stood there, their silent presence radiating a palpable malice. The whispering grew louder. Now, it was a rhythmic chanting, accompanied by a low, guttural drone that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. The figures began to sway, their movements unsettlingly fluid, almost hypnotic. Sarah let out a choked sob. I reached for her hand, squeezing it tightly. I wanted to run, to escape this nightmare, but my limbs felt leaden, my body paralyzed by fear. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The figures stepped closer. I could see now that the straw masks were not masks at all. They were woven directly onto their faces. The straw seemed to have fused with the skin beneath, creating grotesque, almost comical visages. The tallest figure reached out a hand towards Sarah. Its fingers were long and skeletal. The nails were unnaturally sharp, glinting in the lantern light. Sarah screamed. A raw, desperate sound that was quickly swallowed by the chanting. She tried to pull away, but the figure's grip was surprisingly strong. It pulled her towards the doorway. She stumbled, falling to her knees. I lunged forward, grabbing her arm, trying to pull her back. But it was no use. The other figures closed in, their clawed hands reaching, grasping. They pulled Sarah towards the darkness outside. Her screams grew fainter, then stopped. I was left alone in the flickering lantern light, surrounded by the chilling silence. The whispering had stopped. The chanting had ceased. Only the wind howled outside. And in the silence, I heard another sound, a faint, metallic clinking. The sound of small bones being dragged across the wooden floor. The bones of Sarah. She had become another offering to the spirits dwelling within those crumbling walls. And I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I would be next. The straw faces had promised me that much. They had whispered it to me, in their strange, forgotten language. And in the silence, I understood. I was trapped. I would never leave. I would become another silent testament to the horrors of this forgotten place. I would join Sarah and the others, lost, taken. Never Whispering began again, soft at first, then growing louder. Story 34. The peeling, jaundiced wallpaper seemed to pulse, sickly, in the flickering glow of Barnaby's lantern. Dust motes, disturbed by our intrusion, swirled in the stagnant air of the abandoned farmhouse, creating fleeting, unsettling constellations. This place, perched precariously close to the highway, yet swallowed by encroaching wilderness, had drawn us in with a morbid curiosity. We, a group of self-proclaimed adventurers, thrill-seekers immune to the usual anxieties of forgotten places. Tonight, however, a prickle of unease, sharp and insistent, gnawed at me. Millie, ever the practical one, busied herself unpacking our meager supplies on a warped, wooden table. Caleb, perpetually enthralled by anything remotely historical, traced a finger along a faded, floral pattern on the wall, muttering something about bygone eras. Sarah, my girlfriend, leaned against the crumbling fireplace, her usual boundless energy replaced with an unusual quiet. Barnaby, our self-proclaimed spiritual guide, with his encyclopedic knowledge of local lore, paced the room, his buckskin cloak swaying rhythmically. He paused before a dusty, cobweb-draped mirror, its surface reflecting not our images, but a swirling, nose-eating kaleidoscope of impossible colors. "This place," Barnaby announced, his voice echoing strangely in the confined space, "holds a unique energy." His words felt weighted, heavy with an unspoken warning. My unease intensified. "Unique how?" I asked, trying to sound casual, despite the growing knot in my stomach. Barnaby's smile, usually charming, now seemed strained. "This wasn't just a home," he said, his gaze fixed on the mirror. "It was a sanctuary. A place of transformation." He turned to us, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity. "A place where they practiced the art of becoming." He wouldn't elaborate, and his cryptic pronouncements, coupled with the oppressive atmosphere of the house, fueled my apprehension. We should leave, I thought. Turn back, rejoin the predictable safety of the highway, yet something held me back. A morbid fascination, an unsettling desire to understand the secrets hidden within these crumbling walls. Later, huddled around a small bonfire in the overgrown yard, the oppressive weight of the house seemed to lessen. The flames painted flickering shadows on the surrounding trees, their branches gnarled and reaching like skeletal fingers. We shared stories, laughed nervously, trying to dispel the lingering unease. Yet, beneath the forced camaraderie, a current of apprehension flowed, thick and palpable. Sometime during the night, I awoke to a chilling silence. The crackling of the bonfire had ceased. The usual nocturnal chorus of insects was absent. A profound quiet, heavy and suffocating, blanketed the world. Beside me, Sarah slept soundly, her face pale in the dying embers. A low, rhythmic chanting, almost musical, drifted from inside the house. It started softly, barely discernible, then grew steadily louder, waving its way into my consciousness. My heart hammered against my ribs. A primal fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the haze of sleep. I nudged Sarah awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. She stirred, her eyes fluttering open. "Hear what?" She mumbled, still half asleep. The chanting intensified, now accompanied by a faint, metallic clinking. It sounded like small, delicate chimes, ringing in an unsettlingly precise rhythm. Sarah sat up, her eyes widening with growing alarm. "What is that?" she whispered, her voice tight with fear. We exchanged a terrified glance, then scrambled to our feet. We had to get out of there, back to the highway, back to civilization. As we stumbled towards the house, the chanting reached a fever pitch. The metallic clinking grew louder, sharper, more insistent. A faint, sickly sweet aroma, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun, permeated the air. We burst through the front door. Barnaby's lantern clutched tight in my hand, its feeble light barely piercing the oppressive darkness. The chanting echoed through the house, seeming to emanate from the walls themselves. And then we saw them. In the center of the main room, bathed in an eerie, phosphorescent green light, stood a circle of figures. They were robed, their faces hidden beneath woven straw masks. Their limbs moved in a slow, unsettlingly graceful dance, their movements synchronized with the rhythmic chanting and the clinking of the chimes. They held small, gleaming objects in their outstretched hands. Objects that, in the flickering lantern light, looked disturbingly like bones. Human bones, polished, smooth, and gleaming with an unnatural luminescence. Frozen in terror, we watched as the figures continued their macabre ritual. The chanting intensified, the chimes rang louder, the sickly sweet aroma grew stronger, almost overpowering. And then, one of the figures stopped. It turned, its masked face directed towards us. Its movements, though gentle, were filled with a palpable malice. It raised a slender, skeletal finger, pointing directly at us. A horrifying thought echoed through my mind. They wanted us to join them, to become one of them, to become part of their grotesque, bone-shattering dance. We turned and fled, scrambling back into the night, the chanting and the chilling clang of the bone chimes echoing behind us. We ran blindly, driven by pure, unadulterated terror, desperate to reach the highway, to escape the horrifying reality unfolding behind us. We ran, knowing, with a sickening certainty, that we would never truly leave that place, that the memory of those masked figures, their unsettling dance, and their bone chimes would forever haunt our dreams. We ran, knowing that we had stumbled upon something ancient, something evil, something that dwelt within the walls of that abandoned farmhouse, waiting to be awakened. And we, in our foolish curiosity, had opened the door. Story 35. My fingers, slick with something I couldn't quite place, traced the jagged edges of a fragmented skull. It sat nestled amongst other unspeakable horrors. Shrunken heads, leering with stitched eyelids, stared blankly ahead. Fingers, delicate and slender, floated in murky jars. My breath hitched. A strangled gasp lost in the suffocating silence of the hidden room. This collection, a grotesque museum of human suffering, pulsed with a malevolent energy that seemed to seep into my very bones. The cabin, a deceptive facade of weathered wood and peeling paint, hid this chamber of nightmares. How had I ended up here, in this desolate realm of the damned? It had started innocently enough. A Sunday drive, a scenic road snaking through unfamiliar territory. The sun, a benevolent eye in the vast sky, had painted the landscape in hues of gold and amber. My vintage Mustang, Penelope, purred contentedly beneath me. The road, a smooth ribbon unspooling before me, promised adventure, a respite from the mundane. But the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in bruised shades of violet and indigo. The road, once a comforting guide, transformed into a treacherous path, winding deeper and deeper into a wilderness that felt both ancient and malevolent. Then Penelope coughed, sputtered, and died. Silence, thick and heavy, descended. The cell signal, weak and intermittent, vanished completely. I cursed, the words echoing strangely in the deepening gloom. I tried everything. The battery, the cables, the starter. Nothing. Penelope, my trusty steed, had betrayed me, stranded, alone. The encroaching darkness felt less like a natural phenomenon and more like a predatory beast, waiting to devour me. Then, through the gathering shadows, I saw it. A cabin perched precariously on a small rise. A flicker of light, faint and uncertain, emanated from within. Hope, a fragile butterfly, fluttered in my chest. The walk to the cabin felt unnervingly long, each snapping twig, each rustle of unseen leaves, amplifying the growing unease within me. The cabin door, hanging precariously by a single hinge, creaked open at my touch. The interior, dimly lit by a single oil lamp, smelled of dust and decay. A fire, reduced to glowing embers in the hearth, cast dancing shadows across the room, animating the mundane into something grotesque. No one answered my calls. Cautiously, I explored. The main room, sparsely furnished with a rough-hewn table and a couple of rickety chairs, offered no clues to the cabin's inhabitants. A small, adjoining bedroom, equally bare, contained only a lumpy mattress and a threadbare blanket. Where were they? The unseen occupants of this strange place. Then, I noticed it. A loose floorboard near the hearth. Curiosity, a dangerous companion in such isolated places, overwhelmed my better judgment. I pried the board loose. Beneath, a gaping blackness yawned. A narrow staircase, descending into the unknown, beckoned. A chill, sharp and sudden, snaked down my spine. I should have left, turned back, run, but something compelled me forward, an inexplicable urge to uncover the secrets hidden beneath this desolate dwelling. The air in the hidden room was thick, heavy with the metallic tang of blood. The oil lamp, trembling in my hand, cast a sickly yellow glow over the horrifying contents. Trophies, each one a gruesome testament to a life extinguished. A necklace, fashioned from human teeth, gleamed obscenely. A tapestry woven from strands of hair hung on the far wall, its intricate patterns swirling into a vortex of madness. A display case, meticulously crafted, housed a collection of severed hands, each one posed in a gesture of silent supplication. The realization of what I had stumbled upon, a sanctuary of the depraved, slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. Panic, raw and suffocating, clawed at my throat. I had to escape. Now, as I turned to flee, a shadow detached itself from the far corner of the room. A figure, tall and gaunt, emerged from the darkness. Its face, hidden beneath a grotesque mask fashioned from animal skin, held a terrifying stillness. In its hand, it clutched a gleaming, obsidian blade. The blade, wickedly curved, dripped with a viscous, iridescent fluid. The figure moved towards me, its movements unsettlingly graceful, almost predatory. The silence in the room, broken only by the soft thud of its footsteps, magnified the encroaching horror. I knew, with chilling certainty, that I would become another addition to this macabre collection, another silent testament to the darkness that lurked in the hidden corners of the world. My scream, a desperate, choked sound, died in my throat. Story 36. The trail, barely more than a deer path, snaked deeper into the emerald gloom of the Redwood National Park. My boots, caked in mud, slipped on a patch of slick moss. I cursed under my breath, more from frustration than genuine anger. This solo hike was meant to be a meditative escape, a chance to clear my head, not a test of my dwindling coordination. The cabin appeared abruptly, a dark scar on the vibrant tapestry of the forest. It squatted low to the ground, almost swallowed by the encroaching ferns and brambles. It wasn't on any map I'd consulted. A thrill, not entirely unpleasant, coursed through me. Perhaps, I thought, a forgotten homestead, a hidden wonder missed by the park's usual throngs. As I approached, the smell hit me. Not the pleasant aroma of pine needles and damp earth, but something sickly, metallic, something that pricked at the back of my throat. The single window, grimy and cobwebbed, offered no glimpse into the shadowed interior. The door, hanging by a single rusted hinge, creaked open at my touch. Inside, the air was thick with dust, illuminated by the scant sunlight filtering through the gaps in the boarded windows. The cabin consisted of a single room, dominated by a large, crudely fashioned wooden table. It was stained a dark, almost black, color that looked disturbingly like dried blood. Scattered across the table were a bizarre assortment of tools. Scalpels, forceps, saws, all gleaming with an unsettling cleanliness in the otherwise decaying cabin. A collection of jars lined the far wall, their contents floating in a murky, amber fluid. I cautiously approached, my heart quickening with a morbid fascination. At first, they appeared to contain oddly shaped stones, or perhaps petrified wood. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the dim light, the horrifying truth became apparent. They were human organs, preserved with disturbing precision. A liver, a kidney, a heart, each meticulously labeled with a handwritten tag. The names on the tags were unfamiliar, but the dates, all within the last few years, chilled me to the bone. A stack of journals lay beside the jars. Their pages, brittle and yellowed, chronicled the gruesome experiments conducted within the cabin's walls. The handwriting, meticulous and precise, spoke of a detached scientific curiosity devoid of any empathy or remorse. The author, a former surgeon named Dr. Albright, documented his attempts to isolate the source of what he called inner light, the essence of human consciousness. His entries grew increasingly frantic, obsessed with transferring this light between subjects extending life, achieving immortality. The final entry, scrawled in a shaky hand, simply read, "The light fades. The subjects change." A low growl, emanating from the adjoining room, snapped me from my horrified trance. My breath hitched in my throat. Adrenaline surged through me. I backed away from the table, my eyes darting around the cabin, searching for a weapon, an escape route. A heavy metallic clink echoed from the next room. Something was moving. Something large. I grabbed a rusty saw from the table, my hand trembling around its worn wooden handle. It offered little comfort, but it was the only defense I had. The growling intensified, punctuated by a rhythmic thudding, as if something heavy were pacing back and forth. The flimsy door separating the two rooms rattled in its frame. I pressed myself against the wall, the saw raised defensively before me. The door burst open. A hulking figure filled the doorway. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but its limbs were elongated, grotesquely twisted. Its skin was a sickly yellow, stretched taut over protruding bones. Its head lolled at an unnatural angle, revealing a gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth. But it was the eyes that truly horrified me. They glowed with an unsettling, phosphorescent green light, the same shade as the fluid in the jars. They fixed on me with a predatory intensity, a hunger that chilled me to the bone. The creature lunged. I screamed, a primal, terrified sound, and swung the saw with all my might. It connected with the creature's arm. A sickening thud followed by a wet, tearing sound. The creature recoiled, a guttural roar erupting from its throat. The green light intensified, pulsing with rage. I turned and ran, scrambling over the decaying floorboards, out the open door, and into the blinding sunlight. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I reached the trailhead, my lungs burning, my mind reeling from the horror I had witnessed. Even now, safe in the civilized world, the memory of those glowing green eyes, that monstrous hunger, haunts my dreams. I know, with a terrifying certainty, that the experiment in that forgotten cabin, that obscene quest for immortality, did not end with Dr. Albright. The light, however corrupted, still burns, and it's looking for new hosts. Story 38. The GPS blinked, a malevolent little eye winking at me from the dashboard. Harmony Springs, population 47. My sanctuary, for tonight at least. I'd pushed the Camino too hard, chasing the setting sun, a fool's errand in this vast, undulating landscape. Trees were scarce, gnarled fingers clawing at the indigo sky. The air, thick with the scent of pine and something else, something almost metallic, pressed against me, heavy, suffocating. Harmony Springs wasn't on any map I'd ever seen. It appeared as a sudden suggestion on the GPS, a digital phantom materializing when my phone battery dipped below 10%. An invitation, or a warning. The town itself was a collection of dilapidated buildings huddled around a dusty square. A single gas station, its fluorescent lights, buzzing like trapped insects, cast a sickly yellow glow across the scene. Across the square, a model sign flickered erratically, its faded paint proclaiming, "Wonder World awaits." The wonder felt distinctly unsettling. I parked beside a pickup truck with a dented fender and a bumper sticker that read, "I brake for hallucinations." But a good motto for this place, I thought. Inside the gas station, a woman with eyes like polished stones stood behind the counter. Her smile never quite reached them. "Welcome to Harmony Springs," she said. Her voice, smooth and low, resonated in the unnervingly quiet space. "Just passing through," I mumbled, my voice catching in my throat. "Needed a place to crash." "Ah, we have plenty of room," she replied, her smile widening fractionally. "Room for everyone." She handed me a key attached to a tarnished brass pineapple. "Room 117. The motel room was sparsely furnished, a lumpy bed, a chipped dresser, a chair that looked like it might collapse under its own weight. A single, bare bulb cast long, distorted shadows. I placed my bag on the bed. The springs groaned in protest. A gnawing unease settled in my stomach. I peered out the window. The square was deserted. The silence, broken only by the incessant buzzing of the gas station lights, felt oppressive, pregnant with something unseen. I tried to convince myself it was just fatigue, the product of too many miles, too much caffeine. But the prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched, persisted. Suddenly, a sound. A faint, rhythmic chanting carried on the night air. I strained to pinpoint its source. It seemed to be coming from the woods beyond the town, a low, guttural drone that vibrated in my chest. Curiosity, or perhaps a morbid fascination, propelled me outside. The chanting grew louder as I crossed the square, the hairs on my arms standing on end. I entered the woods, the trees closing in around me, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers. The ground beneath my feet was soft, yielding. The metallic scent in the air intensified, almost overpowering. Then, I saw them. In a small clearing, illuminated by a flickering bonfire, a group of figures stood in a circle. They were robed, their faces obscured by masks woven from some dark, fibrous material. Their chanting, now a feverish crescendo, filled the air, a dissonant chorus that resonated deep within my bones. I watched, transfixed, as they began to move, their movements unsettlingly fluid, almost serpentine. Their dance, if it could be called that, was a grotesque parody of human motion, their limbs bending at unnatural angles. The firelight flickered across their masks, casting grotesque shadows that danced on the surrounding trees. As I watched, a horrifying realization began to dawn. The metallic scent, the soft ground beneath my feet. The chanting, it wasn't a ritual, it was something far more sinister. I stumbled backward, a choked gasp escaping my lips. One of the figures stopped moving, its head snapping towards me. The others followed, their movements ceasing abruptly. The chanting died, replaced by a chilling silence. Then, they began to advance. Slowly, deliberately, their masked faces fixed on me. The firelight illuminated their outstretched hands, revealing what they clutched. Long, slender objects, gleaming faintly in the flickering light, blades. I turned and ran, the forest floor a treacherous slurry beneath my feet. The chanting resumed, louder now, closer. A primal terror seized me, a terror unlike anything I'd ever known. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps soft, relentless. I burst from the woods and into the square. The gas station lights a beacon in the encroaching darkness. I fumbled with the door handle, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I glanced back. They were emerging from the trees, their forms silhouetted against the flickering flames. I stumbled inside, slamming the door shut, the sound echoing in the sudden quiet. I turned to the woman behind the counter. Her smile was gone, replaced by an expression of cold, unadulterated malice. In her hand, she held a blade identical to those carried by the figures outside. "I told you," she said, her voice a venomous whisper. "We have room for everyone." The figures pressed against the glass, their masked faces inches from mine. Their chanting intensified, a horrifying cacophony that filled the small space. The woman raised her blade. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was her smile. It finally reached her eyes. Story 39. My bare foot landed on something cold and slick. Not the usual forest duff. It felt strangely smooth, almost polished. A shiver, not entirely from the cold, ran up my spine. I opened my eyes to a pre-dawn gloom. The world outside the tent a canvas of muted grays and blues. But inside, something was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. Our meticulously organized camping gear was scattered, strewn across the tent floor in a chaotic mess. Caleb, usually a sound sleeper, lay beside me, his face pale and contorted in a silent scream, eyes wide open, staring at the tent ceiling. Millie and Timmy, curled up near the entrance, were still asleep, thankfully oblivious to the unsettling scene. But the disarray was only the beginning. The tent walls, once a blank canvas of nylon, were now covered in intricate symbols. They weren't painted or drawn. They looked etched somehow into the fabric itself. Spiraling patterns, interconnected glyphs that seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. They pulsed in rhythm with a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to emanate from the forest outside. Just beyond the thin nylon barrier that separated us from whatever lurked within those trees. Fear, cold and clammy, gripped me. My breath caught in my throat, a strangled gasp trapped within my chest. The chanting grew louder, closer. I nudged Sarah awake, my hand trembling. Her eyes fluttered open, confusion clouding her features. Then, she saw the symbols. The disarray. Her expression mirrored my own terror. What is this?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I didn't have an answer. I couldn't even form a coherent thought. The chanting intensified, the symbols on the tent walls pulsing with a sickening, vibrant green luminescence. The ground beneath us began to vibrate, a low, rhythmic thrumming that resonated through my bones. Millie and Timmy woke up, their eyes widening in terror as they took in the scene. Timmy, always the brave one, scrambled to his feet, reaching for the tent zipper. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice surprisingly steady despite the palpable fear in his eyes. But as he reached for the zipper, a shadow fell across the tent entrance, blocking out the faint pre-dawn light. The chanting stopped. A profound silence descended, heavier, more oppressive than any sound. Then, the tent flap opened. 3 figures stood silhouetted against the faint light. Tall, slender, their forms shrouded in long, flowing robes. Their heads were bowed, their faces obscured by what looked like woven straw masks. They stood motionless, their silent presence radiating an aura of menace that chilled me to the core. Timmy froze, his hand hovering inches from the zipper. Millie whimpered, burying her face in Sarah's side. Sarah, her hand gripping mine so tightly it hurt, stared at the figures, her eyes wide with terror. The figures moved then, slowly, deliberately. They stepped into the tent, their movements unsettlingly graceful, almost fluid. The faint, metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air. Their robes seemed to absorb the meager light, deepening the gloom within the tent. They formed a silent circle around us, their masked faces inches from ours. I could feel their gazes, though I couldn't see their eyes. I could feel the weight of their presence, a crushing, suffocating weight that pressed down on me, stealing my breath. One of the figures, the tallest, raised a hand, a long, slender finger tipped with something that gleamed faintly in the dim light. The finger pointed towards Timmy. He flinched, but he didn't move. He couldn't move. We were paralyzed. Trapped in the suffocating grip of terror, the figure lowered its hand, the gleaming object now visible. It was a blade long and wickedly curved, its surface shimmering with an unsettling green luminescence. The blade descended, slowly, deliberately, towards Timmy. A choked scream escaped Sarah's lips. Millie sobbed uncontrollably. I closed my eyes, unable to watch the horrifying scene unfolding before me. The metallic scent of blood intensified. A guttural murmur, almost a growl, echoed from behind the masks. Then, silence. A heavy, oppressive silence that stretched on, and on, punctuated only by Millie's soft sobs. I opened my eyes. The figures were gone. The tent flap was still open, revealing the now bright morning light filtering through the trees. Timmy was gone. The symbols on the tent walls pulsed with a faint, sickening green light. They seemed to mock us, silent witnesses to the horror we had just endured. The chanting started again, soft at first, then growing steadily louder, echoing through the forest. A chilling reminder that whatever lurked within those trees, it was still out there, waiting. And we were next. Story 41, The Desert, was a good place to find yourself. I, however, was fairly certain I hadn't misplaced myself anywhere, particularly not in this godforsaken stretch of Arizona backcountry. Millie, my girlfriend, bless her free spirit, disagreed. Millie needed this spiritual retreat. She declared this meditative escape from the pressures of urban life. This escape apparently involved sleeping in our Camino, a temperamental beast of a vehicle that seemed to actively resent being more than 50 miles from a paved road. The Camino lurched, groaned, and shuddered its way down a dirt track barely wider than the vehicle itself. Dust, fine as talcum powder, filtered through the closed windows, coating everything in a thin film of ochre. Millie, thankfully, was asleep. I envied her ability to find peace amidst the Camino's death rattles and the encroaching claustrophobia of the deepening canyon. We'd been following a hand-drawn map, a secret route to a place called Whisper Creek, supposedly a haven for stargazers. The map, acquired from a gas station attendant with a disturbing lack of teeth and an overabundance of local folklore, depicted a small clearing nestled amidst towering redwoods. Redwoods, I'd pointed out, weren't exactly indigenous to Arizona. Millie, however, remained undeterred. Trust the vibes, she'd insisted, her eyes gleaming with an unsettling conviction. It was well past midnight when I finally spotted a faint, pulsating light emanating from the forest ahead. It wasn't the comforting glow of a campfire, but something colder, something distinctly alien. The light pulsed with an almost sickly green hue, casting grotesque, elongated shadows that danced and squirmed like tormented spirits. The air grew thick, heavy with a cloying sweetness that tickled the back of my throat. I pulled the Camino to a hesitant stop, the engine sputtering a pathetic protest. Millie stirred beside me, her eyes blinking open. "Are we there?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. Before I could answer, a low, rhythmic chanting started, filtering through the trees. It was a guttural, dissonant chorus, wholly unlike anything human. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The chanting grew louder, accompanied by a faint, metallic clicking sound that seemed to vibrate through the very frame of the Camino. Millie, blissfully unaware of the growing dread coiling in my stomach, sat up and peered out the window. "Wow," she breathed, "look at that." I followed her gaze. In the clearing, bathed in the pulsating green light, stood a group of figures. They were robed, their garments a patchwork of faded fabrics, their faces hidden beneath grotesque, woven masks. The masks were strangely expressive, contorted into expressions of exaggerated joy or silent, predatory anticipation. The figures moved with an unsettling grace, their limbs bending at unnatural angles as they swayed and chanted around a central bonfire. The metallic clicking intensified. I realized, with a sickening lurch, that the sound was coming from the figures themselves. It was the sound of claws, long, wickedly sharp claws, clicking against the packed earth. Millie, still captivated by the spectacle, leaned closer to the window. "They're beautiful," she whispered, her voice filled with an almost childlike wonder. "Millie," I said, my voice trembling, "we need to go." As if on cue, the figures stopped chanting. Their heads, masked and grotesque, snapped towards the Camino. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the chanting. It was the silence of predatory anticipation, of a hunt about to begin. The figures began to move towards the Camino, their movements unsettlingly fluid, almost serpentine. Their claws clicked against the earth, a horrifying percussive accompaniment to their silent advance. Millie, finally sensing the shift in atmosphere, turned to me, her eyes wide with dawning fear. "Caleb," she whispered, her voice catching in her throat. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the Camino roaring in protest. The tires spun momentarily before finding purchase, spitting gravel as we lurched forward. The figures were gaining on us, their grotesque masks illuminated by the malevolent green light. Their chanting resumed, louder now, a terrifying mantra accompanying our desperate flight. I could see them in the rearview mirror, their robed forms silhouetted against the pulsating green light, their clawed hands reaching towards us. The metallic clicking grew louder, closer. The cloying sweet scent intensified, filling the Camino, choking us. The Camino bucked violently, the engine screaming in protest. We were trapped. The figures surrounded the car, their masked faces pressed against the windows, their claws raking across the metal. Their chanting reached a fever pitch, a horrifying cacophony of guttural sounds and metallic clicks. The last thing I saw, before the green light consumed me, was Millie's face, contorted in terror, her eyes reflecting the monstrous visages pressed against the glass. The metallic clicking intensified, becoming a sharp, tearing sound. Then, darkness. The Deceased had found me after all. Story 43. The zipper snagged. A tiny, almost insignificant snag, but enough. Enough to jolt me from a sleep thick with the strange, earthy perfume of Harmony Springs. I grunted, shifting in my sleeping bag, trying to free the stubborn metal teeth. They remained locked. My heart tapped a quick, nervous rhythm against my ribs. The nylon barrier held firm, woven directly into the fabric of the sleeping bag itself. My meager belongings pressed against the nylon from the outside, a bizarre, lumpy landscape against my legs. I pushed, harder this time, panic beginning to prickle at the edges of my rational mind. The zipper wouldn't budge. I was trapped, a slithering sound, faint at first, then growing steadily louder. A dry, rustling whisper against the nylon, like scales on canvas. My breath caught in my throat. A cold dread spread through me, icy tendrils wrapping around my heart, squeezing tight. The slithering stopped, then a pressure, a subtle weight against the foot of my sleeping bag, something inside. With me, my mind raced. A snake. It had to be a snake. Drawn to the warmth, but the weight felt wrong, too heavy, too deliberate. The pressure shifted, moved slowly upwards, a creeping caress against the nylon. My stomach churned. This wasn't a snake. This was something else. Something far worse. I thrashed, a futile attempt to escape the confines of my nylon prison. The sleeping bag twisted around me. The pressure intensified. Now a distinct weight pressing against my legs. Something cold, smooth, and hard pressed against my calf. Not scales. Something else. My mind recoiled from the implications. A low growl vibrated through the nylon, resonating deep within my chest. It wasn't animalistic. It was something ancient. Something alien. The growling intensified, becoming a rhythmic drone, almost musical. But the music was laced with malice. With predatory anticipation, I screamed, a muffled, pathetic sound swallowed by the thick nylon. The weight shifted again, pressing harder against my thighs. Whatever was inside was growing larger, expanding to fill the small space. I could feel it now. Its form, long, sinuous, and cold. The hard surface against my leg pulsed, a slow, rhythmic throb. My mind conjured horrifying images. Images of things that shouldn't exist. of things that defied the laws of nature, of things that dwelled in the spaces between worlds. A moral dilemma slammed into my terror. Sarah, my wife, she slept soundly in the tent beside mine, blissfully unaware of the horror unfolding inches away. Should I scream again, risk waking her, drawing whatever this thing was to her, or remain silent, trapped within my nylon coffin, hoping, praying that this creature would somehow be satisfied with me alone? The pressure increased. The hard, smooth surface against my legs now extended to my waist. I could feel it. The cold, slick texture, the rhythmic pulsing. My mind screamed. This wasn't a creature, this was an abomination. A grotesque mockery of life. And then it stopped. The growling ceased. The pulsing stopped. The pressure remained, a heavy, suffocating weight against my body. But the movement had ceased. A terrifying stillness descended, broken only by the frantic hammering of my own heart. I held my breath, every muscle tense, waiting for the inevitable. A sharp, searing pain exploded in my side, a white-hot agony that ripped through me, stealing my breath. I gasped, a choked sob escaping my lips. The pain intensified, spread through me like wildfire. I could feel it now, inside me, moving, slithering, growing. Then, a voice, a whisper close to my ear, filtered through the nylon, but clear, precise. A voice that dripped with ancient malice, with an almost gleeful anticipation. "Welcome," it whispered, "to Harmony Springs." And in that moment, as the world dissolved into a blinding, agonizing white, I understood. I understood the true meaning of Harmony Springs, a place not of peace and tranquility, but of assimilation, of becoming. A place where the lines between worlds blurred. A place where the human form was merely a vessel, a temporary home for something ancient, something alien, something else. Story 44. The desert highway, normally a shimmering ribbon under the relentless sun, tonight lay shrouded in an unnatural gloom. A sickly yellow haze clung to the horizon, staining the usual vibrant sunset a bruised ochre. Millie, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, hummed softly beside me, thankfully oblivious to the growing unease churning in my gut. We were hours into our cross-country road trip. Harmony Springs, our planned overnight stop. A distant promise on the tattered map spread across my lap. Harmony Springs. The name itself, whispered by the gas station attendant back in Flagstaff, had held a strange resonance. A disquieting undertone beneath its surface charm. He'd spoken of natural hot springs, a hidden wonder nestled amidst the desolate landscape, his eyes holding a peculiar intensity that I couldn't quite place. Now, as the last vestiges of daylight bled from the sky, I wished I'd heeded my better judgment, my initial skepticism, and chosen a different route. The landscape, previously a tapestry of muted desert hues, now seemed to warp and twist around us. The Joshua trees, normally stoic sentinels against the vast emptiness, now appeared menacing, their spiky branches reaching like skeletal fingers. Each passing mile felt heavier, the silence inside the car amplifying the growing sense of dread within me. Then, in the distance, a flicker, a small, pulsating light, almost phosphorescent against the deepening gloom. Initially, I dismissed it as a distant farmhouse, a welcome sign of civilization in this desolate expanse. But as we drew closer, the light grew larger, its color shifting from a pale yellow to a disturbing, almost sickly green. It pulsed with a rhythmic, hypnotic beat that seemed to resonate deep within my bones. Beside me, Millie stirred. "What is that?" she asked, her voice laced with a tentative unease that mirrored my own. I slowed the car, my foot hovering over the brake pedal. The light resolved itself into a cluster of smaller lights, arranged in a strange, almost geometric pattern. They danced and swayed, their movements unsettlingly synchronized. And around them, I could just make out figures. Dark silhouettes against the otherworldly glow. My heart pounded against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence of the desert night. I wanted to turn back, to flee this unsettling scene, but a strange, almost morbid curiosity held me captive. I had to know, had to see what lurked within that circle of pulsating green light. As we crept closer, details began to emerge from the gloom. The figures were human, or at least vaguely humanoid. They were robed, their garments a patchwork of dark, indeterminate fabrics. Their heads were bowed, their faces obscured by what looked like woven straw masks. And they were chanting, a low, rhythmic drone that seemed to vibrate through the very earth beneath us. The chanting built in intensity, becoming a dissonant chorus that echoed strangely across the desolate landscape. A metallic scent, sharp and acrid, filled the car. My stomach churned, my breath catching in my throat. Suddenly, Millie screamed. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt. "They're moving," she whispered, her voice trembling. I followed her gaze. The figures had stopped chanting, their heads snapping upwards in unison. Their movements were unsettlingly fluid, almost serpentine, as they began to advance towards us. The green light intensified, casting grotesque, elongated shadows across the desert floor, and then I saw their faces. Or, rather, the masks they wore. They weren't straw, they were bone. Human skulls, bleached white by the desert sun, fashioned into grotesque parodies of human faces. Their empty sockets seemed to burn with an unholy light, their silent smiles promising a horrifying welcome. A primal terror seized me, a terror unlike anything I'd ever known. I fumbled for the gear stick, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The car lurched forward, the engine screaming in protest as I spun the wheel, desperately trying to escape the encroaching horror. But it was too late. The figures were upon us, their clawed hands reaching, their bone masks inches from the windows. Their chanting resumed, louder now, a terrifying mantra accompanying their grotesque dance. The green light consumed us, blindingly bright, and the world dissolved into a swirling vortex of bone and green fire and chanting. And then there was only darkness and the chilling certainty that I would never truly leave Harmony Springs. Story 45. My Camino sputtered, cuffed and died. Silence, thick and heavy, descended. The kind of silence you only find on a forgotten highway, miles from any semblance of civilization. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles bone white. My travel companions, Caleb and Millie, remained mercifully asleep in the back, their faces pale in the dim glow of the dashboard lights. This wasn't how our stargazing trip was supposed to end. We were headed to Whispering Pines, a clearing supposedly offering unparalleled celestial views. Now, here we were, stranded on this desolate two-lane blacktop under a sky strangely devoid of stars. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. Then again, holding my breath, praying for a different outcome. Still nothing. A prickle of unease, sharp and cold, ran down my spine. This road, previously an unremarkable stretch of asphalt, now seemed malevolent, holding us captive in its desolate embrace. Suddenly, a pair of headlights appeared on the horizon. Relief flooded me. Salvation. I climbed out, waving my arms, hoping the approaching vehicle would see me in this oppressive gloom. As it drew closer, however, a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. There was something wrong with the vehicle, something off. Its shape seemed to shift, to waver, as if it wasn't entirely solid. And the headlights, they pulsed with a sickly, jaundiced light. The vehicle slowed, then stopped, its unsettling glow illuminating the interior. I couldn't see the driver, only a dark, indeterminate shape behind the wheel. Panic clawed at me. I should get back in the Camino, lock the doors, but my feet seemed rooted to the spot, frozen by a morbid fascination. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the vehicle vanished. One moment it was there, bathed in that unnatural light, the next, it was gone. No sound, no tire squeal, just gone. The sudden absence of the unsettling light amplified the darkness, pressing against me like a physical weight. I stumbled back to the Camino, fumbling with the lock. My hands shook so violently I could barely insert the key. Finally, I managed to get inside. Locking the doors, breathing heavily, I looked back at the spot where the vehicle had been, but there was nothing, only the vast, empty highway stretching before me. I tried to rationalize it. A trick of the light, fatigue playing with my mind. But the prickle of unease remained, a cold, hard knot in my chest. The silence inside the Camino was heavy, suffocating. I could hear my own heartbeat, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Caleb and Millie still slept, oblivious to the silent terror that had gripped me. I glanced at the dashboard clock, 2 in the morning, an eternity until sunrise. Suddenly, the headlights reappeared, this time closer. The jaundiced light pulsed, bathing the interior of the Camino in its sickly glow. I could see the shape behind the steering wheel more clearly now. It wasn't human. It was long, thin, almost skeletal, and its head lolled at an unnatural angle. A guttural murmur emanated from the vehicle, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very metal of the Camino. The pressure intensified, the air growing thick and heavy. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. Then, a face appeared in the driver's side window. The face of the skeletal being. Its skin was stretched taut over its bone structure, its eyes, black pinpricks burning with malevolent intensity. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. It smiled. I slammed my hand against the horn, a desperate, pathetic sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. The skeletal being continued to smile, its gaze fixed on me, burning into my soul. And then, just as suddenly as before, the vehicle vanished. The silence returned, heavier, more oppressive than before. I was left trembling, gasping for breath. The image of that skeletal face seared into my mind. Dawn eventually arrived, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and gray. The highway, now bathed in the pale light of morning, seemed almost normal. Almost. The memory of the phantom vehicle and its skeletal driver lingered, a chilling reminder of the terror I had experienced. Caleb and Millie finally steered, yawning and stretching. They looked at me, their expressions questioning. I tried to explain what I had seen, but the words felt inadequate, failing to capture the sheer horror of the night. They exchanged uneasy glances, then looked back at me, their expressions a mixture of concern and disbelief. We continued our journey, the Camino miraculously starting after several more attempts. The landscape outside, once promising adventure, now seemed menacing, every shadow holding the potential for unseen horrors. We never reached Whispering Pines. We turned back, driven by a shared, unspoken fear. And though we never spoke of it again, the memory of that night on the deserted highway, the phantom vehicle, and its skeletal driver, remains, a chilling testament to the horrors that lurk just beyond the veil of reality. The stars I knew would never shine the same. Story 47. The desert stretched before me, a vast, undulating canvas of muted browns and grays. Harmony Springs, the hand-painted sign proclaimed, Population 47. The sign itself leaned precariously, clinging to a single rusted post. A fitting introduction to the town. Millie, my ever-practical travel companion, voiced her doubts. I reassured her, promising a quirky roadside attraction, a welcome break from the endless highway. Harmony Springs wasn't on any map. An old gas station attendant, his face etched with lines like a forgotten map itself, had mentioned it. He spoke of a hidden wonder, nestled amidst the unforgiving landscape. He'd also spoken of an inner light within people, and his eyes, they held a certain, unsettling conviction. The town square, if you could call it that, was a dusty rectangle. Dilapidated buildings huddled together, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin. A single, flickering streetlight cast long, distorted shadows. An antique store, its windows filled with bizarre porcelain dolls, their eyes following me, drew my attention. Millie, ever practical, steered me toward the diner. The Harmony Springs diner looked harmless enough. A faded sign, shaped like a giant coffee cup, perched above the entrance. Inside, the air was thick with the aroma of stale coffee and something else, something faintly metallic. A woman, her face obscured by a wide-brimmed straw hat, sat alone in a booth. She gestured for us to join her. Her voice, when she spoke, was surprisingly melodic, each word carefully enunciated. She introduced herself as Sister Serenity. She spoke of Harmony Springs' unique energy, of the spiritual enlightenment it offered. She spoke of cleansing rituals, and her smile, though gentle, never quite reached her eyes. A hitchhiker, thin and gaunt, his eyes hollow, shuffled in. He stood awkwardly by the door, clutching a tattered burlap sack. Sister Serenity beckoned him over, offering him a seat beside her. He hesitated, then slid into the booth, his movements jerky, almost mechanical. He barely touched the food Sister Serenity offered. His gaze fixed on something beyond the window, something I couldn't see. He mumbled something about a lost highway, a road that leads to a wonder world, a place where the stars shine brightest. His voice was raspy, almost a growl. Millie shifted uncomfortably. The metallic scent, I realized, was emanating from the hitchhiker. It was faint, but distinct, like the smell of old blood. He suddenly stood, his movements unsettlingly swift. He dropped a small, intricately carved wooden box onto the table. He looked at me, his eyes filled with a strange, almost predatory intensity. "They're waiting," he whispered, his voice barely audible. And then he was gone, vanished. Millie and I stared at the empty space where he had been, a chilling silence descending upon us. The box sat on the table, a silent, unsettling presence. I reached for it, my hand trembling. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a single, tarnished key. Attached to it was a small, handwritten note. The script was spidery, almost illegible. It read, "Unlock your inner light." Beneath it, a single word, scrawled in what looked like dried blood, "Harmony." The metallic scent intensified, now almost overpowering. The porcelain dolls in the antique store across the street, I could see them now, their heads slowly turning, their painted smiles widening into grotesque sneers. Their eyes, they were no longer painted, they were real. And they were fixed on me. Sister Serenity smiled, a disturbingly vacant expression. "He showed you the way," she said, her voice now a raspy whisper. "No, you must choose. Embrace the light or remain in the shadows." The diner, the desert itself. It all seemed to shimmer, to distort around me. The air crackled with an unseen energy. The metallic scent, the porcelain dolls, the cryptic message, the vanishing hitchhiker. It all coalesced into a terrifying certainty. I was trapped. Harmony Springs wasn't a town, it was a gateway. And I, it seemed, had just been given the key. The key pulsed with a faint, warm light. I looked at Millie, her face pale, her eyes wide with terror. The choice, I realized, wasn't mine alone. It was ours. The dolls in the antique store began to move. They climbed down from their shelves, their porcelain limbs clicking against the glass. Sister Serenity's smile widened, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. The metallic scent, now thick and cloying, filled the air. I clutched the key, its warmth spreading through my hand, a terrifying invitation. The desert outside, no longer a landscape of muted browns and grays, pulsed with an unsettling, vibrant green light. The stars above, they weren't stars at all. They were eyes, watching, waiting. The dolls shattered the antique store window, their porcelain faces contorted in monstrous grimaces. They spilled out onto the street, their movements unsettlingly fluid, their eyes fixed on us. Sister Serenity stood, her straw hat falling to the floor, revealing a face that was no longer human. It was smooth porcelain-like, with eyes that glowed with an eerie green light. She held out her hand, her fingers elongated, ending in wickedly sharp claws. "Welcome," she hissed, her voice now a guttural growl, "to Harmony." The porcelain dolls closed in. Story 48. The GPS insisted Harmony Springs was just ahead, a little oasis nestled amidst the sprawling desolation. Except, there hadn't been a single sign of civilization for hours. The landscape, an oppressive canvas of muted browns and grays, remained stubbornly unchanged. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky a disturbing shade of bruised plum. My unease, a quiet hum in the back of my mind, began to crescendo. Then, the asphalt ahead shimmered. Not a mirage, shimmering heat waves, but the surface itself rippled, as if the very substance of the world was becoming unstable. The GPS chirped cheerfully, announcing my arrival in Harmony Springs. Except there was nothing there. No springs. No oasis. Just the empty expanse, now bathed in an unsettling, otherworldly luminescence. The air itself felt thicker, charged with a faint, metallic tang. I pulled over, the tires crunching on something that felt distinctly unlike gravel. It was finer, almost like ground bone. A flicker of movement caught my eye. In the distance, a small fire burned, its flames an unnatural shade of emerald green. Figures moved around it, their forms shrouded in long, flowing robes. Hesitation warred with curiosity. Something about this place, about the way the light played on those figures, screamed danger. Yet, an inexplicable force pulled me forward. I approached slowly, the ground beneath my feet strangely soft, yielding like damp clay. The figures I could now see were chanting, their voices a low, guttural drone that resonated deep within my chest. As I drew closer, I noticed their robes weren't fabric, but woven from some kind of dried vegetation, interspersed with what looked disturbingly like human hair. The chanting intensified as they turned towards me, their faces hidden beneath masks of woven straw. The masks were crude, almost comical, but the eyes peering through the hollow sockets were anything but. They burned with an unnerving, predatory intensity. One figure, taller than the rest, stepped forward. It raised a hand, not in greeting, but in a gesture that seemed both welcoming and threatening. The other figures parted, revealing a crude wooden table at the center of their circle. On the table lay a single object, gleaming faintly in the green firelight. As I drew closer, I could finally see what it was. A steering wheel. Chrome, perfectly preserved except for the hand still gripping it, the flesh desiccated, clinging to the bone. My breath hitched in my throat. The tall figure gestured towards the steering wheel again, its silent invitation clear. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of confusion. I stumbled backward, my mind screaming at me to run. But my legs felt heavy, rooted to the spot. The figures began to close in, their chanting growing louder, the drone becoming a cacophony of inhuman sounds. The tall figure reached out, its hand gnarled and skeletal inches from my face. The straw mask slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of what lay beneath. Not flesh, not bone, but something smooth, iridescent, and pulsating with that same sickening green light. I squeezed my eyes shut, a choked sob escaping my lips. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the ground vibrating beneath my feet. The air filled with the coppery tang of blood. I knew, with chilling certainty, that I would never leave Harmony Springs. I would become another offering, another grotesque addition to their macabre collection. Another steering wheel, another silent testament to the horrors hidden within this impossible place. The straw mask lowered, the smooth, iridescent surface pressing against my cheek, its touch surprisingly cold. The chanting intensified, becoming a deafening roar, and then darkness. Story 49. The antique teardrop trailer, christened Stella by its previous, possibly deceased, owner, swayed precariously behind my vintage Camino. Its chrome teardrop sliced through the deepening violet twilight. A beacon of misplaced optimism in this desolate landscape. Millie, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, hummed a jaunty tune, entirely oblivious to the gnawing unease that had taken root in my gut the moment we crossed the Arizona state line. Harmony Springs, our destination, a supposed haven for stargazers and seekers of inner peace, felt less like a sanctuary and more like a spiderweb, waiting patiently for unsuspecting flies. The highway, a charcoal ribbon unspooling beneath our wheels, became increasingly empty. The usual comforting glow of oncoming headlights became a rare event. The landscape, a monotonous expanse of scrub brush and stunted trees, seemed to press inwards, the silence becoming oppressive. Even the crickets, usually a constant chorus in the desert night, had fallen silent. Sometime after midnight, Under a sky choked with stars that seemed malevolent rather than majestic, the Camino began to behave strangely. The steering wheel stiffened, resisting my attempts to correct our course. The accelerator became unresponsive. The Camino, my trusty steed, had developed a mind of its own. It veered sharply to the right, tires spitting gravel, onto a dirt track barely wider than the vehicle itself. This wasn't on any map. This wasn't even a road, more a scar gouged into the earth by some unseen, possibly monstrous, force. Millie, finally sensing my distress, stopped humming. "Everything okay?" she asked. Her voice surprisingly steady despite the lurching of the Camino as it bounced violently across the uneven terrain. "Just a shortcut." I lied, my voice tight with a terror I couldn't quite conceal. The track wound through a thicket of twisted juniper trees, their branches gnarled and reaching, like skeletal fingers clawing at the indigo sky. The air grew thick with an unfamiliar, coppery scent, almost metallic, making my stomach churn. Then, I saw them. Gathered around a small bonfire, bathed in its sickly emerald glow, were figures. Robed figures. Their faces were hidden beneath masks woven from some indeterminate, fibrous material. They stood motionless, their silence more terrifying than any scream. The Camino lurched again, as if eager to join their macabre gathering. I slammed on the brakes, a futile gesture. The Camino continued its inexorable advance, the figures parting to create a path, their silence unbroken. As we drew closer, I could see that their robes, while seemingly uniform, were subtly different, patched together from a bizarre collection of fabrics. Some clutched crudely fashioned objects, sticks tipped with sharp stones, bones bleached white by the desert sun. Their stillness was unsettling. It felt expectant. The Camino stopped a few feet from the bonfire. The figures closed in, forming a tight circle around us. Their silence became almost physical, a suffocating weight pressing against the windows. Then, the chanting started. A low, rhythmic drone, wholly unlike anything human, vibrating through the very metal of the Camino. Millie, finally succumbing to terror, sobbed uncontrollably beside me. I wanted to comfort her, to offer some reassurance, but I was paralyzed with fear. The chanting grew louder, more insistent. The figures swaying rhythmically, their movements unsettlingly fluid. I could feel the Camino trembling beneath me, as if struggling against some invisible force. The tallest figure stepped forward, its masked face inches from my window. It raised a hand, long and skeletal, the fingers ending in wickedly sharp nails, and pointed towards Millie. Then, it spoke. Its voice was a raspy whisper, barely audible above the chanting. But the words, though in a language I couldn't understand, echoed with a chilling clarity. It was an invitation. An invitation I knew we couldn't refuse. The figure lowered its hand, its gesture now directed towards the trailer door. The chanting intensified, the figures swaying faster, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. I looked at Millie, her face pale and streaked with tears, and felt a surge of protectiveness, however futile. I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that this desolate patch of desert, this unholy gathering, would be our final destination. The Camino, no longer my trusty steed, but a metal coffin, had delivered us to our doom. The chanting reached a fever pitch. The figures surged forward, and the last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed me, was the grotesque grimace of a mask inches from my face, its silent promise of unimaginable horrors. Story 50. The California Coast Highway, usually a vibrant artery pulsing with life, felt strangely deserted this evening. Fog, thick and cloying, clung to the cliffs, swallowing the setting sun and painting the world in shades of gray. I gripped the steering wheel, a nervous rhythm tapping against the worn leather, a familiar twinge of anxiety tightening my chest. My destination, a remote lighthouse museum perched precariously on a headland, seemed less a beacon of history and more a lonely outpost in a world slowly succumbing to the encroaching gloom. The museum's curator, a Mr. Silas Blackwood, had contacted me about an exhibit of maritime curiosities, a collection supposedly spanning centuries. His voice, thin and reedy over the phone, had sparked a strange fascination, an unsettling desire to see these objects for myself. Now, however, as the miles ticked by and the fog thickened, I began to question the wisdom of my solitary journey. The lighthouse appeared suddenly, a skeletal finger pointing accusingly at the swirling gray. Its light, usually a comforting guide for ships, was extinguished, a single dark eye staring out at the turbulent ocean. The museum itself, a squat, stone structure clinging to the cliffside, looked abandoned. The only sign of life was a single, flickering lantern in a window, casting grotesque, dancing shadows on the stone walls. I parked near the heavy oak doors, their surface slick with moisture. The metallic tang of salt and something else, something faintly sweet and sickening, hung heavy in the damp air. Hesitation gnawed at me, a warning whisper against the rising tide of curiosity. But I'd come this far. Inside, the lantern light revealed a cavernous space filled with shadows and the faint aroma of mildew. Glass display cases, filled with bizarre objects, lined the walls. Twisted pieces of driftwood, barnacle-encrusted bottles containing faded messages, and rusted navigational tools formed a disturbing tapestry of maritime misfortune. At the far end of the room, a figure materialized from the gloom. It was Mr. Blackwood, tall and gaunt, his face obscured by the flickering lantern light. "You found us," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "Excellent." He gestured towards the displays, his long, thin fingers like the spindly legs of a spider. "These," he proclaimed, "here are the remnants of forgotten voyages. Testaments to the ocean's unforgiving embrace." He led me through the exhibits, his commentary a disquieting mix of historical fact and unsettling speculation. He spoke of ships vanished without a trace, of sailors driven mad by the endless expanse of sea, of creatures lurking in the unexplored depths. His words, though gentle, carried a disturbing weight, a chilling conviction that resonated within the silent museum. He paused before a large, shrouded display case in the center of the room. "This," he whispered, his voice barely audible, "is my most prized acquisition." He reached out and slowly removed the shroud, revealing a large glass globe filled with a swirling, iridescent fluid. The fluid pulsed rhythmically, casting an eerie, green light that danced across the museum walls. Inside, I could make out small, indistinct shapes, swirling and shifting within the luminescent depths. A strange fascination, a morbid curiosity held me captive. "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely a breath. Mr. Blackwood smiled, a slow, unsettling widening of his lips that never quite reached his eyes. "The collected souls of those lost at sea," he whispered. "Their essence, their light, preserved for all eternity." The room seemed to grow colder. The rhythmic pulsing of the globe intensified, the green light becoming blindingly bright. A high-pitched whine filled the air, resonating within the confines of the museum. I stumbled back, a chilling certainty washing over me. This wasn't a museum, it was a shrine. Mr. Blackwood's smile widened further, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too pointed. His eyes, now fully illuminated by the eerie green light, were filled with an unnatural glee. He reached out, his long fingers beckoning me closer. "Join them," he whispered, his voice now a guttural rasp. "Become part of the collection." The small shapes within the globe began to coalesce, forming larger, more distinct figures. They swirled faster, their movements becoming increasingly frantic. I could hear their faint cries, their whispers of despair echoing through the museum. Panic seized me. I turned and ran, my footsteps echoing through the silent halls. The high-pitched whine intensified, becoming a deafening shriek. The globe pulsed faster, the green light consuming everything. I fumbled for the door, my hands slick with terror. The latch clicked open, revealing the swirling gray fog and the dark, churning ocean beyond. I stumbled outside, gasping for breath. The fog pressed in around me, cold and suffocating. The lighthouse remained dark, a silent sentinel against the encroaching night. As I fumbled with my car keys, I heard the heavy oak doors creak open behind me. Mr. Blackwood's voice, now a chilling whisper carried on the fog-laden wind, reached my ears. "They're waiting," he said. "They're always waiting." I scrambled into my car, slamming the door shut. The engine roared to life, and I sped away. The image of the pulsing globe and Mr. Blackwood's unsettling smile burned into my mind. The California Coast Highway, once a symbol of freedom and adventure, now held a terrifying secret. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never truly escape the haunting whispers of the lost souls at sea. Story 51. The tunnel yawned before me, a maw of concrete and shadow. A strange, almost metallic tang hung in the air, thick enough to taste. A welcome reprieve from the relentless desert sun, I thought, foolishly. The temperature inside dropped precipitously, the comforting warmth of the afternoon replaced by a damp, bone-chilling cold. My skin prickled. I gripped the steering wheel. A sudden, irrational compulsion to turn back seizing me. I pushed the thought aside. It was just a tunnel. As I drove deeper, the darkness intensified, swallowing the headlights' beams. A low hum began to vibrate through the car, a sound wholly unlike anything mechanical. It resonated within my very bones, a dissonant chorus emanating from the unseen depths. I glanced at the dashboard clock. Time seemed to slow, each second stretching into an eternity. Then, the whispers started. Faint at first, barely audible above the hum, they slithered into my ears. A venomous caress against my eardrums. They spoke in a language I couldn't quite decipher, yet somehow understood. They spoke of pain, of regret, of a cold embrace that never ends. A flicker of movement in the periphery. I strained my eyes, peering into the oppressive gloom. A figure materialized beside the road, shrouded in what looked like woven straw. Its face was hidden, but I could feel its gaze, unnervingly intense. Then another figure appeared, and another, their forms shimmering in and out of existence, as if woven from the shadows themselves. They were the spirits of accident victims, trapped in this subterranean purgatory, I realized with a horrifying clarity. They pressed closer, their numbers swelling, their whispers growing louder, a chilling cacophony echoing through the tunnel. Their hands, skeletal and elongated, reached towards the car, their fingers tipped with something that gleamed obscenely in the dim light. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the engine screaming in protest, but the car wouldn't budge. It was as if an invisible force held it captive. I was trapped. The figures surrounded the car, their grotesque faces now visible beneath their straw masks. Their eyes, hollow sockets filled with an unholy green luminescence, burned into me. They were close enough to touch. Their icy breath reeking of decay, their whispers becoming screams, a horrifying chorus of anguish and despair. I saw her then, a small figure, a child, clutching a porcelain doll, her face frozen in a perpetual scream. Her eyes, wide and vacant, met mine. A wave of profound sadness washed over me, a sorrow so deep it threatened to drown me. She had been a passenger in a car, just like me. Now, she was one of them, forever trapped in this tunnel of torment. A terrible thought echoed through my mind. They weren't just showing me their suffering. They wanted me to join them. They wanted me to become another silent testament to the tunnel's gruesome history. To become another offering to the darkness that dwelt within. The figures began to chant, a rhythmic drone that resonated within the very walls of the tunnel. The car began to shake, the metal groaning under an unseen pressure. The whispers intensified, swirling around me, their words now clear, a terrifying mantra accompanying their macabre dance. "Join us," they hissed. "Become one with us. Stay with us. Forever." A moral dilemma slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. If I stayed in the car, I would become one of them, lost forever in this spectral realm. But if I left the car, I would face the darkness alone, unprotected, vulnerable to whatever horrors lurked within those shifting shadows. My hand trembled as I reached for the door handle. The whispers intensified. their voices laced with a predatory anticipation. The figures pressed closer, their skeletal fingers inches from my face. I could feel their icy touch, their chilling presence seeping into my very being. I took a deep breath, a desperate prayer echoing in my mind. I opened the door. The chanting stopped. A profound silence descended, broken only by the frantic hammering of my own heart. I stepped out of the car, into the suffocating embrace of the tunnel. The figures parted, forming a path, a silent invitation into their world. At the end of that path, a single figure stood apart, taller than the others, its straw cloak lowering slightly, revealing a face that was both human and inhuman. Its eyes, burning with a malevolent green light, fixed on me. It raised a skeletal hand, a long, slender finger pointing directly at me, and then it smiled. Story 52. The Harmony Springs Tunnel. Caleb, ever the intrepid explorer of forgotten places, had found it marked on some obscure map, labeled simply, Maintenance Access DA. He'd convinced us, Millie and Sarah, that a hidden wonder awaited. Millie, perpetually optimistic, bought it hook, line, and sinker. Sarah, the practical one, remained skeptical, but her skepticism was no match for Caleb's infectious enthusiasm. So, there we were. Flashlight beams dancing across damp concrete, the air thick with the musty scent of stagnant water, venturing into the belly of a forgotten highway. The tunnel stretched further than any maintenance access should, the darkness clinging to the edges of our flashlight beams like a predatory beast. Then, the air shifted. The musty dampness gave way to something else, something almost metallic, tinged with an unnatural sweetness. It clung to the back of my throat, thick and cloying. We exchanged uneasy glances. The silence, broken only by the rhythmic drip of water, became oppressive. And then, we saw it. A faint, pulsating green light emanating from the tunnel's depths. We pressed on, drawn by a morbid curiosity that now felt distinctly unwise. The green light intensified, resolving itself into distinct points, flickering and shifting like fireflies in a jar. As we rounded a bend, the tunnel opened into a vast cavern. The source of the green light finally revealed. A small bonfire burned at the center of the space, casting grotesque shadows across the uneven walls. And around the bonfire, a circle of figures. They were robed, their faces hidden beneath masks woven from some coarse, fibrous material. Their forms seemed almost skeletal beneath their loose garments, their movements unsettlingly fluid. They chanted in a low, guttural murmur, a sound wholly unlike anything human. The air in the cavern was heavy, the metallic sweetness now overpowering, almost nauseating. My stomach churned. This wasn't the hidden wonder we'd expected. This was something else entirely. Something profoundly wrong. We'd stumbled upon something we were never meant to see. A hidden community, living beneath the highway, their ritual bathed in that sickening green light. We froze, unsure what to do. Flight seemed the only sensible option, but the entrance to the tunnel, now a small pinprick of light in the distance, felt impossibly far. Then, one of the figures stopped chanting. It turned towards us, its masked face inches from mine in the flickering firelight. Its silence was more terrifying than any scream. The figure gestured towards the bonfire with a long, spindly finger. Its touch, surprisingly cold, brushed against my arm. It spoke, its voice a raspy whisper, the words barely audible above the chanting. "Join us," it rasped. "Become one with the light." The other figures stopped chanting, their heads snapping towards us, their silence amplifying the horror. Terror, raw and primal, seized me. I grabbed Millie and Sarah, pulling them back towards the tunnel entrance. "Run," I hissed, my voice trembling. We ran. The chanting resumed, louder now, a horrifying chorus echoing through the cavern. Footsteps followed, light and swift, their pursuit relentless. The green light pulsed behind us, casting elongated, grotesque shadows that danced across the tunnel walls. We stumbled and scrambled through the darkness, the metallic scent clinging to us like a shroud. The tunnel seemed to stretch endlessly before us, the pinprick of light at the entrance mocking our desperate flight. The footsteps behind us grew closer, the chanting louder. I could feel their presence, cold and oppressive, closing in. We finally burst from the tunnel's mouth into the cool night air, the highway stretching before us like a promise of escape. We didn't stop running until we reached the car, fumbling with the keys, the metallic scent still clinging to us, a horrifying reminder of what we'd seen. We piled inside, the engine roaring to life, a welcome sound against the silence of the night. As we sped away, I risked a glance in the rearview mirror. The tunnel's entrance yawned black and empty in the distance. But for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a flicker of green light, a silent, malevolent promise from the hidden community beneath the highway. They were still there, waiting. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we would never truly escape the horrors we'd uncovered in the Harmony Springs tunnel. The metallic taste lingered, a venomous caress against the back of my throat. The faint, sickly sweet aroma persisted, a horrifying reminder of the light. And the silence of the desert night, usually a comforting presence, now felt oppressive, filled with the unseen, the unknown. We had seen their light, and now, a part of us would always remain, trapped in that suffocating darkness beneath the highway. Story 53. The bridge stretched, an immense concrete and steel artery, pulsating with the rhythm of my aging truck. Below, the churning water reflected the bruised purple of the pre-dawn sky, a canvas disturbed only by the occasional swirling eddy. I was hauling a load of porcelain dolls, their vacant stares fixed on the nylon barrier separating them from my cab, a silent, unsettling audience to my solitary journey. Harmony Springs awaited, a promised oasis after miles of monotonous desert. Then, I saw it. A flicker of movement beneath the surface, something large, something dark. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a phantom born of fatigue and the unsettling vastness of the water below. But the movement repeated, deliberate, and somehow purposeful. A shape began to resolve itself in the murky depths. Impossibly long limbs, bending at unnatural angles, propelled a hulking form through the water. Its skin, a sickly emerald green, shimmered faintly in the dim light. The creature was monstrous, wholly unlike anything I had ever seen or even imagined. A primal terror seized me, a cold fist clenching around my heart. My foot instinctively pressed harder against the accelerator, the engine roaring its protest as I pushed my truck to its limits. The bridge seemed to stretch endlessly before me, each second an eternity. I risked another glance at the churning water below. The creature was closer now, its massive form barely contained beneath the surface. Its head, a grotesque parody of a human skull, broke the surface, its empty sockets filled with a malevolent green luminescence. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, and a guttural growl rumbled from its depths, a sound that vibrated through the very structure of the bridge. My hands tightened around the steering wheel, knuckles white. The bridge ended, the highway unfurling before me like a charcoal ribbon against the lightening sky. But the terror remained, a suffocating weight in my chest. The image of the creature, its grotesque visage and predatory hunger, burned into my mind. Miles later, the sun finally broke over the horizon, painting the desert landscape in shades of ochre and burnt orange. I pulled into a roadside diner, desperate for coffee, for anything to dispel the lingering chill. The Harmony Springs diner looked harmless enough, a beacon of normalcy in the desolate expanse. Inside, a waitress with a faded floral print dress and an unsettlingly vacant expression poured me coffee. The diner was almost empty. The only other occupants a group of 3 figures huddled in a booth at the back. They wore long, flowing robes of indeterminate fabrics, their faces hidden beneath masks woven from straw. Their silence was unsettling, amplified by the otherwise empty diner. As I drank my coffee, I noticed their robes weren't uniform. Subtle variations in the weave and the colors suggested they were handmade, each one unique. An odd detail, but one that sparked a disturbing thought. Were these masks simply costumes, or something more? Were these people hiding their faces, or hiding something else entirely? The waitress refilled my coffee, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. "Rough night?" she asked, her voice surprisingly strong for her frail appearance. I hesitated, the image of the creature flashing through my mind. "You could say that." I finally managed, my voice raspy. She nodded slowly, her gaze fixed somewhere beyond my shoulder. "There are things in this desert," she said, her voice barely audible above the hum of the coffee machine. "Things older than you can imagine. Things that dwell in the spaces between worlds." Her smile widened fractionally, becoming something almost predatory. "Harmony Springs welcomes all," she added, her voice dripping with an unsettling sweetness. The three figures in the booth shifted, their heads slowly turning towards me. Their silence became almost physical, a palpable weight pressing against me. I suddenly felt trapped, a fly caught in a spider web, my every instinct screaming at me to leave, to run. I paid for my coffee, my hands trembling as I fumbled with the bills. I practically ran back to my truck, the image of the waitress, her smile and her words, a chilling echo in my mind. As I pulled back onto the highway, I glanced at the rearview mirror. The three robed figures stood outside the diner, their masked faces fixed on my retreating vehicle. Their silent presence radiated a palpable malice, a silent promise that I would never truly leave Harmony Springs. They were waiting, patiently, for the inevitable moment when I would return, when I would become another addition to their Mabber collection. The churning water beneath the bridge, the monstrous creature lurking in its depths, had been just the beginning. The real horror, I realized with a chilling certainty, was just beginning to unfold. Story 54. The detour sign, barely visible in the encroaching gloom, promised a quicker route. My GPS, however, seemed to disagree, its digital voice growing increasingly agitated as I descended into a network of tunnels I never knew existed beneath the highway. The concrete walls were slick with some unknown substance, reflecting the headlights in a disturbing, oily sheen. A coppery scent, subtle at first, began to permeate the enclosed space, clinging to the back of my throat. The tunnels twisted and turned, defying any sense of direction. My GPS finally gave up, its digitized voice replaced by a static whine. I pulled over, the tires crunching on loose gravel, realizing the folly of blindly following technology into the Earth's bowels. A shiver, unrelated to the damp chill, crawled up my spine. The silence, broken only by the occasional drip of water, became oppressive, thick with an unseen presence. I tried turning back, the steering wheel strangely resistant. Then I saw it. A flicker of light, far down one of the branching tunnels. A color I couldn't quite place, pulsating with an almost hypnotic rhythm. Logic screamed retreat, but an unsettling curiosity, a morbid fascination, propelled me forward. As I approached, the light resolved itself into an eerie emerald green, emanating from what appeared to be a large chamber. The coppery scent intensified, now almost overwhelming, tinged with something sickeningly sweet. The tunnel floor became smoother, almost polished, and the walls seemed to pulse with the same rhythmic beat as the light. The chamber opened before me, vast and unsettlingly clean. Strange objects, fashioned from bone and metal and woven straw, lined the walls. In the center, a bonfire burned with an unnatural green flame, casting grotesque shadows across the assembled figures. They were cloaked in rough-spun garments, their faces hidden by elaborate straw masks, each one subtly different, yet all sharing a disturbing, almost comical visage. They stood motionless, their silence amplified by the crackling fire. Then, as if sensing my presence, they slowly turned their masked faces towards me. The air grew thick, heavy with an unseen pressure. The rhythmic pulsing of the green light intensified, resonating deep within my chest. A low, guttural chant started, rising and falling in a disturbingly melodic cadence. One of the figures stepped forward, taller than the others, its straw mask adorned with what looked like human teeth. It raised a hand, long and skeletal beneath the frayed fabric of its sleeve, and gestured towards the fire. An unspoken invitation, a silent command. Terror, cold and sharp, pierced through the fog of fascination. I slammed the car into reverse, the tires spinning uselessly on the polished floor. The chanting grew louder, the green light brighter, the figures closing in. I fumbled for my phone, its screen a pathetically small rectangle of light in the encroaching gloom. No signal. I hammered on the steering wheel, a futile expression of frustration. The figures were almost upon me, their silence more terrifying than any scream. The tall figure reached the car, its masked face inches from my window. The green light illuminated the unsettling details of its mask, the teeth now clearly human, arranged in a grotesque grin. The coppery scent became overpowering, filling my lungs, choking me. The chanting reached a feverish crescendo, resonating within my skull. Then, the figure lowered its hand, the skeletal fingers brushing against the glass. A cold, clammy touch. The glass cracked under the pressure, spiderweb fractures spreading across its surface. I looked into the empty sockets of the mask, searching for some flicker of humanity, some explanation for this madness. But there was nothing, only a void, an emptiness hiding unknowable horrors. The green light intensified, becoming blinding. The chanting filled my ears, my mind, drowning out every other thought. The glass shattered completely, sharp shards raining down on me. The tall figure reached inside, its clawed hand wrapping around my arm, its grip surprisingly strong. I screamed, a pathetic, choked sound swallowed by the chanting. The hand pulled me from the car, dragging me towards the fire. I saw the other figures closing in, their masked faces contorted in grotesque smiles. The green flames danced before my eyes, their heat surprisingly intense. The coppery scent, now overwhelmingly strong, filled my nostrils, my mouth. It tasted of blood. I looked back at the car, a pathetic metal shell abandoned in the emerald gloom. The highway, the world above, seemed a distant memory, a forgotten dream. I was trapped, another offering to whatever dark god dwelled within these subterranean tunnels. The chanting intensified. The green light consumed everything, and I knew, with chilling certainty, that I would never leave. Story 57. The desert shimmered, deceptively tranquil under the relentless sun. 7 years. 7 years since that night, since the sickening thud, since the wide, terrified eyes reflecting in my headlights, frozen in an eternal scream. It started subtly, a flicker at the edge of my vision. A fleeting impression of a figure standing by the roadside, thumb outstretched, pleading for a ride. I dismissed it as fatigue, the endless highway hypnotizing me into seeing things. But the flickers persisted, becoming more frequent, more defined. The figure solidifying always the same. Ragged clothes, matted hair, and those eyes. Always those eyes. I pulled into a desolate gas station, more for my own sanity than for fuel. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting an unsettling pallor on the grimy tiled floor. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to wash away the phantom hitchhiker clinging to the edges of my mind. The attendant, a gaunt man with a disconcertingly cheerful smile, asked if I was all right. I mumbled something about a long drive, avoiding his gaze. His smile widened fractionally, a disturbing glint entering his eyes. "Long drives can play tricks on the mind," he said, his voice strangely melodic, "especially out here." He gestured vaguely towards the highway, his smile twisting into something almost predatory. I paid quickly, eager to escape his unsettling presence, the image of the hitchhiker superimposed over his face. Back on the road, the desert seemed to press in on me. The vastness no longer comforting but suffocating. The phantom hitchhiker became a constant companion, materializing with increasing clarity in my peripheral vision. Now, I could see details. A faded denim jacket, a tattered backpack slung over one shoulder, and those accusing eyes, burning with an unnatural light. I tried to rationalize it away, blaming exhaustion, dehydration. Anything but the horrifying truth clawing at the back of my mind. I had seen those eyes before, not in a fleeting glimpse on a dark highway, but up close, filled with terror, reflecting the approaching grille of my vehicle. I pulled over again, this time overcome by a wave of nausea. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of bruised violet and blood orange, a macabre backdrop to my unraveling sanity. I rested my head against the steering wheel, trying to control my ragged breathing. When I looked up, he was there. Not a flicker, not a fleeting impression, but standing before me, solid and real. The denim jacket, the backpack, the matted hair, and those eyes, burning with an otherworldly luminescence. He didn't speak, just stared, his silent accusation more terrifying than any scream. I slammed the car into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I fled, the hitchhiker vanishing from view. I drove for hours, the highway stretching before me like a shimmering ribbon, disappearing into the encroaching darkness. Each passing mile brought a fleeting sense of relief, quickly replaced by the knowing fear that he would reappear. He always did. He was waiting for me at every rest stop, at every gas station, at every bend in the road. Silent, accusing, a constant reminder of my sin. I finally reached a small town, its flickering streetlights offering a false sense of security. I checked into a motel, the room small and musty, but a welcome refuge from the oppressive desert night. I locked the door, bolted it, and collapsed onto the lumpy mattress, exhaustion finally claiming me. But even in sleep, there was no escape. He was there, standing at the foot of the bed, his eyes burning through the darkness. I awoke with a gasp, heart hammering, drenched in a cold sweat. The room was empty, but the oppressive presence lingered, a tangible weight pressing against me. I knew then that I couldn't outrun him. He was bound to me, a spectral albatross chained to my soul. He was my punishment, my eternal penance. I stumbled out of the motel, the pre-dawn gloom mirroring the despair within me. The highway stretched before me, no longer a path to a destination, but a road to nowhere. A perpetual loop of guilt and terror. As I drove, the hitchhiker materialized beside me in the passenger seat. He finally spoke, his voice a raspy whisper, barely audible above the hum of the engine. "You can't escape," he said, his eyes boring into mine. "You have to face what you did." The highway curved sharply, and I saw him standing there again, at the edge of the road, thumb outstretched, waiting. This time, I didn't swerve. I didn't flee. I drove straight towards him, the image of his terrified eyes, frozen in that eternal scream, merging with the approaching figure. The impact was silent, a merging of realities, a final, horrifying acceptance of my fate. The highway stretched before me, empty and silent, the phantom hitchhiker finally gone, replaced by a chilling emptiness within myself, a void that would forever haunt the desolate stretches of my life. I was no longer haunted by a ghost, but by the horrifying certainty that I had become one. Story 58. The chipped, plastic planchette felt strangely warm against my fingers. We shouldn't have done this, I thought, but the words died before reaching my lips. The abandoned rest stop, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of a single flickering bulb, seemed to hum with an unseen energy. Barnaby, ever the thrill-seeker, insisted a Ouija board session would be the perfect cap to our cross-country road trip. Millie, always eager to please, readily agreed. Caleb, ever pragmatic, simply shrugged and went to check the restrooms. I, however, felt a prickle of unease, a knot tightening in my stomach. The planchette shuddered, then began its slow, deliberate glide across the board. H, it spelled, then E, L, P. A nervous giggle escaped Millie. I, however, felt the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. The air grew colder. The single light bulb buzzing erratically. The help we summoned wasn't the kind we expected. The planchette moved again, faster this time, spelling E-T. E-E-E-I-T. A low humming started, a deep, resonant thrumming that seemed to vibrate through the very floor beneath us. The restroom door creaked open, and Caleb emerged, his face pale. He didn't speak, just pointed a trembling finger towards the cracked mirror behind the counter. Reflected in its fractured surface were 3 figures, robed in what looked like woven straw. Their faces were obscured by masks of the same material. They weren't there physically, only in the mirror, but their presence felt suffocating. The humming intensified, the planchette now spinning wildly across the board, an unseen force guiding it. The figures in the mirror moved closer, their forms becoming more distinct, more terrifying. Their robes seemed to shift and squirm, as if alive with unseen insects. Their masks, once seemingly innocuous, now appeared grotesque, their features exaggerated, almost comical. Yet, there was nothing funny about them. They radiated a palpable malice. Caleb stammered, his voice trembling. "We need to leave now." But we were already trapped. The figures in the mirror stepped out of the fractured glass, materializing in the grimy rest stop. They were taller than I'd realized, their forms looming over us. The humming reached a fever pitch, the single light bulb exploding in a shower of sparks. The rest stop plunged into darkness, punctuated only by the unsettling green luminescence emanating from their masks. They moved with an unnatural grace, their straw robes rustling against the tiled floor. They formed a tight circle around us, their silence more terrifying than any scream. Then, one of them raised a hand, its long, skeletal fingers tipped with what looked like polished obsidian. In its hand, it held a small, intricately carved wooden turtle. It wasn't the typical tourist trinket. This one seemed ancient, imbued with a dark power. The figure holding the turtle began to chant, a low, guttural murmur that echoed strangely in the confined space. The other figures joined in, their voices rising, becoming a horrifying chorus. The green light emanating from their masks intensified, bathing the rest stop in a sickly, otherworldly glow. The turtle in the figure's hand began to glow as well, pulsating with the same eerie green light. The chanting grew louder, faster, the rhythm becoming almost hypnotic. The air crackled with unseen energy. I felt a sharp pain in my head, a pressure building behind my eyes. Millie whimpered beside me, her body trembling uncontrollably. Caleb stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror. Barnaby, the instigator of this whole nightmare, had finally lost his bravado. His face was ashen, his eyes darting nervously between the chanting figures and the pulsating turtle. The figure holding the turtle stepped forward, its mask inches from my face. I could smell the dry, earthy scent of the straw, a smell that was somehow both familiar and deeply unsettling. The green light from the turtle washed over me, and I felt a searing pain, a burning sensation spreading through my veins. The chanting reached a crescendo, the figures swaying faster, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The turtle pulsed with a blinding light. Then, everything went white. When I could see again, the figures were gone. The rest stop was silent, empty. The single bulb still flickered weakly, casting long, distorted shadows across the grimy floor. We were alone, or so we thought. The wooden turtle lay on the floor, its green luminescence faded. Barnaby, in a fit of misguided bravado, picked it up. As his fingers brushed against its polished surface, the humming started again, low and resonant. The green light returned, brighter this time, consuming everything. The figures materialized again, their masks inches from our faces. This time their smiles were wider, their eyes burning with a malevolent glee. Barnaby screamed, a choked, terrified sound that was quickly swallowed by the darkness. The turtle pulsed one last time, a blinding flash of green light. Then silence. I looked around. Millie and Caleb were gone. Barnaby lay on the floor, his eyes wide and vacant, his fingers still clutching the wooden turtle. Its green light pulsed rhythmically against his lifeless hand. I was alone, the sole survivor. But the chilling certainty washed over me that I would never truly escape. The figures were still there, I knew, lurking in the shadows, waiting. They had taken my friends. And they had taken something from me as well. Something I could never get back. The turtle, a seemingly innocuous object, had become a conduit for something ancient, something malevolent. And I, the reluctant participant in this terrifying ritual, would carry its mark forever. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a desolate ribbon leading to an unknown and terrifying future. The figures in the straw masks, with their unsettling smiles and glowing green eyes, would always be there, a constant, chilling reminder of the night we unleashed something we could never control. Story 60. The static crackled, a familiar lullaby on these long, desolate stretches of highway. Tonight, however, the usual white noise held a disturbing edge, a low thrumming beneath the hiss and pop that vibrated against my teeth. I fiddled with the dial, hoping to banish the unsettling undercurrent, but it persisted. Then, a voice, clear as a bell, sliced through the static. It spoke in a language I couldn't understand, yet somehow I grasped its essence. Plea, desperation, terror. The words felt slick, squirming like insects against the inside of my skull. Then, just as abruptly, the voice vanished, swallowed by the returning static. I shook my head, attributing it to fatigue, the endless miles blurring the lines between reality and hallucination. Miles later, the voice returned, this time accompanied by others. A chorus of whispers, rising and falling, waving around each other in a dissonant symphony. The language remained alien, yet the underlying dread intensified, a cold hand squeezing my heart. The cab of my rig seemed to shrink, the walls pressing inwards, the air growing thick, tasting of copper and decay. I reached for the CB, thumb hovering over the transmit button. Should I respond? Acknowledging these phantom voices felt distinctly unwise, yet a morbid curiosity compelled me. Before I could make a decision, the whispers coalesced into a single, guttural chant. It resonated within my bones, vibrating through the very metal of the truck. The highway ahead shimmered, the asphalt rippling like water, the painted lines twisting into impossible angles. Then, I saw them. In the rearview mirror, 3 figures materialized on the horizon. Tall and slender, shrouded in what looked like woven straw, their forms swaying rhythmically in time with the chanting. They moved with unsettling speed, their strides eating up the miles between us with unnatural swiftness. Panic clawed at my throat. I slammed the accelerator, the engine screaming in protest. The truck surging forward. The figures in the mirror grew larger, their forms becoming clearer. Beneath their straw cloaks, I glimpsed elongated limbs, their hands ending in long, skeletal fingers. Their heads were obscured by the straw, yet I could sense their gazes fixed on me, burning with an unholy intensity. The chanting grew louder, filling the cab, drowning out the roar of the engine. The air grew colder, a biting chill seeping through the closed windows, frosting the glass. The highway ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, the horizon receding as I pushed the truck harder. Suddenly, the CB crackled again. The voice, closer now, almost whispering in my ear. It spoke a single word, clear and chillingly distinct. Join. The word echoed through my mind, reverberating with a terrifying finality. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles white. The truck began to shake, vibrating in time with the chanting, the metal groaning under an unseen pressure. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. The figures were almost upon me, their forms looming large, their shadowed faces still hidden beneath their straw cloaks. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the cab filling with a sickeningly sweet aroma, like overripe fruit rotting in the sun. The truck bucked violently, the steering wheel stiffening, no longer responding to my frantic attempts to maintain control. The figures in the mirror were inches away, their skeletal fingers outstretched, reaching. The chanting stopped. A profound silence descended, broken only by the ragged gasps of my own breath. The truck slowed, the engine sputtering, finally dying. I looked in the mirror one last time. The figures surrounded the truck, their straw cloaks lowering slightly, revealing glimpses of the grotesque faces beneath. Their smiles, wide and unsettling, promised a horrifying welcome. The green light emanating from beneath their masks intensified, consuming the world around me. I understood. I had joined. Story 61. The highway. Usually a comforting ribbon of asphalt shimmered. It rippled, almost like water. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and the familiar scent of pine needles was replaced by something thick, metallic. The trees lining the route became twisted, gnarled mockeries of nature. Their branches, skeletal and sharp, clawed at the violet sky. The sun, a sickly yellow orb, hung low, casting long, distorted shadows. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. It felt cold, slick. The temperature inside the vehicle plummeted, frost forming on the windows. I rubbed my eyes, convinced I was hallucinating. But the distorted landscape remained. The road ahead, once straight, now twisted and turned, disappearing into a swirling, emerald green fog. The change was subtle at first. A shift in the color of the vegetation, an almost imperceptible warping of the horizon. Then, the familiar green highway signs began displaying words in a language I didn't recognize. Intricate symbols, etched into the metal, pulsed with an unsettling, inner light. I pulled over, heart hammering against my ribs. The silence was profound. The usual symphony of crickets and night birds was absent. Only the low hum of the engine and the frantic thumping of my own pulse filled the void. I tried the radio, but only static crackled back. As the emerald fog thickened, figures began to emerge from the woods. Tall, slender figures shrouded in dark robes. Their faces were hidden by grotesque masks woven from some unknown material. They moved with an unsettling grace, their steps silent against the gravel. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling. No signal. I was trapped. The figures formed a loose circle around my vehicle, their silence more terrifying than any scream. A low, guttural chanting began, echoing through the trees. The sound resonated deep within my bones, a chilling vibration that seemed to drain the warmth from my body. The masks, I realized with growing horror, weren't masks at all. They were faces. Distorted, elongated faces with eyes that glowed with an unholy green light. Their mouths were wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. I slammed the vehicle into reverse, tires spitting gravel as I fought to escape. But the road behind me had vanished, replaced by a wall of twisted, thorny vines. The figures closed in, their chanting growing louder, their movements becoming increasingly frenzied. The green light emanating from their faces intensified, bathing the clearing in a sickly, otherworldly glow. They pressed against the vehicle, their clawed hands scraping against the windows. Their forms seemed almost skeletal beneath their robes, their movements impossibly fluid. The chanting reached a fever pitch, the sound vibrating through the metal of the vehicle, through my very being. The driver's side window shattered, showering me with shards of glass. A clawed hand reached inside, its grip surprisingly strong. I screamed, a pathetic sound swallowed by the chanting. The hand tightened, its nails digging into my flesh. I was pulled from the vehicle, dragged into their circle. They surrounded me, their grotesque faces inches from mine. Their chanting intensified, the sound drilling into my skull, a terrifying mantra accompanying their macabre dance. The green light consumed me, blinding, burning. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, a searing heat spreading through my veins. My vision blurred, the chanting fading into a distant drone. The last thing I saw were those glowing green eyes, fixed on me with a predatory intensity. Then darkness. I awoke to the sound of roosters crowing. The sun, warm and comforting, streamed through the grimy windows of a small diner. A waitress, her face kind, placed a cup of coffee before me. "Rough night?" she asked, a gentle smile playing on her lips. I looked around, disoriented. The diner was quaint, filled with the comforting aroma of coffee and frying bacon. The world outside was normal. The highway, a familiar ribbon of asphalt, stretched before me, but my voice was raspy, barely a whisper. Where am I?" "Harmony Springs," she replied, refilling my coffee. "Welcome." Her smile widened fractionally, revealing a flash of something sharp, something metallic, beneath her lip. and the gentle hum of the jukebox, playing a forgotten melody, seemed to twist, to distort, into a low, guttural chant. The coffee, suddenly, tasted of blood. Story 63. The sun dipped below the jagged horizon, painting the sky a bruised apricot. Millie, bless her perpetually optimistic heart, hummed a jaunty tune. A tune, I might add, distressingly similar to the ice cream truck jingle. It was a stark contrast to the knowing unease settling in my gut. We were miles from anything resembling civilization. Lost somewhere in the heart of Nevada, on our way to a stargazing convention. A convention, I must reiterate, that Millie, in her boundless enthusiasm, had insisted we attend. A figure appeared in the distance. Slender, draped in what appeared to be a faded, floral print sheet, thumb outstretched. A classic vanishing hitchhiker setup. My initial thought, naturally, was to floor it. But Millie, bless her knave little cotton socks, insisted we stop. It's the right thing to do, she chirped, already rolling down her window. The figure glided closer with an unsettling grace. Its face remained obscured by the sheet. A disturbing detail I pointed out to Millie, who simply shrugged. Maybe they're shy, she offered, with a disarmingly bright smile. As the figure settled into the back seat, a faint, coppery scent filled the cab. Not unpleasant. Just unusual. Like old pennies mixed with dried lavender. The hitchhiker never spoke. Just sat there, radiating an unnerving stillness. Millie, oblivious to my growing apprehension, chattered away about the meteor shower we were so eagerly anticipating. Miles passed. The landscape outside became increasingly barren. The sun sank lower, casting long, grotesque shadows across the desolate terrain. I asked the hitchhiker where they were headed. Still no response. Just that unnerving silence, and the persistent coppery scent, which, now that I thought about it, was becoming almost overpowering. Millie, finally noticing my unease, asked if I was okay. Just tired, I mumbled, gripping the steering wheel tighter. My knuckles were bone white. The hitchhiker shifted slightly. A small, almost imperceptible movement, but enough to send a fresh wave of icy dread washing over me. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The sheet had slipped, just enough to reveal a glimpse of the hitchhiker's face. Or, rather, what should have been a face. There was nothing there, just smooth, polished obsidian. Reflecting the fading light with a disturbing intensity, I slammed on the brakes. The tires screamed against the asphalt. The truck skidded to a halt. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs. The back seat was empty. The floral sheet lay crumpled on the floor. The coppery scent lingered, heavier now, almost suffocating. Millie stared at me, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Where did they go?" she asked. I didn't answer. I couldn't answer. I was too busy trying to convince myself that I hadn't just seen a faceless entity vanish from the back of my truck. I told Millie it was nothing. Just a trick of the light. She looked unconvinced. But, thankfully, she didn't press the issue. We continued driving. The silence in the cab was thick with unspoken terror. The coppery scent clung to everything. A constant, horrifying reminder of what I had seen. Or thought I had seen. I tried to focus on the road. But my mind kept replaying that glimpse of obsidian nothingness. As we crested a small rise, I saw a flickering light in the distance. A small diner. A beacon of hope in the desolate landscape. "Look," I said, my voice trembling slightly. "Civilization." Millie perked up. Relief washed over her face. We pulled into the mostly empty parking lot. The diner looked harmless enough. A little rundown, but welcoming. We slid into a booth. The waitress, a woman with a kind face and a faded calico dress, approached us. She smiled warmly. "What can I get for you folks?" she asked. Her voice was surprisingly melodic. I ordered coffee. "Black, lots of it," Millie asked for water. "And a slice of apple pie." The waitress nodded and turned to leave. As she walked away, I noticed something. Something that sent a fresh wave of icy terror surging through me. The back of her dress. It was patterned with small, faded flowers. the same pattern as the sheet worn by the hitchhiker. My blood ran cold. The coppery scent filled the diner. Stronger than ever, I turned to Millie. She was staring at the waitress, her eyes wide with horror. The waitress stopped at the counter. She turned slowly, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. She removed her order pad. Beneath it, I saw a glimpse of her neck, smooth, polished, obsidian. The screaming started. But not from Millie, or me. It came from the kitchen. A horrifying chorus of screams, mingled with a rhythmic clicking sound, like polished stones striking against each other. The coppery scent intensified, becoming almost unbearable. The waitress smiled, a slow, deliberate smile. It stretched impossibly wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Her eyes, those vacant obsidian eyes, fixed on us. She spoke, her voice a raspy whisper. "Welcome," she hissed. "To Harmony Springs, Story 65. The woman's wails echoing across the desolate canyon claws at my sanity. A discordant symphony of grief and rage. Her white form, shimmering under the sickly moonlight, floats towards the truck, an avenging angel of the desert. Her vacant eyes, black pits in the pale oval of her face, lock onto mine, and I know, with chilling certainty, that I am her next victim. I see the spectral glimmer of her outstretched hands, fingers like ice, reaching for me, and I slam my foot on the accelerator, the engine screaming in protest. This phantom, this La Llorona, will not take me. Not tonight. Not ever. But how did I end up here? Hurtling through the Arizona night, pursued by a weeping ghost. It started innocently enough. Millie, my ever-optimistic travel companion, convinced me to take a detour to Harmony Springs, a supposed oasis nestled deep within the Navajo Nation. A quirky roadside attraction, she called it. A hidden wonder. I, perpetually pragmatic, initially resisted. But her infectious enthusiasm, coupled with the promise of breathtaking celestial views from Starlight Sanctuary, a clearing supposedly offering unparalleled stargazing, eventually wore me down. We arrived at Harmony Springs just as the desert twilight deepened into a bruised violet. The town, nestled within a narrow canyon, looked deserted. A collection of ramshackle structures huddled together, casting long, grotesque shadows. A single flickering streetlight offered meager illumination, revealing faded paint and crumbling facades. The air hung heavy, thick with an unsettling sweetness, almost metallic. My unease intensified with each passing moment. Even Millie's usual boundless energy seemed dampened, replaced by a tentative quiet. We stopped at the Harmony Springs Diner, a small, dusty rectangle clinging precariously to the canyon wall. Inside, a handful of patrons occupied booths, their faces obscured by shadow. A waitress, her face unsettlingly smooth, her smile never quite reaching her eyes, led us to a table near the back. The menu boasted typical diner fare, but the prices were exorbitant. Millie, uncharacteristically quiet, ordered a black coffee. I, needing to revive myself after hours on the road, opted for a giant coffee and a slice of apple pie. As we waited, I noticed the unsettling quiet within the diner. No conversations drifted between booths, no clatter of cutlery against plates, only a low, rhythmic drone emanating from somewhere deep within the building. The other patrons remained motionless, their gazes fixed somewhere beyond the grimy windows. Their stillness became increasingly unnerving. I tried to distract myself with my phone, but the battery dipped below 10%, flashing a mocking red warning. The coffee arrived, surprisingly strong, with a peculiar metallic undertone. I took a tentative sip, the unsettling sweetness intensifying. Millie's coffee remained untouched. She stared blankly ahead, her shoulders shaking slightly. I asked if she was all right. She nodded slowly, but didn't speak. Then, the whispering started, soft at first, almost indistinguishable against the low drone, then growing steadily louder, echoing strangely across the otherwise silent diner. The words, whispered in a language I couldn't quite decipher, felt thick with malice, wrapping around me like an invisible noose. The other patrons remained motionless, their silence amplifying the whispers, their stillness becoming terrifying. Panic began to claw at the edges of my composure. I grabbed Millie's arm. "We need to leave," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. She didn't respond. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering streetlight. I pulled her from the booth, her body strangely resistant. As we stumbled towards the exit, the whispers intensified, becoming screams. I could distinguish individual words now. Words like stolen, lost, return. Words laced with venom, dripping with accusation. We burst through the diner doors and into the oppressive desert night. The whispers followed us, echoing off the canyon walls. And then I saw her, standing at the edge of the street, bathed in the sickly moonlight. La Llorona. Her white form shimmered, her long black hair swirling around her like a shroud. Her wails, filled with anguish and rage, sliced through the night. Claws of sound tearing at my sanity. She floated towards us, her eyes locked onto mine, her outstretched hands beckoning. I pushed Millie behind me, a pathetic attempt at protection. The metallic scent intensified, thick and cloying, filling the air. The whispers became screams, the screams a horrifying chorus, echoing the weeping woman's grief. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we were trapped. That Harmony Springs was not an oasis, but a feeding ground, and that La Llorona, the weeping woman, had found her next victims. Story 66. The neon glow of the Starlight Diner buzzed, a lonely beacon against the encroaching blackness of the Appalachian Mountains. My stomach grumbled, a low protest against the miles still stretching between me and Charleston. I pulled into the gravel parking, glad for any interruption to the oppressive solitude. The diner, bathed in that sickly yellow sodium vapor light, looked harmless enough. Inside, the usual diner symphony of clattering plates and hushed conversations greeted me. I slid onto a cracked vinyl stool at the counter, the formica cool against my skin. A waitress, her face etched with a wariness that spoke of long nights and too much coffee, shuffled over, a faded floral print dress clinging to her thin frame. "Coffee, hon?" she asked, her voice raspy. "Black," I replied, grateful for the caffeine-fueled promise of staying awake for the remaining journey. As the waitress poured, I glanced at the other patrons. A small group huddled in a booth, their heads bowed. Whispering in hushed tones, another lone figure sat hunched over a cup, their face obscured by a wide-brimmed straw hat. Nothing unusual for a late-night diner, but a prickle of unease danced across my skin. My coffee arrived, its aroma surprisingly strong, a welcome contrast to the musty dampness of the diner. I took a sip, the bitter liquid doing little to quell the growing apprehension coiling in my gut. That's when I saw him, standing just outside the diner doors, a figure silhouetted against the deepening violet twilight. Tall, impossibly tall, with unsettlingly elongated limbs. A strange, almost luminous glow emanated from him, a sickly emerald green that seemed to distort the air around it. He held a sign, the words barely legible in the fading light. Charleston, it read. A surge of foolish bravery, or perhaps just plain desperation to reach my destination, propelled me out of the diner and towards the figure. As I approached, the green glow intensified, revealing details I wished I hadn't seen. Enormous, iridescent eyes that seemed to burn with an unnatural light. Wings, vast and feathered, folded against his back like a macabre cloak. The air crackled with a strange energy, a faint metallic scent tickling my nose. "Need a ride?" I asked, my voice sounding strangely small. The figure turned, its head moving with an unsettling fluidity. The green light pulsed, illuminating a face that was both human and horrifyingly not. A grotesque parody of a human face, stretched and distorted, with a smile that never quite reached those burning eyes. "I am the Mothman," the figure rasped, its voice a guttural murmur. "And I bring a warning. Charleston is not safe." But my heart hammered against my ribs. This was insane, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and too much caffeine. but the chilling conviction in the creature's voice, the oppressive presence radiating from it, silenced my logical protests. "What kind of warning?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling slightly. The Mothman stepped closer, its shadow stretching across the gravel, swallowing me in its emerald gloom. "The earth will weep, the river will rise, and Charleston will drown." A wave of nausea washed over me. The earth weeping, the river rising. It was a nonsensical prophecy, a fever dream. But the chilling certainty in the Mothman's voice, the absolute conviction in its eyes, sent a shiver of pure terror snaking down my spine. I stumbled back, desperate to escape the creature's unsettling presence. I fumbled for my car keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. "You cannot outrun fate," the Mothman rasped, its voice a venomous caress against my ear. "Charleston awaits." I scrambled into my car, slamming the door against the encroaching horror. The engine roared to life, a welcome sound against the oppressive silence of the night. I threw the car into reverse, spitting gravel as I sped away from the diner, the Mothman's terrifying prophecy echoing in my mind. I drove through the night, pushing the accelerator harder, desperate to put as much distance as possible between myself and the creature, between myself and the impending doom it had foretold. But the image of the Mothman, its burning eyes and grotesque smile, remained etched in my mind. And the chilling certainty of its prophecy, the absolute conviction in its voice, clung to me like a shroud. As I approached Charleston, the first faint glimmers of dawn painted the sky a bruised purple. The city lights twinkled in the distance, a deceptively tranquil welcome. But the river, usually a gentle, meandering ribbon, now churned with a disturbing intensity. The earth seemed to tremble beneath my tires, a low, guttural growl rumbling from its depths. The Mothman's words echoed in my mind. "The earth will weep, the river will rise, and Charleston will drown." A terrifying thought echoed through my mind. I hadn't outrun fate. I had driven straight into it. The bridge ahead, the only way into Charleston, seemed to shimmer and distort in the pre-dawn light, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. The Kanawha River, swollen and angry, churned beneath it, a monstrous beast waiting to be unleashed. And as I hurtled towards the bridge, towards the city, towards the inevitable, a horrifying realization washed over me. The Mothman hadn't just warned me about a disaster. It had invited me to witness it, to become a part of it. And as the bridge dissolved before me, as the earth opened beneath my tires, as the raging river swallowed me whole, I knew I would never leave Charleston. Story 69. The itching started subtly, a persistent little gremlin gnawing at the back of my neck. I dismissed it. Long drives always did this. I figured it was the cheap motel pillow, or maybe some desert insect I hadn't noticed. But, as the miles melted away under the relentless sun, the itching intensified, spreading down my arms, across my chest, an unsettling crawl beneath my skin. It wasn't just itching anymore, it was burning. A radiating heat emanating from somewhere deep inside. Like I'd swallowed a live coal, I pulled over, gasping for breath, the heat becoming almost unbearable. The world swam before my eyes. Colors distorted, the asphalt rippling like a mirage. I stumbled out of the car, desperate for fresh air, but the air itself felt thick, heavy, saturated with a coppery tang I couldn't quite place. Then I saw it. Across the highway, shimmering in the heat haze, a vast stain on the parched earth. Black, oily, and iridescent, it spread across the sand like a festering wound. A small sign half buried in the sand read, "Siyun. Heza Arogas Meteorias." The memory slammed into me. A news report from weeks ago. A truck carrying toxic waste had overturned on this very stretch of highway. They'd said they'd cleaned it up, contained it. Clearly, they hadn't. I'd driven straight through the remnants, the fumes seeping into my car, into my lungs, into my very being. Panic clawed at my throat. I needed to get to a hospital, to a doctor. But, as I turned back towards my car, a wave of nausea washed over me. My legs felt weak, rubbery. The itching, the burning, it was consuming me. I looked down at my hands. They seemed different. Larger, somehow. The skin a strange, sickly yellow tinge, the veins pulsing with an unnatural green luminescence. I managed to reach the car, fumbling with the keys, my dwindling coordination making the simple task monumental. The world spun as I slumped behind the wheel. The rearview mirror revealed a stranger staring back at me. My face, distorted, swollen. My eyes, two burning green embers in the grotesque mask of my own flesh. The drive became a blur. Time lost all meaning. The burning intensified, spreading through my bones, twisting my muscles, reshaping me from the inside out. My vision sharpened, becoming almost painfully acute. I could hear the frantic scuttling of insects in the scrub brush miles away. I could smell the fear emanating from the few other vehicles I passed, their drivers staring, their faces masks of horror. The transformation accelerated. My bones cracked, elongated. My flesh stretched, tore, reformed. My fingers twisted into wicked claws, scraping against the steering wheel, now a strangely small toy in my monstrous grip. My teeth sharpened, my jaw extending into a grotesque snout. A guttural growl rumbled in my throat, a sound wholly unlike anything human. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a shimmering ribbon disappearing into the violet twilight. I no longer felt human. The world appeared different, filtered through the predatory lens of my new, monstrous existence. The other vehicles, the occasional houses, no longer signs of civilization. They were prey. I felt a surge of unfamiliar hunger, a ravenous craving for something I couldn't name. The car, no longer a vehicle, but an extension of my mutated form, roared down the highway, my grotesque laughter echoing through the deepening night. I was no longer a driver. I was something else. Something monstrous. And the highway, once a path to somewhere, was now my hunting ground. The last vestiges of my human consciousness flickered, a fleeting memory of who I once was. Then, darkness. A complete, consuming blackness punctuated only by the burning green fire within, and the horrifying certainty that I would never be human again. The highway, and everything on it, belonged to me now. Story 72. The hitchhiker's thumb, jutting from the roadside weeds, seemed almost luminous against the bruised violet of the deepening twilight. I hadn't seen another vehicle for miles. This desolate stretch of highway, cutting through the heart of nowhere, clung to the edges of the canyon like a fraying thread. Loneliness gnawed, a constant companion on these solitary drives, so I slowed, against my better judgment. Curiosity, a dangerous bedfellow, whispered promises of a story. He climbed in, smelling surprisingly strong of sandalwood and something else, something faintly metallic. He mumbled a thanks, his voice strangely melodic, and settled into the worn passenger seat. His clothes, loose, indeterminate fabrics, seemed to absorb the dim light within the cab. He didn't offer a destination, and I didn't ask. Silence settled between us, broken only by the low hum of the tires against the aged asphalt. Then, I saw it. A single, emerald green leaf, sprouting from beneath the frayed cuff of his sleeve. It looked absurdly out of place, a splash of vibrant life against the dull fabric. I glanced at his face, half expecting some explanation, a nervous laugh, anything to dispel the growing unease. But his face remained obscured by the deepening shadows. As the miles passed, the metallic scent intensified, becoming almost cloying. More leaves appeared, unfurling with an unsettling grace. Small thorns, wickedly sharp, pricked through the fabric of his sleeves. His silence became oppressive, a tangible weight within the confined space of the cab. He shifted slightly, and I caught a glimpse of his profile, sharp against the fading light. It wasn't entirely human. The skin seemed stretched, taut, almost translucent, revealing glimpses of something fibrous beneath. Panic, cold and swift, snaked through me. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white, my foot pressing harder against the accelerator. He didn't react to my sudden burst of speed. He simply sat there, his form becoming increasingly obscured by the encroaching foliage. The metallic scent now filled the cab, thick and suffocating, laced with a sickening sweetness. I risked another glance at him. His head was bowed, obscured by a cascade of emerald leaves. Small, delicate flowers, the color of jade, bloomed amongst the thorns. The highway ahead seemed to distort, the painted lines twisting into impossible angles. The world outside became a swirling canvas of greens and yellows, the familiar landscape dissolving into an abstract nightmare. The metallic tang in the air grew sharper, almost acrid. I tasted it on my tongue, a bitter, coppery flavor. My vision blurred. The leaves around the hitchhiker seemed to pulse, emitting a faint, phosphorescent glow. His silence, once oppressive, now pulsed with a strange energy. It vibrated through the vehicle, through me, a silent, terrifying invitation. The highway ahead vanished. I slammed on the brakes, a futile gesture against the inexorable pull of the swirling green. The vehicle lurched violently, the tires screaming against the dissolving asphalt. Then, silence. A profound, suffocating silence, punctuated only by the soft rustle of unseen leaves. I looked at the passenger seat. It was empty, except for a single, emerald green seed, nestled amongst the worn fabric. It pulsed softly, emitting a faint, metallic glow. The scent of sandalwood and decay filled the cab, heavy and sweet. The world outside, no longer recognizable, pulsed with the same unsettling green light. The transformation was complete. The highway, the vehicle, myself, we were all consumed, becoming part of his grotesque, botanical domain. The silence deepened, a terrifying promise of what was to come. The seed pulsed again, a chilling testament to the insidious, silent horror that had taken root within this forgotten corner of the world. Story 73. The chanting, it burrowed deep, resonating within my very bones. My arms locked, rigid around Millie, her whimpers muffled against my chest. The green light pulsed, sickeningly, illuminating their faces, finally, no longer hidden beneath those woven straw masks. Grotesque parodies of human features, elongated, distorted, their smiles fixed, unwavering, promising oblivion. Their clawed hands outstretched, beckoning. The heat from the central bonfire scorched my skin, but the cold emanating from them seeped deeper, freezing my heart. How did we get here? To this macabre clearing deep within the Creek Canyon. It started innocently enough, a road trip. Millie, Barnaby, Sarah, and me, exploring forgotten corners of Arizona, seeking hidden wonders, missed by the casual traveler. Barnaby, our self-proclaimed expert in the obscure. He discovered Harmony Springs on some archaic map, a ghost town whispered about in local legend, promising unparalleled stargazing. Millie, our perpetually optimistic companion, readily agreed. Sarah, ever practical, voiced her reservations. But Barnaby's infectious enthusiasm won us over, the drive uneventful, until the GPS veered sharply off the main highway, onto a dirt track barely wider than our vintage Camino. The landscape shifting, from vibrant desert blooms to muted browns and grays. The usual desert symphony of cicadas and night birds, replaced by an unsettling silence, punctuated only by the crunch of gravel beneath our tires. We reached Harmony Springs just as twilight deepened into violet. A cluster of ramshackle structures, huddled together against the encroaching darkness. A single, flickering streetlight offered meager illumination, the air thick with an unfamiliar metallic scent. Barnaby, undeterred, announced our arrival with disconcerting pride. The Harmony Springs Diner looked harmless enough, a beacon of warmth in this desolate landscape. We stepped inside, the interior stiflingly quiet. A few patrons occupied booths, their faces obscured by shadow, their silence amplified by the emptiness. A waitress, with a disturbingly vacant expression, poured us coffee, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. The coffee tasted faintly metallic, a detail I initially dismissed. Barnaby regaled us with local lore, tales of strange rituals and disappearances, his words echoing strangely in the otherwise silent diner. Millie shifted uncomfortably. Sarah, stared blankly ahead, her usual boundless energy replaced by a palpable unease. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled outside. The desert night, chilling rapidly. The metallic scent intensified. Then we saw them. 3 figures, standing, motionless, beneath the flickering streetlight. Their forms shrouded in long robes, their faces hidden beneath woven straw masks. Their silence radiating a palpable malice. Barnaby, in a display of misguided bravado, approached them. He spoke, his words swallowed by the silence. The figures remained motionless. Then, the chanting started. Softly, at first, a guttural drone resonating within the deepening night. Growing steadily louder, burrowing into our minds, the figures began to move. Slowly, at first. Their movements unsettlingly graceful, forming a loose circle around us. Their chanting intensifying, their presence closing. The green light emanating from somewhere beneath their robes pulsed, rhythmically, casting grotesque shadows across the desolate landscape. Terror clawed at my throat. I grabbed Millie's hand, pulling her towards the camino, but the figures blocked our path, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. Their green light, blindingly bright, illuminating their faces finally, revealing the grotesque parodies beneath the masks. The elongated features, the fixed smiles, the pointed teeth. We were trapped, drawn into their macabre circle, their chanting a terrifying mantra, their green light consuming everything. Millie's whimpers, escalating into sobs. Sarah's silence, a chilling testament to our shared horror. Barnaby's bravado evaporated, replaced by a vacant stare. He was already one of them, and the chanting, it burrowed, deep, resonating, within my very bones. Story 75. My fingers, slick with something I couldn't quite place, trembled uncontrollably as I gripped the steering wheel. The chrome felt cold, almost burning against my skin. Ahead, the asphalt ribbon of Highway 17 rippled, the edges blurring into the encroaching sagebrush. The buzzing in my ears intensified, a dissonant chorus swelling into a symphony of unseen insects. The figures were closer now, their forms shifting, their movements unsettlingly graceful. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that they weren't human. Just moments ago, the Harmony Springs Diner had seemed a welcome refuge, a beacon of warmth and fluorescent light against the oppressive desert night. Millie, my perpetually enthusiastic travel companion, had insisted on stopping. She needed coffee. I needed to revive myself after countless hours of driving. We'd been on the road since dawn, chasing a fleeting whisper of a hidden wonder, a supposed botanical anomaly deep within the Mojave, a place locals called Whisper Creek. The diner had looked harmless enough. Typical vinyl booths, a cracked counter, the comforting aroma of stale coffee and frying onions. A jukebox stood silent in the corner, its lights flickering erratically. The waitress, an older woman with an unsettlingly vacant expression and a name tag that read, Sister Serenity, poured us coffee. The liquid tasted faintly metallic. The other patrons, a small group huddled in a booth near the back, seemed strangely still. Their heads were bowed. Their shoulders shook rhythmically. I noticed their hands, elongated, fingers tipped with something that gleamed obscenely in the flickering fluorescent light. Millie, blissfully unaware of the growing unease churning within me, chattered excitedly about edible fungi. I stared at the group in the back. Their movements became more pronounced, almost synchronized. They were chanting now, a low, guttural drone that resonated within the very bones of the aging diner. The fluorescent lights flickered again, plunging the room into momentary darkness. When the light returned, the group had risen. They were moving towards us. Their forms seemed almost skeletal beneath their loose, flowing robes. Their faces were hidden beneath masks woven from some indeterminate, fibrous material. The masks were unsettlingly cheerful, grotesque parodies of human smiles. Panic clawed at my throat. I grabbed Millie's arm. "We need to go," I hissed, my voice trembling. She looked bewildered, her brow furrowed in confusion. "But I haven't finished my coffee," she protested. I didn't wait for a reply. I dragged her towards the exit, the chanting growing louder, the metallic clicking of their fingers echoing strangely across the tiled floor. Outside, the desert night was chillingly silent. The air felt thick, almost viscous. The three figures emerged from the diner. They stood silhouetted against the sickly yellow sodium vapor light. Their stillness became terrifying. Then, they began to move. Not walking, but gliding. Across the gravel parking lot, towards us. Their movements were unsettlingly fluid, almost choreographed. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking violently. The Camino sputtered to life. I slammed the accelerator, tires spitting gravel as we lurched onto Highway 17. The figures were gaining on us. Their chanting intensified, a terrifying mantra accompanying their macabre pursuit. The highway stretched before us, an endless ribbon disappearing into the encroaching darkness. The figures remained behind us, their green light casting grotesque shadows across the desolate landscape. The buzzing in my ears became a deafening roar. The figures were closer now. I could almost feel their presence, their clawed hands reaching, their grotesque faces inches from the glass. Then, the asphalt beneath us dissolved. The Camino plummeted into a gaping chasm filled with a churning, phosphorescent slurry. The chanting intensified, becoming a horrifying chorus echoing through the darkness. The last thing I saw, before the darkness consumed us, were those smiling masks, inches from my face. Their silent promise of oblivion. Story 77. The sun dipped below the horizon, staining the sky bruised violet. The desert stretched before me, vast and indifferent, each mile marker a silent accusation of my progress, or lack thereof. My destination, Harmony Springs, a supposed oasis, felt less real with each passing hour. I should have stopped hours ago. Found a motel, any motel. But something propelled me forward, a gnawing unease that whispered staying put was the greater danger. It started subtly. A flicker in my peripheral vision, a shift in the landscape that couldn't quite be placed. Then the itching. A relentless crawl beneath my skin, focused on my left ankle. I blamed it on exhaustion, the countless miles blurring into a single, monotonous ochre ribbon. I rubbed my ankle against the floor mat, a futile gesture against the growing discomfort. The itching intensified, spreading up my leg, an invisible fire licking at my nerves. I pulled over, the silence of the desert pressing in, amplifying every rustle of unseen leaves, every click of cooling metal. I rolled up my pant leg, half expecting to find some desert insect, a venomous caress against my skin. There was nothing. No bite, no welt, just a growing redness, the flesh subtly distended, as if something pulsed beneath. I rolled the window down, the night air surprisingly cool against my burning skin. Across the highway, a small group huddled around a bonfire. Their forms, shrouded in what looked like burlap sacks, seemed strangely still. I considered asking for help, but something in their stillness, their absolute silence, held me back. A chilling conviction whispered they weren't there to offer assistance. Back on the highway, the itching subsided, replaced by a deep, unsettling pain. The figures at the bonfire were gone. I told myself I'd imagined them, a hallucination brought on by fatigue. But the unease lingered, a cold knot in my stomach. Miles later, a roadside diner appeared, a beacon of jaundiced light in the encroaching darkness. The parking lot was almost empty, a single pickup truck parked beside an aging RV. The diner itself looked innocuous enough, the windows filled with the usual throng of plastic, smiling families. Inside, a waitress stood behind the counter, polishing a glass with disturbing precision. She smiled warmly as I entered. The silence inside unnerving, broken only by the hum of a vending machine. I ordered coffee, the bitter liquid doing little to soothe my fraying nerves. The waitress refilled my cup, her smile never quite reaching her eyes. I asked about the figures I'd seen at the bonfire. She nodded slowly, her smile widening fractionally, a disturbing glint entering her gaze. She spoke of rituals, of cleansing, of an inner light within people. Her words, though gentle, held a disquieting undertone. I finished my coffee, a growing unease churning within me. I paid, thanking the waitress, and hurried back to my vehicle. The pickup truck was gone. The RV remained, its windows dark, its presence somehow accusatory. As I pulled back onto the highway, I saw them again. The figures. They stood in a loose circle around a bonfire, their forms now clearly visible beneath their burlap cloaks. They weren't burlap sacks. They were robes. And beneath those robes, their forms seemed almost skeletal. Their heads were bowed, their silence amplified by the crackling flames. They were chanting a low, guttural drone echoing through the still night air. I pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring, my hands slick with nervous sweat. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The figures remained, their heads slowly turning, their shadowed faces still hidden beneath their robes. Their chanting grew louder, a horrifying chorus echoing through the desolate landscape. I drove faster, my heart hammering against my ribs, the terrifying certainty washing over me that I couldn't outrun them, that I was already trapped, that I was already becoming one of them. The itching returned, now a burning, spreading across my entire body. My left ankle throbbed, the flesh now visibly distended, pulsing rhythmically with the chanting. I looked down, my vision blurring. The skin was splitting, revealing something smooth, something iridescent, pulsing with an unholy green light. The chanting intensified, the figures growing larger in my rearview mirror, their outstretched hands beckoning. The green light consumed everything. Story 78. The Nevada sun beat down, relentless, oppressive. Heat shimmered off the hood of my rig, distorting the already desolate landscape. My knuckles, bone white, gripped the wheel. Each mile marker a small victory, each mile a creeping reminder of the miles yet to conquer. I hadn't slept properly in days. The accident, the screaming metal, the twisted wreckage, played on an endless loop behind my eyelids. Charleston, that's where I was headed. Charleston, where I could maybe, just maybe, outrun the ghosts that clawed at the edges of my sanity. The therapist had suggested a change of scenery, a fresh start. But the desert, vast and indifferent, offered no solace. It felt like an extension of the emptiness inside me. The itching started subtly, a phantom crawl beneath my skin. Then the whispers began, faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves, then growing louder, coalescing into words. Words I couldn't quite decipher, yet somehow understood. They spoke of twisted metal, of broken bones, of screams swallowed by the indifferent night. I squeezed my eyes shut, the phantom scent of blood filling my nostrils. I recognized that smell. God, I recognized it. A flicker of movement in the rearview mirror. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. The heat, the lack of sleep. But the itching intensified, spreading across my chest, down my arms. I glanced at the mirror again. A figure, shrouded in what looked like burlap, its form indistinct against the shimmering asphalt. I blinked, and it was gone. I pulled over at a roadside rest stop. A pathetic collection of picnic tables and overflowing trash cans. The itching was unbearable now, a venomous caress against my skin. I needed to wash my hands, scrub away the phantom feeling of blood, of bone fragments. The restroom building looked deserted. A single flickering fluorescent light, casting a sickly yellow pallor across the grimy tiled floor. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale urine and something else, something faintly metallic, almost sweet. I splashed water on my face, the coolness a momentary reprieve. But the whispers persisted, louder now, echoing strangely in the confined space. As I dried my hands, a movement in the mirror caught my eye. Not a reflection, but something within the mirror itself. A figure, its face obscured by a woven straw mask, its form unsettlingly elongated. Its hands, tipped with what looked like polished obsidian, reached towards me, their movements unsettlingly fluid. I stumbled backward, a choked sound escaping my throat. The figure stepped out of the mirror, its silence amplified by the buzzing of the fluorescent light. Its mask, inches from my face, seemed to pulse with a sickly emerald green light. The whispers became screams, a horrifying chorus echoing through the small, tiled room. I turned and ran, the metallic scent intensifying, filling my lungs. I burst out of the restroom, back into the blinding sunlight. The rest stop was no longer deserted. Figures, shrouded in burlap and straw, their faces hidden behind grotesque masks, stood motionless around the picnic tables. Their silence was terrifying, their stillness unnerving. Their obsidian gazes fixed on me, their presence radiating a palpable malice. I scrambled back into my rig, fumbling with the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I floored the accelerator, tires spitting gravel as I sped away, leaving the horrifying tableau behind. But the itching remained, a constant reminder of the horror I couldn't outrun. The whispers followed, echoing through my mind, a terrifying mantra accompanying my desperate flight. The figures in the mirror, their masked faces pressed against the glass, their outstretched hands beckoning. I knew, with a chilling certainty, that they would always be there, waiting in the shadows. A terrifying welcome committee to the desolate highway of my fractured mind. The green light intensified, consuming my vision, the screams growing louder, the metal twisting, the bones cracking. The accident, always the accident, replaying on an endless loop, forever trapping me in its horrifying embrace. And I knew, with a sickening finality, that I would never reach Charleston. I would never outrun the ghosts of that horrific night. I was already trapped, forever bound to the highway, another silent testament to the horrors hidden within the shimmering heat of the Nevada desert. The green light consumed everything. Story 79. The chrome bumper of the Ford pickup ahead gleamed, obscenely cheerful under the jaundiced sodium vapor lamps. Another mile marker flickered past, each one a silent accusation of the miles still stretching between me and Charleston. I'd been driving for what felt like days, the endless highway a lullaby of asphalt and white lines. Then, in the rearview mirror, a flicker. A dark shape, sleek, predatory. A black car. Initially, I dismissed it. A trick of the light, a figment of caffeine deprivation. But the flicker persisted, solidifying into a distinct form, always the same distance behind. Always there. The black car. The unease began as a gentle hum, a butterfly's wing against my eardrum. It quickly escalated, a swarm of hornets buzzing frantically beneath my skin. I adjusted the mirror, my knuckles white against the plastic casing. The black car's windows were tinted, impenetrable. It seemed to absorb the light, a void gliding silently behind me. I tried to rationalize it. Just another late-night traveler, I told myself. What were the odds of someone following me for this long? The odds, I discovered, were disturbingly high. I accelerated. The black car matched my speed, a phantom tethered to my bumper. I slowed down. The black car mimicked my deceleration, an unwelcome dance partner. The highway, once a comforting ribbon of asphalt, became a twisting, treacherous snake, each curve revealing the black car always there. A silent, malevolent presence. The hum in my ears intensified, a dissonant chord resonating within my skull. My grip on the steering wheel tightened, the leather slick beneath my palms. I could taste copper, the metallic tang of fear. I tried different tactics. Sudden lane changes, unexpected exits. The black car anticipated my every move, a sinister ballad of pursuit. I considered pulling over, confronting the driver. But a primal fear held me back, a chilling certainty that whatever dwelled within that black car was not human. Not anymore. The highway signs began to blur, their green and white surfaces melting into an indistinguishable swirl. The world outside became distorted, the trees lining the highway twisting into grotesque parodies of nature. The jaundiced sodium vapor light morphed into a sickly emerald green, bathing everything in an unsettling luminescence. The black car, however, remained starkly black, a void amidst the distorted reality. I started talking to myself. A desperate attempt to maintain some semblance of sanity. I recited state capitals, sang childhood songs, anything to drown out the growing terror. But even my own voice sounded strange, distant, as if emanating from someone else. The highway stretched endlessly before me, a concrete purgatory. I felt a strange compulsion to keep driving, to outrun the black car. But I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that it was futile. The black car was not simply following me. It was leading me to some unknown, horrifying destination. I saw a flicker of movement in the black car's rearview mirror. A hand, skeletal and impossibly long, its fingers tipped with something that gleamed, obscenely sharp, in the green light. The hand gestured, a silent invitation, a welcome. The highway ahead vanished, replaced by a swirling vortex of emerald green. The black car accelerated, plunging into the vortex, its taillights disappearing into the swirling nothingness. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming in protest against the asphalt. But the momentum was too strong. My vehicle was pulled forward, the steering wheel unresponsive, towards the swirling green vortex. Towards the black car. Towards the unknown. The last thing I saw, before the emerald green consumed everything, was the hand in the rearview mirror. Its fingers beckoning, its smile no longer hidden, a grotesque grimace of welcome. Story 80. The Nevada sun beat down on the dusty hood of my beat-up pickup, the heat radiating through the floorboards. Millie, my perpetually optimistic travel companion, hummed a jaunty tune beside me, her fingers tapping a restless rhythm against the dashboard. We were on our way to a stargazing convention, a beacon of intellectual pursuit in the vast, desolate expanse of the American Southwest. The convention, hosted in a tiny, almost forgotten town named Harmony Springs, promised unparalleled celestial views, a chance to commune with the cosmos, far from the intrusive glow of city lights. Harmony Springs appeared abruptly on the horizon, a cluster of low-slung buildings huddled together as if for warmth against the encroaching desert. It felt less like a town and more like a blemish on the otherwise pristine landscape. As we drove down the main street, an unsettling quiet permeated the air, a stark contrast to Millie's cheerful chatter. The buildings, mostly boarded up and decaying, seemed to watch us with vacant, judging eyes. The only sign of life was a lone diner. The Starlight Diner, its neon sign flickering weakly against the deepening twilight. Inside, the diner was almost empty. A waitress with an unsettlingly vacant expression poured us coffee, her movements slow and deliberate. The other patrons, a small group huddled in a corner booth, wore raw-spun garments and straw masks that concealed their faces. Their silence was heavy, their presence radiating an almost palpable malice. I felt a prickling sensation crawl across my skin, a primal unease I couldn't shake. Millie, oblivious to the growing tension, chattered excitedly about the upcoming meteor shower, her words echoing strangely in the unnervingly quiet space. I forced a smile, my gaze darting nervously between the masked figures and the waitress, who now stood behind the counter, polishing a glass with disturbing precision. The glass, strangely, didn't seem to get any cleaner. As the violet twilight deepened, the masked figures rose and filed out of the diner, their footsteps silent against the tiled floor. They gathered outside, forming a loose circle around a small bonfire that burned with an unnatural green flame. Their chanting started softly, a guttural drone that resonated within the very bones of the diner, a discordant symphony that twisted the familiar comfort of the night into something sinister. A chilling certainty washed over me. We needed to leave. Now. I grabbed Millie's arm, pulling her towards the door. "We have to go," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly. She looked bewildered, her brow furrowed in confusion. "But the meteor shower. We can see it somewhere else," I insisted, pulling her harder. As we stumbled outside, the chanting intensified, the green light from the bonfire casting grotesque shadows across the deserted street. The masked figures turned their heads in unison, their unseen faces directed towards us. Their silence was more terrifying than any scream. We scrambled into the truck, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, a welcome sound against the horrifying chorus echoing from the figures. As I slammed the truck into reverse, I caught a glimpse of the waitress standing in the doorway of the diner. Her vacant expression now twisted into a grotesque grimace. Her eyes, visible beneath the straw mask, burned with an unholy green luminescence. We sped away, the tires screaming against the asphalt, the chanting fading behind us. But the chilling certainty remained. We were being followed. The highway stretched endlessly before us, a black ribbon disappearing into the consuming darkness. The desert, once a symbol of vast, indifferent beauty, now felt like a malevolent entity, its silence amplifying every rustle, every whisper of the wind. I glanced at Millie, her face pale and drawn in the flickering dashboard light. She finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. What was that place? I didn't answer, my gaze fixed on the road ahead, my grip tightening on the steering wheel. I didn't know what Harmony Springs was, but I knew one thing with terrifying certainty. We would never truly leave. The memory of those masked faces, their silent smiles, their unnerving ritual, would forever be etched into my mind, a constant, horrifying reminder of the night we stumbled into their domain. The night we became unwilling participants in their grotesque dance. The night the desert claimed us, not with sand and dust, but with something far more sinister, something ancient and unknowable. Something that dwelled not in the landscape, but in the spaces between the stars. And as the miles melted away beneath our wheels, I could feel their presence closing in. Their chilling silence a promise of the horrors to come. The desert held its breath, waiting. And we, its newest captives, were about to learn the true meaning of unparalleled celestial views. The kind that stare back. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.